radio studios where relationships matter, and always live on the free Odyssey app. Election Night 2024. Election Night 2024.
All right, welcome to our Election Night 2024 special here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. It is me, Rich Zioli, with you. We got Nick Kale with us. We got Dawn Stensland with us. And Jimmy Fela with us as well. We're going to have a great show for you tonight. I just spoke to President Donald Trump. He called into my show a few minutes ago, and we chatted for about 5 minutes until I cut him off. But no, he's definitely hoping that you get out there and vote, and he's definitely hoping that if you are in line, you will stay in line. He's worried about Philadelphia. He made that very clear. He's worried about Philadelphia. He needs everybody to get out there tonight. So I'm live right now with Dave McCormick's campaign victory party in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Hello, Nick Kale. How are you, my friend?
I am good, Rich. How are we doing out in western Pennsylvania this evening?
Hey, buddy, I got to talk to the president, so that's a good way to end the day. You know,
that's a hell of a way to end your day. How was he in good spirits outside of what he thinks going on about the concerns in Pennsylvania and Philadelphia?
I think he's in good spirits. I think he's worried about Philadelphia. I think I tried to reassure him that we got people waiting in line for hours and hours, because that's what I've been hearing all day today. I'm sure you probably have heard a lot of the same as well, right?
Yeah, I've heard the same. I mean, we've seen all the way from into Bucks County. I've seen all the way up into Lehigh County, which would be, Allentown. The lines have been incredibly deep, and I think Laura Trump and Michael Whatley have done a great job as well today. I mean, they've been all over any sort of allegations, any suspicions, any technical issues and glitches, and they've addressed it. And I've seen the state of Pennsylvania and the Department of State come out and say we're going to extend lines and we're going to continue into the nighttime hours of 9 or 10 o'clock.
Dawn Stensland, are you there?
Hey, you. I'm right here. I was in the group chat since about 6 o'clock this evening, so busting your chops. Obviously, you weren't there, so it was like, but I was telling everybody Trump was waiting for me to come on because, of course, he likes me better, gave me the bigger silver platter, my friend. So there's that.
There's that way, and you wouldn't have cut him off and hung up on him like
never.
I did.
I would have kept him on for an hour.
See,
I could have.
That's right.
So there's the difference.
There's that. I believe we have Jimmy Fela with us as well. What's up there, rock star? Jimmy, are you there, buddy?
Is he playing coy? We have Jimmy Fela.
He's a big national star, so this is how they get.
He's signing autographs.
We didn't get him his red M&Ms, so he's. Are you there, Fela? Put down the bourbon. All right, I don't know if he's. If he big times us for Hannity, he's dead to me. I swear to God, I'll kill him. I'll kill him. I'm feeling good, guys. I'm feeling good, but here's the thing. I think we're all very nervous right now. We have a lot of reason to be nervous. But I'm hearing from my friends in red Republican New Jersey that I've known for a long time. These guys are saying that there's long lines out in red Republican parts of New Jersey. So I think that's very, very good sign. All right, Fela, are you there?
I am. Can you hear me or no?
We hear you.
Yes, I got
there
you.
He is.
Yes.
I'm texting you. I'm doing all these things. But confirm I am on the air. Everybody has
you're on the air, and we can
him.
see you. And nobody wants to see you, but we see you. You're right there. Look at you, you handsome devil.
Well, that's enough out of you. I am first and foremost honored to be here. But I'm also blown away by all these voting difficulties you're having in Pennsylvania. I'm in New York. I've voted six times already.
Well, the good news is that my grandparents have already voted. They've been dead for 20 years, but they voted this morning. So that's
they already voted. It's fascinating how the dead that's interesting stuff. But it's funny that you brought up President Trump because we got a call at my show from President Biden, who says he still has an outside shot if people get out and vote for him. So there's that.
Special treat for all of us, a friend to each and every one of us here. Caroline Levitt is the national spokesperson for the Trump campaign, the national communications director. Caroline Levitt, you're on with me, Rich, Dawn Stensland, Nick Kale, and Jimmy Fela. How are you, my friend?
Hey, we're doing great, Rich. Thanks for having us. What a crew, what a lineup you guys have in Pennsylvania tonight. It's great to talk to all of you.
Thank you. We're honored to have you. How are you feeling?
We're feeling great. We have truly been very optimistic all day, very confident in President Trump's chances tonight. We need everyone to stay in line. We hear the lines are very long in Philly, in Pennsylvania, so we're calling to encourage everyone to stay in line. If we win the Commonwealth, as President Trump said with you earlier, Rich, we win the whole thing. So no pressure to your audience, but look, if you're in line, stay in line. We're going to win this thing.
Caroline, my sons, I live in Philadelphia, but they said
You have sons?
I do. I have kids. Well, she relates because she had a baby during the election.
Oh,
you want to talk about define a woman?
Yeah.
But they said the lines were long, but that it's going well, and especially in Bucks County, Delaware County, those are the places, as you well know, Caroline, that we're hearing about the long lines with some of those Trump voters haven't voted in 20 years. That's what we're hearing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and we're seeing the same when we look at low propensity voters who have turned out to the polls throughout early voting. We cut the Democrats' lead in early voting from 2020 by 22 points in Pennsylvania. So we are seeing really encouraging signs on the ground, frankly, for the last few weeks. And we know that President Trump's voters, Republican voters, like to turn out in person on Election Day. And so we are also tracking 10 different precincts across Philly, gauging turnout expectations across the country. And by our numbers, those expectations actually fell by an average of 12.3%. So that translates to, according to our data experts, a net loss of about 237,000 votes. So it looks like, despite what the Harris campaign is saying about a couple of Philly suburbs, most of the precincts in Philly, turnout expectations are actually down. And then we look at rural turnout throughout the Commonwealth. And by the way, this is true of every battleground state. It is monstrous rural turnout. Massive numbers of rural voters are showing up for President Trump. We appreciate that. Stay in line. Polls are closing soon, I understand, in Pennsylvania. But if you're in line, stay in line.
Caroline, how encouraging is it not only to see that people adhered and listened to President Trump, as well as Laura Trump, to embrace early voting and mail-in ballots this time around, and seeing those returns, especially in the Sunbelt states, especially in Arizona and Nevada, and then on top of it, the change at the RNC level with Ronna McDaniel being out, Laura Trump, Michael Whatley coming in, and knowing that you have almost 250,000 poll watchers and observers, plus 500 legal experts and attorneys on standby, it seems like you guys have a lot of your I's dotted and your T's crossed to ensure the best possible outcome.
Yes, indeed. Look, Laura Trump and Michael Whatley have done an outstanding job in taking over the RNC. They have launched the greatest election integrity operation this country has seen, and it's proven in what we've already caught in early voting and even today, and we've fixed immediately. For instance, in Philadelphia this morning, Democrat officials refused to allow 4 elected or appointed Republicans to watch the polls. We immediately found out about this, sent a very strongly worded letter, and then they were allowed in to do their duty of counting the ballots, which is their right, and it was illegal when they were being turned away. So we also, as you know, filed a lawsuit in Bucks County that we won when we found out voters were being turned away early, out of line last week. We also learned that we won a lawsuit in many other counties across the country as well. So we are finding these voter irregularities and fraud early, and we're on the ball. That's a great thanks to Chairman Whatley and co-chair Laura Trump. And we're confident in our ground game that has been training hundreds of thousands of volunteers across the battleground states over the last several months. And they have duties, those volunteers, they have big responsibilities to turn out voters in their communities. And so far, everything we've seen, our ground game is working.
Caroline Levitt's with us tonight. It's great to have her on the show with us. Caroline, I'm sure you heard the interview I did with President Trump. It's not often that I would ever ask him to do something, but I asked him to please tell everybody who is in line right now to stay in line. I thought if they heard it from him, that'd be a good thing. So I hope he wasn't offended by the fact that I asked him to do something. And secondly, you heard the interview. I just want to make sure I didn't cut him off at the end because they got me all very self-conscious about that on the show.
No, you didn't at all. It was perfect. It was perfect.
Good.
As you heard him say, he didn't want to waste too much time on your show because he wants everyone to get off the radio and get out and vote.
But that's the thing, and stay in line, and that's the key thing that President Trump said. If you're in line, stay in line, and we appreciate that.
Right.
But the guy took a bullet for us. Least we can do is stay in line. And if you're in line by 8 o'clock, then you get to stay in line, Dawn Stenson. That's correct, right? They will not kick you out?
Yep, that's what we are being told. I have to I'm sure Caroline knows this, but Philadelphia DA Larry Krasner calling out and not talking about anything such as what happened and what our friend Linda Kearns and the other attorneys had to do this morning. And we were on live reporting that as it was happening. She was in court and made sure that there was election transparency and truthfulness and all of that. Philadelphia DA, and just within the past hour, calling out, quote, Trump's baseless claims of cheating. And I'll point out to you that that is happening, Caroline, while polls are still open. What's your reaction to something like that? Because clearly that's something that is aimed at, slinging mud during a live election before the polls close at 8.
Well, Governor Shapiro and Secretary Schmidt promised a fair, transparent, and secure election. And voters everywhere, especially in Philly and in Pennsylvania, deserve nothing less. And we did see an attempt at voter fraud this morning when some of our court-appointed observers were kicked out and excluded from the process. That is a crime. It should have never happened in the first place in a fair and secure election. And the only reason it was resolved is because our team of lawyers on the ground immediately took action and successfully got those observers back in. We also know that in Philly, some Democrats have been impersonating as election officials wearing voter protection badges, and that's voter intimidation, and that's a Democrat voter confusion scheme. So, again, to make it clear to voters, you have the right to stay in line. Don't let anyone tell you you can't. And if you have a problem, go to pa.protectthevote.com. You can go right on your phone while you're standing in line if you're being told to leave, and you can file litigation with our lawyers on that website, or file a claim, rather, and they will review that claim and do what they can immediately to help you.
Caroline, final one for me. I think these are very encouraging signs when we look at some of the exit poll data points that are coming out. The Associated Press releasing one that in the 7 battleground states, the economy and the border were the top 2 issues. Pennsylvania, 62%, Michigan, 60%, Wisconsin, 58%, Georgia, 61%. That's got to be something, not to put the cart ahead of the horse, but when you're seeing an outlet like the Associated Press showing some data points that are favorable to President Trump, and the top 2 issues being things that are advantage Trump over the current administration, that's got to kind of calm the nerves a little bit and put you guys at ease at this point early in the process, right?
Yeah, look, I mean, again, we are very encouraged by all of the data that we've seen. And we see some exit polls. I just saw one now. Allegedly, President Trump is at 25% with black men in Georgia. I mean, that's huge. So, again, we want to take everything with a grain of salt right now. It's very early. I don't want to get over our skis, but we feel confident in our ground game that it will do what we need to do tonight, as long as everyone stays out there and stays voting.
Caroline Levitt, thank you for everything you've done for us. You've been a great friend to all of our shows. We wish you the best of luck tonight, my friend, and look forward to celebrating with you. Let's go get them.
Amen. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thanks, Caroline.
All right, Jimmy Fela, I know we had a little audio issue there, but honestly, the truth is it's probably better that you didn't ask her a question, because God only knows how much you could have torpedoed the entire thing.
I would have hijacked the whole break. Do you know, this is a fun fact. She'll tell you the next time she's on. I was down in Orlando doing a stand-up gig. Excuse me, it was in Fort Lauderdale. 2,000 people at a stand-up gig. The meet and greet, the first person in line was her and her family, her parents. Caroline Levitt and Mama Levitt and Father Levitt. And we actually had a pretty rowdy night down at Fort Lauderdale together. So yes, maybe she muted my mic. So I did research on the Levitt campaign. They're fabulous. I love the Levitts.
Fela, how are things from Fox News Central? Like, what have you been hearing today, and what's kind of the buzz around over there?
Well, I gotta be honest, most people are just trashing your state. I'm in an awful That is what's going on. Is like
fair enough.
All the talk at Fox is about who counts votes the fastest, and it really is fascinating that if you want them counted, you can count them. Florida has a bigger population and an older population. Yet they managed to get them all done. They're kind of the gold standard. So what everybody at Fox is watching is Wisconsin, if for no other reason, then they'll vote. They'll count 99% of their votes today. And most people believe that, they vote regionally in that area. So if Wisconsin is an early indicator, Pennsylvania sentiments might mirror those, albeit 4 or 5 days later when we get the results. So that's kind of the mood, is people are looking at Wisconsin as the early indicator, and they're looking at Florida just in terms of how much and how big that gap is. If it's reminiscent of 2022, then Trump could be on his way to an electoral college victory and maybe even a popular vote victory. The one thing we don't want to see happen is, heaven forbid, he wins the popular vote, loses the electoral college. Every Democrat in the world will be writing op-eds about how the electoral college is brilliant tomorrow, even though it's been a racist relic of the Jim Crow South for the last 2 weeks. So it's a dumb time to be alive, I guess, is the best way I could sum it up.
Nick Kale, would you like to ask anything of Jimmy Fallon? Well, I got you, buddy.
No, Jimmy, it's just good to be with you, man. You crack me up, and this Fort Lauderdale story with you and Caroline Levitt. You're gonna have to send me some private text messages. And
would you stop it, Kale? Please. No.
I just need the details. I got segments to fill. I got to do 16 segments a show. So
And by the way, just for the record, even though Jimmy was in Florida, he still didn't wear flip flops because he's a man. All right. I just want to point that out.
Here, I'm going to actually show you something.
Nobody wants to see your feet. Don't do it. Don't do it. Do not do. Oh,
the flip-flops are out. There we go.
Oh, please.
I love you.
There you go, brother.
So I will say CBS News has this report, just to give you some little news nuggets here, that they're saying that there are these 3,500 voters. So let's say this thing is close, and Jimmy Fallon is, since you're putting down Pennsylvania, I'll just go there. But we have new challenges. We have all these legal challenges happening. We have these 3,500 voters. The majority, what we're finding out about them, the majority live overseas and cast ballots by mail. And so these are all being challenged. And we started hearing about this from people, I'll say within the past month, that they started saying, this lady that lives down the street and she doesn't even live here, hasn't been here in 20 years. All of a sudden we're hearing she's voting or what have you. So there's something to this, but it's one of the many challenges that's happening coming out of Pennsylvania. And I think this is in anticipation of, or for the prospect of protecting the vote if it's close.
Yep.
Do you guys want some good news? I've got some early numbers if you want them.
Let's do it.
Georgia right now, again, like 3% reporting, so it's.
Oh wait, I'm
early.
sorry. By the way, Fallon thought you meant numbers of girls on like bathroom walls. You're talking about
No.
Election
Believe me,
result numbers.
after I saw those flip flops, I knew there were no girls involved.
That's correct.
I feel like I'm on a white dudes for Kamala Zoom. When I see
Come on, now that's an insult. I'm
Bravo!
offended by that, Jimmy.
Well done.
Except that the white dudes for Kamala at least wax their toes.
There's that.
And they wax everything.
And
It's
they
all
wax
waxed.
everything.
Yes.
Trust
yes.
me.
Sorry, Nick, you were saying?
No, I was just going to say, early on, 2-point lead for Trump in Georgia. But how about this for a surprise? He's up 12 points right now in Virginia, 56-44. So I just wanted to give you those early.
Yeah, but it's only 1%.
I know, I'm just saying.
And the Republican, here's the problem with that, because Republicans get all excited about it, Nick. And then the thing is, I always say, I wish that we didn't have the numbers, like a card game. Just show everybody, put your cards down at the same time. Do you know what I'm saying? The Republican districts always seem like they come in with the numbers, and then, you know what I mean? Then overnight, and we gotta, and all of a sudden we hear about, and it just raises, whether it's suspicious or not, it raises people's suspicion.
Mm-hmm. For sure.
I actually think, just so we're all on, I'm on record here, I don't think we're looking at a 72-hour or a 96-hour election. I actually think it's going to be over tonight, 1 or 2 in the morning. That's my guess.
God, I hope you're right. That would be glorious.
No, it's going to happen. This isn't as close of an election as they're telling us it is. This is my take.
I agree.
If you want, my real Jimmy Fallon Nassau Community College analysis, I'll give it to you. Okay. I was just out on the quad smoking weed with the faculty.
Playing hacky sack.
I just bought a dime bag off the dean of admissions at Nassau Community. But you want to know? No, this matters, and it's something no one else. I'm amazed that no one has pointed this out. Okay, Obviously, Trump is making these historic gains with black male voters in the polls. And what every analyst keeps saying is, well, but we don't know if they're going to turn out. You understand, if they don't turn out, that's still a win for him because they didn't vote for Kamala. And that's traditionally the voting bloc that swings the election. So if he's up 11 with Latinos and the polls don't get the turnout and he wins them by 1 or he loses them by 5, he's still so far ahead of where he was in 2020 that I don't think this is a close election. I genuinely don't. I think he's going to win 6 swing states, and this is going to end tonight, and he's going to win resoundingly. Because what happened is, over the course of this summer, he's been very online. Obviously, he did, the McDonald's thing, and he had the garbage truck and the Al Smith dinner and everything else. Donald Trump is now being welcomed into conversational circles that were unfathomable in 2020. Like, if you think about when the country was on fire and we were literally burning police stations, as you know, during that summer, it was unfathomable that you'd see as many black men as you do openly advocating for Trump. Like, when we go out to Times Square to shoot a package, I interviewed 100 guys the other night, and 80 black men that responded to me on the street, 77 of them said Trump. One of them said F you. That was the number. And then there were 2 dudes who legitimately said straight up, I'm voting for Kamala because I hope I get some phone numbers out of it. And I respect that. You're a one-issues voter. You're trying to get ladies. But the point is, go fast, rewind to 2020. Do you think there would be a world in 2020 where Trump would be welcomed on every black podcast in America?
No.
Where black comics, black celebrities, black athletes would be out there advocating for the guy? We're living in a cultural shift right now that we recognize. People on this Zoom who've been up close following this in real time, but I don't think regular media analysts do because they don't pay attention to what's happening off their channels. And the game is being won and lost off the channel now. It's being won and lost on social media, and he dominates that space.
Yeah, but Jimmy, I would say this, it's not just about black men. I think that that's part of this, but I think that men in general, especially young men, are sick. And even though Rich was teasing me about my sons, I will say to you that I think men in general, especially young men, are sick and tired for having to apologize for being male. And so 100%. This is something that has been building up. And so I believe that even though everybody loves to put everybody in a box and say, well, this is about black men who usually vote, blah, 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 I think in truth, what we're seeing is men coming out and saying, no, I'm a man, I'm male. I'm a guy. This is who I am, and I'm an alpha, and that's okay. And I think right, and because that way that they speak, and you sit over there and you apologize. You know what I mean? I think this is a referendum on so many things in our society, but in particular, that's one of them.
Well, and
Let
also
me ask
to
you a question.
piggyback.
Go ahead, Nick. Sorry.
I was just going to say, just to piggyback off of what Jimmy said and Caroline said. Jimmy, I know you couldn't hear this, but Caroline Levitt said their early numbers show about 25% black voters for Trump in Georgia. I mean, you look, in 2016, he was 6% nationally. He doubled that to 12% 4 years ago. If he gets to 25%, which I don't know that he can, but I don't think he needs to. If he gets to 18 or 20%, it's ball game.
Yes, and this is the deal, As I was saying earlier, it's so many new circles he was unthinkable in. Think of how Israel opened up the conversation with a lot of liberal Jewish voters who now watch Fox because they know we have their back, as opposed to you throw on MSNBC and they're mourning because the head of Hamas got killed. It's a totally different animal. And there's a lot of circles. And this is really the truth, If he does win or he loses this at the goal line, he's only possible because we have his presidency to contrast with Biden's, and they made his comeback possible. In every metric, he's better than Biden is. And that's the only reason so many people are open-minded to him now, is because he's been around long enough for them to know he's not an existential threat. He's not Hitler. And that stuff just looks silly now. It's like when they start calling people Nazis on the Joy Reid show, conservatives are like, ooh, do me next. Oh, this is hilarious. Do me. And it's not fun. It doesn't work anymore. And that's why I think he's in a lot of conversations he wasn't in 2020.
Let me throw this question out to the group, and I'll quote one of my favorite movies when I ask it. Where are the white women at?
In my search history.
That's the conversation that's being had today, which is the possibility of the hidden Kamala voter. That you're going to see a lot of suburban, college-educated white women coming out to vote for her that were not reflected in the polls.
I strongly disagree. I think that's a myth. Because
first of all, I didn't say it was. I didn't say I believed it. I'm saying that's what they're saying. No, don't accuse me of coming. No. I see what you're doing here. This is trying to destroy my credibility.
No, not at all. I'm going to Tim Waltz this. I'm going to properly load the shotgun, though, and I'm going to shoot
on your
this
crotch
for hunting pheasants. Okay?
And Tim Walt's fantasy blazing saddles.
The women voting Kamala are the most in-your-face Karen women we know. They don't keep anything to themselves. And voting Kamala to them is a branding exercise because they're all voting as these pretend defenders of abortion, which I just want to say, if you're a woman and you're voting because of abortion and all that, I completely respect it. I just totally get it. I have nothing to add. But when I hear the dads who come online and they're literally saying like, well, groceries are through the roof, the border's wide open, crime's out of control, but I'm voting Kamala because I want guys to be able to have unprotected sex with my daughter. It doesn't square with me.
Yeah, but in fairness to those guys, though, they were watching other men have unprotected sex with their wife the night before. You know what I
get
mean?
It. Yeah, so he's going to vote and get back in that chair in the corner. I get it. I understand how this works. But it's still a weird thing to declare to the world. Well, I'm voting Kamala because,
It's just weird.
Well, Dawn, last time I checked it, I'm not a biologist, but I think you might be a woman.
I am.
I don't want to assume
Feel
anything.
like a woman.
What do you think about the suburban collar counties of Philadelphia? I mean, we know Scott Presser. We've all talked to him. He's flipped these counties from blue to red. They're close margins, though. But the quiet suburban Kamala voter that the media keeps talking up, is it a thing?
My family and friends I'll go to Delco, Chester County, Delaware County, Montgomery County, Bucks County. They all say the same thing, right? The same group of women. They put the cat sign. It's like a Kamala sign and then a cat. Yep. Just a cat. It's weird. And then they will be out in front of the Acme or the Giant, and they've got their signs about abortion. And so everybody feels like, oh, they're everywhere and they're going to do this. There exists a silent majority of women, suburban moms, in minivans. And you know what they care about? They care about the grocery bill. They care about, here in Pennsylvania, we are paying 20 to 40% more money on our electric Pico bills.
Dawn, I hate to break. We got to take a quick break. Jimmy's got to go, but hey, Jimmy, listen, thank you, and we're looking forward to me and you hanging out next week at our Politics and Pints on November 13th.
Love you, Jimmy.
So
yeah, and some of us had pints tonight, so I'm ready.
Ooh.
I can't wait.
It's going to be a lot of fun next Wednesday night, whatever the night is, the 13th. So get your tickets now by going to 1210WPHT.com. All right, you got another hit, Big Shot. But listen, thanks for joining us. It was a lot of fun to catch up, buddy.
Thanks,
Go,
Jimmy.
Marianne Williamson. Take care.
We love you. And we got to take a quick break. We're coming back. It's Nick Kale, it's Dawn Senslin, and it's me. We'll be right back live election night here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Don't go away.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-353-9057. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-353-9057. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-353-9057. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-353-9057. 800-353-9057 or biglou.com.
Businesses to watch. It's tailgate season at Armin Chevrolet. Armin offers an incredible lineup of SUVs. A 2025 Armin Chevrolet Trek starts at only $21,495. That's right, only $21,495. From the all-new Armin Equinox and Traverse to the stylish Blazer to the full-size Tahoe and Suburban, Armin Chevrolet has an SUV to fit your needs and budget. It's tailgate season, and Armin Chevrolet is the place to buy or lease your perfect Chevrolet SUV. Armin, where dealership meets friendship. Together, let's drive. Learn more at ArminChevy.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. One of the biggest, healthiest sales of the year is back again. Rescue Natural Supplements Black Friday sale is here. Right now, Rescue is slashing prices on every supplement with discounts up to an incredible 80% off. Rescue has a wide variety of products to address your health needs, including immunity and cholesterol support, heart health, and natural energy enhancers. Grab huge savings on omega-3s, probiotics, and a lot more. And one more thing, this Rescue Black Friday sale will run the entire month of November. So shop today at res-q.com, res-q.com, or call a Rescue product consultant at 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Again, all Rescue supplements are up to 80% off during the entire month of November, so why wait? Shop massive savings on essential supplements right now at res-q.com. Do it today.
Most of us don't fit in the clothes we wore 30 years ago. And financial advice from 30 years ago doesn't fit either. Tune in to the Retirement Spectrum with Alan Cohen, Saturdays at 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause. Brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Get your child or grandchild into the best position to have an outstanding school year. Now's the time to call Kathy Gannon, METC, to help your student. Call the Motivational Educational Tutoring Company. For over 30 years, METC's tutoring studio, founded by educator Kathy Gannon, has helped people of all ages to grow personally and academically. Call Kathy at 215-493-4200. METC offers motivational SAT prep, as well as academic skills and leadership training. 215-493-4200. Now's the time to get assistance for your child to help them succeed. Visit online at metc.com. Call METC's Tutoring Studio at 215-493-4200 or email Kathy directly at info@metc.com. Remember, 1210 listeners receive a free 1-hour consultation. Take advantage of this opportunity to help your child get one-on-one help. Call 215-493-4200, 215-493-4200.
I received a call one time, and the man said, "You probably won't call me back because I'm just a nobody." I immediately called him back. Nobody's a nobody.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. I always wanted to be the lawyer who represented the little guy, the voiceless, the powerless.
I was rear-ended by a car probably doing about 50 or 55 miles an hour. My car caught on fire. I'm a paraplegic, so I couldn't get out of the car. They were struggling to get me out of the vehicle. After the accident, I gave Morgan & Morgan a call, and they understood what I was going through, and they were there to help me each step of the way. It made me feel that I had people behind my back to help me and resolve the case.
I represented him, and we did well because we get the chance to help people put their lives back together and to go on as best they can after a life-altering day. There's only one you, there's only one Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Keep free speech alive. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
All right, we are live. It is our election night coverage celebration, we hope. I'm live in Pittsburgh right now at Dave McCormick's victory party. And Dawn Stensland is here. Dawn, sorry to cut you off before last break. Nick
sure,
Hale
he
is
asked
here
me a
as
question.
well.
You know, Nick, this is what he does. He asks me a question.
I don't know how you put up with it, Dawn. I don't know how you do it.
You know, and then cuss me off. No, I'm teasing. I'm just teasing.
And you got a gigantic silver platter
I do.
from the President of the United States of America. And I got the little lesser
That's right.
candy jar dish thing. So I don't know why you're complaining.
I'm just poking at
He
you.
literally grabbed it out of my hands and gave it to you. Pulled it out of my hands and gave it. No, but you were saying something which I think is really, really important, which is that the suburban moms who might come out because you got, a dude with a schlong on the daughter's swim team. And I think that is
That's
an
right.
issue. I know we've all talked about it. You guys, in fact, the two of you, Dawn and Nick, you guys actually asked President Trump about this when you talked to him a few months ago about Title IX.
Yep.
But that is a sleeper issue that we're not talking about. So what if the suburban voters, I'll throw you this idea to think about. The quiet suburban voter is the mom who works in corporate America for a woke company, maybe like ours, and is not saying anything, but she does not want her little girl having to compete with biological men. So she's voting for Trump, but God knows she's not telling anybody.
Yep. And so here's, to your point exactly. So when you think about what happened and think about all the Title IX, going into effect just in August, and so you have people who are just nice people. And they're respectable people, and they love their kids, and they love their country, but they don't want to. They've been told, "Oh, you're mean. You're mean if you say anything." So what are they going to do? They're going to go vote, and it's also about 2022. I mean, think about this, and that. Remember our friend Meg Brock? So her phones were blocked from calling into the county, Bucks County, where she pays taxes into, and so there's baggage to this. There's baggage that goes back years into the pandemic with what happened, the lies, what we know now that nobody was being told then. And so all of this, I think, is that baggage that is all payback. And so as much as I know that people make it about the vice president, I think it's not so much a referendum on just the vice president. It's a referendum on all the Democrats, even going back to then Governor Wolf, who did this to us. And I have to wonder then, what about New Jersey? Because our friends, in South Jersey, one of my girlfriends, she stood in line this morning 3 hours to vote. Then she took her mother, she was another 2 hours. What's going to happen in Jersey? I'm very curious. I think there are a lot of these conservatives who do not want to argue with their crazy freaking neighbor who's got the cat sign in the yard, right? They don't want to argue with them. They don't want to talk about it. They're just going to go and vote. That's it. Yep. That's their statement. Fight, fight, fight.
Yeah. Just to piggyback off of what Dawn's saying, I think that needed to be and should be your counter message if you're Trump and the Republican Party to any of the blowback and the fallout from Roe v. Wade is Title IX protections. Like you said, Rich, if you were born with a male genitalia, we will fight to protect your biological females from that biological male entering your sport, entering your safe space, whether it's a restroom or a locker room. And then also, I said this for months, if the Democrats used the name George Floyd 4 years ago to rally their base, what Republicans should have been doing and what Trump should have been doing, and I think they did a pretty decent job of it, is using Laken Riley's name. When we're talking about protecting females from rape and assault and murder with the influx of illegal immigrants in this country. So you have Title IX and you have the border to protect females as kind of your countermeasure to what the Democrats have.
You were asking about Jersey, so I was just checking in with some of my buddies over there across the river, and my buddy Sean Golden, who's the chairman of the Monmouth County Republican Party, which is it's a very Republican county, Monmouth County, said record turnout in Monmouth, record. In fact, I'll give you guys some of the kind of the early numbers. I know Matt Rooney's going to join us in a little bit too. Rooney obviously has a lot of good stuff, but Sean said that it's been record numbers of turnout today in person. But, and here's this is kind of the big part of this, if I can find it here. They did better with the early voting and in-person voting than they've ever done before in the county's history. And that's a Republican county right there, coming out in big numbers. So I'm not saying we're going to flip New Jersey. I mean, it'd be great to get the bragging rights out of this, but this is what he said to me. He said, we had over 60,000 vote by mail in, 130,000 in early voting. We led the state. This is a Republican county. We are over 110,000 as of now in the machines. That was at 1 p.m. So, thinking about that, if we're seeing that kind of turnout in red places in Jersey, I think that's a great sign of how we're going to see in red places in Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Georgia, North Carolina. The good news is we might know where this is going based on Georgia and North Carolina, which, Nick, I know you pointed out this morning. Because, guys, I got to listen to your whole show this morning driving to Pittsburgh, and because I did a Fox News hit at 4:30. I don't know if you caught that with Carly Shimkus or not.
Yeah,
I don't think you were up yet or not, but I was up that early, and I reminded of how much I hate mornings. So just a great reminder. No, but I listened to your whole show, and what you were saying this morning, Nick, about how we could get a real sense from North Carolina and Georgia, based on, they'll report kind of early tonight. We could know where this is going.
You're right. And I've got some of the election numbers up right now. Georgia's only reporting, obviously, 9%, but right now Trump has a 22-point lead. So you look at when the polls closed. Georgia closed at 7 o'clock. North Carolina just closed about 10 minutes ago at 7:30. And, Rich, I've been looking, and you're going to have to sweat this out, because even though I think it's the path of least resistance, and that's what I've called it, by winning Georgia, North Carolina, and Pennsylvania, you basically make everything less consequential. You don't need Michigan. You don't need Wisconsin, Arizona, Nevada. But it also results in a 270 to 268 final outcome. So for me, that is a big indicator. The other thing, now you mentioned Republicans in New Jersey doing well in blue areas. Let me float this theory out to you guys. And I don't know if there's any validity to this. It was just a thought that I had. But I went back and I looked at Trump in Florida in 2016 and in 2020. Now, all of a sudden, about 73% reporting in Florida, and Trump's up about 9 points. I think he won 2020 in Florida by 3 points, if I recall correctly. If Trump wins Florida by double digits, is that an indicator of what's to come ahead later tonight and tomorrow in these other spots? Because, I mean, you will be talking about seeing a significant increase. And we know Florida's ruby red. DeSantis has certainly rolled. We saw the way he did in the midterms 2 years ago. But if Trump wins Florida by 10 points, what does that mean for the rest of the other states that we're following?
Well, I mean, I think that the idea that we have any swing state left in Florida is over for good. Right. Matt DeSantis earlier on the show, on my show, made a great point about how with California, all these liberals leaving California, moving to places like Texas, Florida, and other places, and the impact on that in terms of a shift to the Electoral College, which is really, really good. And by the way, that kind of goes to what Joe Rogan was saying with John Fetterman the other day about how the Democrats want to flood the zone with all these illegal immigrants in red states like Texas and Florida, because then they can try to flip those states. And then, that member of Congress who was a New York Democrat who said, I need these bodies in my district for reapportionment to get, more congressional seats. So I think they're definitely doing that. But one thing I think is going well for Trump, I think what works for him tonight into this election has been the Democrats' war on energy. We talk about fracking on all of our shows on this station every day. These guys and gals, these auto workers in Michigan, they know what's coming if she wins. It's an EV mandate, and these guys are out of their jobs. They're not putting up with that. They're like, hell no. Why would I vote against my own self-interest? I'm going to vote for somebody who's going to put me out of a job? Like, no, I'm not doing that.
Yeah, it's so true. As we think about the polls closing in the majority of states across America in 16 minutes, we'll have a better picture of this. Mm-hmm. But, if I will say, if past is prologue, when we think about our swing states, I was looking at this, it looks like some of the projections are believing that Arizona goes blue. Are you seeing that?
No. That can't be
right?
true.
No, I can't imagine
So that's a lie?
Nevada,
okay,
I could see going blue. I could see that only because of the abortion referendum on the ballot. That I could see. But, guys, we have to take a quick break. We'll come right back. It's Rich, Dawn, and Nick, or I should say Dawn, Nick, and Rich. And we'll be right back with our live election special here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and streaming live on YouTube. Don't go away.
Are you working out, eating healthy, and doing all the right things and still struggling to lose weight? Don't get frustrated. Get answers. You could be having difficulty because of your metabolism. Lumen is the world's first handheld metabolic coach, revealing how your diet and lifestyle fit into the bigger picture of how your body burns carbs and fat, allowing you to develop a game plan and see results. Go to lumen.me right now for 30% off. With just one breath, Lumen offers insight into what's happening with your body and promotes optimal metabolic health for easier weight management, improved energy levels, and better fitness results. Go to lumen.me today and get 30% off. Plus, listeners can get an additional 15% off by using promo code RADIO55. That's promo code RADIO55 at lumen.me to get an additional 15% off your first purchase today. LUMEN.ME, promo code radio55.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Businesses to watch.
Kick off fall with a new Armin Chevrolet Equinox. Right now, Armin Chevrolet is leasing a new 2024 Equinox LS for only $199 per month for 24 months with 10,000 miles per year. That's right, only $199 per month. Together, let's drive. Visit Armin Chevrolet in Ardmore or shop 24/7 at arminchevy.com. Armin, where dealership meets friendship. MSRP $28,035. Texas takes first payment, bank fee, and $39.99 down payment with Sunday. Buyer's current lease and household nature bank approval ends 11/10/24.
Woohoo! Another girls' night out.
I'm so stressed from shopping, I couldn't find anything.
Have you tried shopping jewelry television, JTV?
I don't know. Everyone in my family is so different.
JTV has thousands of jewelry styles, artisan, diamonds, pearls, colored gemstones, watches, even gift sets. I shop on TV and online.
New JTV customers save up to $40 when you shop jtv.com/radio.
Now, can you relax?
Yes. Another round?
Yes.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. You may know me from my book, Money Hacks. You may know me from my radio shows. And you may even know me from some of these commercials. But listen, I'm teaching stuff that people need to learn about money. In fact, my favorite topic is money. So go to investorschooling.com and you will learn things about money that you never even knew existed. We will teach you things about real estate, about the stock market, and about how to use your IRAs properly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you could even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
All right, it's Dawn, Nick, and Rich. We're with you tonight for our special election coverage. And we're all going to be together in various capacities up until 10 o'clock tonight. It's really great to be with you. We've been talking about a bunch of different stuff. Dawn, you were bringing up electricity prices before. I rudely cut you off earlier, and the electricity rates that everybody's paying. So I want to ask you guys this question. How much do you think energy is going to factor into this? We talk a lot about grocery bills, but really those electricity prices, like you were mentioning, Dawn, I mean, how much of that is going to drive this election tonight?
I think it's all about the economy. And I think for those conservatives who, especially women in the suburbs, and they don't want to speak up, they don't want to deal with it, and people keep assuming that, oh, women are coming out for, well, sure, there are a lot of women in this country, but I think that there is also that silent majority of women voters who care about their kids. And we even saw that, remember that debate, or it wasn't a debate, it was a town hall with CNN. And I keep thinking about that. There was a woman named Pam, and the CNN anchors were losing their minds over some of these people because they were in the face of the Vice President of the United States of America being very polite, but saying, hey, you know, when it comes to politics, I'm going to choose my kids 100% of the time over anything that involves partisan politics. That's what we have to remember. We live and breathe all of this, but for especially parents, but moms. You know what I mean? You know, partisan politics, a lot of these women have never even been political, but then the schools were shut down, and now the grocery prices they can't afford, and, you know, the PICO bill, you're like, turning off the hot water on your teenager. Not that this is for an audience of one, but seriously,
Laura Bear.
Mom, what did she do? But seriously, I just think there are a lot of people who are looking at this thing and saying this is a binary choice, and I'm going to choose for my family. I'm going to choose for an affordable grocery bill. We're coming into winter time, and I'm going to choose for a party that I think is less likely to ban my kids from a classroom or force my daughter to change in a locker room in front of a person with a penis.
Well, and Dawn, remember we talked. You just mentioned the town hall setting there with CNN with Kamala. Remember the Trump-Harris-Faulkner town hall with female voters, where that one lady, that mom, broke down, started crying to President Trump because she couldn't afford her groceries, she couldn't afford gas, the heating and the air conditioning, all of the energy bills, and she was like sobbing her eyes out, and he pretty much had to comfort her and walk her through her line of questioning. I think we actually you might have even broken in and covered that, because I think that was at 11 a.m. during the week.
Yeah. And so these are women who are not going to put a sign out on their lawn. They don't want to deal with the drama. They're busy and they love their lives and they love their kids and their families.
And,
but
they don't want to get canceled. That's another key part of it. They don't want to get canceled.
Because to your point, you're worried about your kid not, if the teachers find out of the school they're not going to get on the football team or in the school play,
Well, it's like when they intimidated all those moms with that school board letter years ago from Merrick Garland. Nick, you have some exit polling numbers for us?
Yeah, I do. I thought this was pretty interesting because it shows that when people are not happy, we end up getting change. Remember, in 2020, 60% of voters said the country was going in the wrong direction. We ended up with a different president. Well, now, in 2024, that number has gone from 60% to 70%. Also, in 2020, 18% of voters said they were falling behind financially. Well, in 2024, that number has jumped from 18 to 31%. So there's a lot of data points out there that are very pro-Trump and pro-change. And yes, Kamala Harris is not the candidate of change. She is not an agent for change. It's more of the same. In fact, I actually think it's worse if she ends up being in office for 4 years.
I think one of the other things that we're all watching tonight, obviously, is just the get out the vote operation. And I heard, I guess it was Stocker the other day was saying how organized the Democrat operation was in Philadelphia and in Pennsylvania in general. But we know that our people vote on election day still. But the story of this election, I think, is how many Republicans broke the mold and changed their thinking and voted early because there was such an effort by the RNC and the Trump campaign to get people to vote early and to do the mail-in ballots. Did you guys see that a lot?
Yeah, I totally agree. And I'm glad that so many people took the advice. I think it's more reflective in Georgia, Carolina, Arizona, Nevada. I think Stocker was going through the numbers. I think it was NBCnews.com that gives you kind of the state-by-state drop-down numbers. And I was a little discouraged by Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin not matching the southern swing states. But I still think when you're only operating in Pennsylvania, I think the number is roughly 400,000. That's a lot better than being down 700,000 votes or whatever that number could have been. So you're in a much better spot right now than you were 4 years ago for sure.
Yeah, and the point about the wrong track, right track, wrong track question, which has always historically predicted change, and Kamala Harris was definitely not the change candidate. I think the worst moment of the campaign for her was when they asked her on The View, what would you have done differently? And she was like, nothing.
Nothing comes to mind.
Nothing. Nothing. All right, listen, stay tuned. We got a big election night coverage for you. We got Michael Pelka stopping by, Matt Rooney stopping by, Dom Giordano. I'll be back at some point. We're all going to be hanging together tonight, streaming live on YouTube, youtube.com, 1210 WPHT. We're all together tonight. Let's do this. And if you are in line, stay in line. If you haven't voted, what the hell are you waiting for? Harry, get your fat ass off the couch and go vote, all right? And stay in line. Stay in line. We'll be right back live. It's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-511-3535. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider, 800-511-3535. That's 800-511-3535. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with, call Big Lou at 800-511-3535.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra at the Media Theater Saturday, November 16th, and Newman Goretti High School in South Philly Saturday, November 23rd.
I loved it. I didn't know what to expect. I wasn't sure I'd like it, but I'll tell you, I'm glad I came. Best ever.
He reinvented himself. It was really good, man. The music, the singing, everything.
That's Conklin and City Rhythm at the Media Theater November 16th, and Newman Goretti in South Philly November 23rd. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Hey, it's Nick Cale here. Recently met with some of my friends from the Piazza Auto Group, and we were test driving the 2025 Hyundai Tucson, the brand's most popular SUV. Its bold new design has plenty of cargo space, while its standard all-wheel drive and great gas mileage keeps you prepared for any adventure. It also protects you and your family with best-in-class safety. Visit Piazza Hyundai of Pottstown off Route 422 or Piazza Hyundai of Westchester on Route 202 and online anytime at piazzahyundai.com.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Freedom Care, we're here for you.
Medicare is making important changes in 2025. Independence Blue Cross can help. Our Medicare Advantage plans include premiums as low as $0, dental, vision, hearing, and prescription drug coverage. The deadline to enroll is December 7th. Visit ibxmedicare.com/radio. Independence Blue Cross offers PPO, HMO, POS, and HMO Medicare Advantage plans with a Medicare contract. Enrollment in Independence Blue Cross PPO, HMO, POS, and HMO Medicare Advantage plans depends on contract renewal.
When I grow up, I want to be a new pair of blue jeans. When I grow up, I want to be a kid's first computer. When I grow up, I don't want to be a piece of garbage. And if you recycle me, I won't be.
Give your garbage another life. Recycle. Learn how at iwanttoberecycled.org. Brought to you by Keep America Beautiful and the Ad Council.
Talk Radio 1210. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter, and always live on the free Odyssey app. Election Night 2024. Election Night 2024.
We do have breaking news right now. A judge denying a request by Democrats to extend voting hours in Northampton County, Pennsylvania. That request came amid these long lines, Lehigh University, and we're hearing from the vice chair of the Northampton County Election Commission, confirming voters in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, right near Lehigh University, are waiting in line as I speak for as long as 7 hours to cast their ballots. Apparently, due to a broken voting machine or two in one of those precincts, local fire department, firefighters doing safety checks for people standing in line. Obviously, polls have just closed, but those individuals have been standing in line. They'll still get to vote because they were in the line. Just wanted to update you on that breaking news. Northampton County, that we've often said, as Northampton County goes, it's quite a harbinger for Pennsylvania.
Yes. Don't I know it, having grown up in Northampton County in eastern Pennsylvania. We talk about it many times. I think I wrote it about, just last week in Real Clear Politics, how they pretty much have decided the state and the election every single time, I think except for one time since, I believe, 1948. So thank you very much, Dawn. Election night in America 2024, as we are continuing here live on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, the free Odyssey app. And, of course, you can stream the show, watch all of us live on YouTube. Nick Kale, Dawn Stenzel, and Zioli's going to take a little bit of a breather. He's been on live for the last 12 straight days. We've had our boy Jimmy Fela in here. Matt Rooney still ahead later tonight, and our man Dom Giordano coming up. But joining us and joining Dawn and I right now is our buddy Mike Opelka from Wilmington, Delaware. Michael, good evening. How you doing, pal?
Hey, Michael.
I'm good. I'm excited. Happy to be here. Can we get some artwork for Nick's walls?
I like their walls, Michael. I'm a simple man. I'm a minimalist in this lifetime.
Yeah, and you're doing well at the minimalism. Very good. Both with the hair, which I get because I'm in the similar problem. But we got to do something about those walls, Nick. I don't know if you could see it over my shoulder here. I have the Donald Trump electoral map of the United States as I see it. If he sweeps the country, he's going to paint them all gold.
It's all gold, baby. That's
love
right,
it.
because the only color we all unite around is green and gold. I like that. Mike,
true.
let me get your thoughts here as you jump in here for the first time tonight. What are you looking at? What is inspiring you early with some of these early results? What's a concern? Where are you emotionally? Are you confident, cautiously optimistic? What's going through your mind right now at 8:03?
I am more optimistic today than I was yesterday. And in the last hour, I've watched a couple of things that I don't think the punditry is watching. And that is the aftermarket stock trading on Donald Trump's media company and Tesla. Trump's media company is up 20% in aftermarket trading. And that means that some big money thinks things are going Trump's way. Tesla's up 7%. After being up, I think, 6% during the day trading. And then we saw Polymarket jump 10% in just the last hour. So those indicators tell me that the people who make a living doing this are putting money behind Trump, behind Tesla, and that should be very strong for Trump. But we're about to get the first numbers of mail-in ballots out of Pennsylvania.
Yep.
There's like 100,000. And that's over half the mail-in ballots, and this could be a big indicator. So I think that's going to weigh in heavily. In just the last few minutes, Florida, Missouri, Tennessee, Alabama, and Oklahoma, all in the Trump win column. And no shock that Maryland and D.C. and the mass holes have voted for Kamala Harris. So things are going according to expectations. We just need obviously the home team to come through here in Philly.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know if you ever watch, I talk all the time about one of the sites, Cook Report, obviously the Bible for elections, but 270 to win. And so they had updated their model, and I was looking at the Senate election. If you switch it from the live results, which obviously in Pennsylvania and most of the country, polls just closing, and obviously those numbers are too small. But if you look at, they just changed it, and they're saying that Pennsylvania, Arizona, Nevada, and this is just their forecast, no tangible numbers or anything of that nature, but they're light blue. They believe that they're leaning blue. So I find that fascinating. I'm just putting it out there. I know that's they're still saying that Republicans win the Senate, take the Senate. But I will just say in their forecast, that's a switch.
Yeah. Some of the numbers, I just saw it on Fox. They just called New Jersey, not a surprise. Kamala Harris wins the Garden State with 69% of the vote. But Opelka, you've got my interest piqued here with some of the gambling markets. Take it for what it's worth. It's not the be-all, end-all of indicators, but when you look at all the different trends, you see some successes and you see some positive vibes right here. Poly market, to your point, Trump sitting at a 70% favorite to 30% for Kamala Harris. And they also, as of 11 minutes ago, give Trump an 84% chance at winning Arizona. And I know, Dawn, you had mentioned last hour, I think you had speculated about, a little bit of concern in Arizona that kind of caught Rich a little bit off guard.
Yeah.
Oh, in the Senate. Okay. So that would be Gallego and Kerry Lake, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So poly market, for what it's worth, Mike. Arizona, Trump's at 84%, and nationally, obviously, to win the election, he's sitting at 70%. And Florida has just been called with 84% in, and they have Trump currently up 12 points, which I actually think, and again, this is just a theory of mine. I'm not sure if you were listening earlier, Mike. I ran this theory by Rich and Dawn. You look at Trump's past track record in Florida, and you look at where he's at now. And I said, I think this was about a half hour ago, he was up 9 points. And I asked the question, if he wins Florida by double digits, is that an indicator of future success to come in some of these other states, specifically Georgia? Because southern Georgia is a lot like northern Florida. There's not much of a difference there. So I think that could have a trickle-down effect as to what we see in Georgia once we get to the point where they decide to call Georgia for somebody at some point.
Well, you look at Florida, and the intensity of the redness in Florida tends to be in the southern area. The central part has some real deep blue in it, and the capital is deep blue. So some of that could bleed across the border into Georgia as well. So I don't know about that one, Nick. I'm not sure about that one. I'm more concerned about Georgia presently than I am in the future, because we have to win Georgia if that Cook political report that Dawn just quoted comes true. And that's a troubling report. I never thought Kerry Lake was actually going to pull it out.
Agreed.
She had these weird surges, and then she'd dip back down, and Gallego's kind of an entrenched guy. But aren't we hearing from Maricopa County that they're saying they're going to have trouble getting a report in maybe for a week?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is what we heard.
I think, Dawn, we talked about that last week. I thought it was even a little longer than a week. I thought the report that I read was 10 to 13 days, which, again, indefensible. Florida has a statewide population of 24 million. Maricopa County has 4 million people. So that to me is unacceptable. And then I also saw, and this was MSNBC of all places, I think I saw them tweet the story out with a link to the video, and it was Kornacki and somebody else. They're saying in Nevada that we could have about a week for results to come in, which, I mean, I don't understand how that's even humanly possible. But then again, you have Maricopa County talking about a week and a half to 2 weeks. So I have no idea how they can extend this as long as they do and not get the results in faster. It's unacceptable. And I got to tell you, by the way, my election day was phenomenal. Did you? I mean, I'm assuming you guys voted today in person. How was your actual in-person experiences if you went today?
I went today. It was great. I mean, I'm in Chestnut Hill in the city, and so we have the nicest people, and we have Dunkin' Donuts in there and whatever. So, and the truth is that whether I know we talk about, we wish everybody showed ID. Everybody knows each other. Mm-hmm. And so you have the same volunteers, and Sister Mary Helen, who was the head of school at the little, grade school for many years. She often is volunteering. So everybody knows each other. And it's like that. I feel like it's that old fashioned sense of going to your voting, place, and everybody, and it's nice. It's just, but I will say that in Philadelphia, I get conflicting reports. I mean, they were saying that it was a little lower turnout in some parts, like the Northeast in Philadelphia. We have a heavy turnout. And so I'll be curious at the end of the day how that looks, because remember, we talked about Fan Jones on CNN was worried, and I think Democrats are worried that Philadelphia is not excited.
Yeah. Mike, how was your day as far as voting goes? Everything go okay?
Well, I voted a week ago Saturday, so a long time ago in Delaware, we had early voting, took care of it, wasn't a big deal, wasn't a line. But then again, we don't expect to have much progress when it comes to Republicans in our state.
Sure.
And there is a polling place less than 100 yards from my studio. So I walked out there this morning and wandered about, and I didn't see as much activity as I've seen in the past. But that might be because early voting had been going on for 10 days before the election. So Delaware had early voting. A lot of us took advantage of it. I did. And I don't know. But there's really nothing we can even be hopeful for in this state. There's just so much blueness here. It's really kind of depressing.
Yeah, understood. It was super easy for me today. I went to my elementary school here in Bluebell. I honest to God, I was in and out in 5 minutes. I pulled into the parking lot 11:05. I literally got back into my truck at 11:10. I was asked for identification, paper ballot, voted, inserted it, scanned it, it processed. It said I was ballot 202 cast. I walked out. I was literally driving out of the parking lot at 11:12. In and out, 7 minutes total.
But, Nick, did you go back to your old desk and see if you could sit down in it? Come on, we all do that when we go back to our grammar school. You're like, how did we fit in this?
I got to tell you, it was one of the most amazing things sitting there, and you got the little side things up to protect your privacy, and it wraps around, and it's literally it's Stony Creek Elementary School in Bluebell, and we're in the gymnasium. And but I got to tell you, it was super efficient. And I know not everybody's fortunate enough to have those situations. You know, we had stuff today. Where do we have? We had Cambria County. We had Luzerne County. That's just in Pennsylvania. Then there was, according to my notes that I jotted down earlier, Northville, Michigan. They had to relocate a voting precinct because of a gas leak. In Georgia, I think Rich mentioned at the beginning of the show, or maybe Dawn, you mentioned it in the news, we had a poll worker call in a bomb threat. So when you can get in and out in 5 to 10 minutes, I mean, that feels like heaven on a bun compared to some of these other situations that are popping up.
Rich didn't report on the other craziness out of Georgia. Somebody plugged a space heater in, and it took out the voting tabulator.
I saw that.
I'm sitting there going, wait a minute, how have we not learned in Arizona to fix the processing there? And what the hell is going on in Georgia? I'm nervous about the vote counting in Pennsylvania already. This is crazy.
I agree. All right. Final thoughts here as we wrap up this segment here, as we continue on election night here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Nick Kale, Don Stensland, Mike Opelka. So we had Caroline Levitt on about an hour ago, and she had mentioned early numbers in Georgia with black voters for Trump right around 25%. You know, we've put everybody in boxes. You know, don't blame me, don't blame us, don't blame the show. This is what the Democrats like to do, right? They stick everybody in a certain box, and everybody's got to be identified a certain way. But if Donald Trump is able to do what he has done the last few times, and that's increase his numbers in certain demographics, black votes from 6 to 12%. This time around, if it's 18, if it's 20, if it's 25%, if we see gains there, if we see gains with the Latino community, we know this whole thing could come down to Pennsylvania. Reading is a huge Latino Hispanic precinct, a voting block that is about, I believe, 68% of Hispanic descent. Then you throw in the Jewish vote. When you start to break it down in little different boxes, where do you feel like he needs to be? And you don't have to give me specifics, Mike, but just what type of progress, election over election from 2020 to now in 2024, what type of bump do you need to see in those blocks of different identification groups for Trump to emerge victorious? Because I think we realized 4 years ago that the base is not enough. You got to add to your base, and I think they've done a pretty good job at that this time around.
Yeah, they have, and it's the ground game now to make sure you get the vote out. But will this come down to Puerto Rican Jews who own squirrels, and that will be the deciding factor in Pennsylvania? I doubt it. I think you're seeing small increases. If Trump can increase by 2 or 3% in each one of those demos, Jewish voters, Latino voters, specifically in the Puerto Rican demo, and we saw Roberto Clemente Jr. give a very impassioned speech in Pittsburgh last night. I don't know if that was too little too late. But if he can do that and then get up to, I think if he's at 15% among black voters, especially in Georgia and Pennsylvania, that he wins this whole thing. And I made my call earlier today on radio in Florida. I said, I think Trump wins it, and I'm feeling 325 electoral votes. And I'm getting a lot of people telling me there's no way in hell. And I'm getting a little nervous now after Dawn's numbers out of the Cook political report. But I'm going to stick by my guess. I think Trump wins, and I think we will know within, as Jimmy Fallon was saying, within 24 hours.
Well, what I was quoting, Mike, I think the one that I was quoting was 270 to win, which is not Cook.
Oh, okay.
And no. And so I was looking at the Senate numbers in Arizona that they were saying leaning blue. It wasn't, obviously the polls are just closing. I mean, if you look at it right now, just snapshot in real time, Associated Press, they have, if you look at the electoral votes, and obviously the night is young, but 95 Trump, 35 Harris. It depends on who has their, numbers in. But it looks like they're saying Florida, Georgia, go to Trump. That's the prediction. These are early predictions. Florida, Georgia go to Trump. Michigan goes to Harris.
Mm-hmm. Two things. Number one, Dawn, your hair looks fantastic
Thank
tonight.
you, darling.
Not that it always doesn't, but it looks especially fantastic tonight.
What about mine, Mike? What about mine?
It looked good in your high school pictures, or maybe in your grade school pictures. Nick, I have the same problem. Why do you think I have a hat on? But and the other breaking news, what a surprise. Bernie Sanders won in Vermont. He's been elected again.
That's a shocker.
I'm more concerned about Texas. Colin Allred is ahead of Ted Cruz at the moment in Texas. I think Cruz is going to win that.
Yeah, I think
But the Dallas Cowboys, if Dallas pulls out a win and it's not on a football field, it'll really be disturbing to me.
Yeah, Trump is ahead. There's only 23%-ish reporting, so that's too early on that one. Trump leading. I know. And we're just giving snapshots here. The polls are just closing. So the night is young. I'm with you, Mike. I believe that at the end of the day, I just feel it. I think that Trump wins this, and I don't think it's going to be as close as everybody says.
I got to tell you, if this was an election based on the issues, I could totally see Mike's 325. I just feel like we live in times where it's not about the set issues. It's not about the policies because, again, I've made the comparison and the analogy. This is one of these rare elections where we have, the current, quote, incumbent as the vice president against somebody who served 4 years ago. And when you stack up all the issues, they're almost all advantage Trump. That's why I'm so hesitant to give a prediction. And for those that don't know, Opelka was busting my stones earlier today in the group chat because I have yet to give a prediction on the air. I haven't given a prediction off the air. And it's because I genuinely don't know. Like, again, I could see 306, 232 Trump if it was based on the issues. But we're dealing with a lot of women, with TDS, post Roe v. Wade, and that's my concern. It's the college-educated female coming out. That's what scares the hell out of me, Mike.
NPA, Nick, NPA, no party affiliation could be the ultimate wild card across all of these states.
Yes.
And we just don't know.
Yeah, you are right. All right, we will take a quick break. We're going to come back. Election Night in America 2024 continues. Nick Kale, Dawn Stensland, Mike Opelka as we continue here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, it's Rich Zeoli. I travel a lot, right? I'm in New York, I'm on the road, I'm in Pittsburgh covering the election. Well, I got to have a VPN so I can secure my Wi-Fi connection wherever I am. That's why I use VPN from DuckDuckGo Privacy Pro. Privacy Pro is great. It includes the DuckDuckGo VPN, personal information removal, and identity theft restoration. 3 features for the price of 1. Listen, when you are on the road, or even when you're home, you got to have your Wi-Fi connection secure. And with DuckDuckGo VPN, it's secured anytime, anywhere, at home, at work, abroad, coffee shop, hotel, wherever you are. And nobody's tracking your data. It's great. It hides your location from sites you visit, and because your connection is encrypted, even your internet service provider can't see your traffic. Look, do it today. Go to duckduckgo.com/1210. Duckduckgo.com/1210. Get a week on us, and it's only $9.99 a month. Duckduckgo.com/1210.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to end your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other IRS actions. Make sure you're getting the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima today for a free confidential consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Businesses to watch. It's tailgate season at Armin Chevrolet. Armin offers an incredible lineup of SUVs. A 2025 Armin Chevrolet Trek starts at only $21,495. That's right, only $21,495. From the all-new Armin Equinox and Traverse to the stylish Blazer to the full-size Tahoe and Suburban, Armin Chevrolet has an SUV to fit your needs and budget. It's tailgate season, and Armin Chevrolet is the place to buy or lease your perfect Chevrolet SUV. Armin, where dealership meets friendship. Together, let's drive. Learn more at ArminChevy.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. One of the biggest, healthiest sales of the year is back again. Rescue Natural Supplements Black Friday sale is here. Right now, Rescue is slashing prices on every supplement with discounts up to an incredible 80% off. Rescue has a wide variety of products to address your health needs, including immunity and cholesterol support, heart health, and natural energy enhancers. Grab huge savings on omega-3s, probiotics, and a lot more. And one more thing, this Rescue Black Friday sale will run the entire month of November. So shop today at res-q.com, res-q.com, or call a Rescue product consultant at 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Again, all Rescue supplements are up to 80% off during the entire month of November, so why wait? Shop massive savings on essential supplements right now at res-q.com. Do it today.
There's breaking news all day long from around the world, and sometimes all that noise makes it hard to hear about what's happening right here at home. With the free Odyssey app, getting your local news plus breaking news is easy. And even when you're not near a radio, stay connected with what's going on right here by listening live and push alerts. Just download the free Odyssey app and search and follow your local news station, and you're good to go. The local breaking news to get you through your day at your fingertips on the free Odyssey app. That's AUDACY.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
All right, welcome back in. It is election night here in Pennsylvania, election night in Philadelphia. It's election night in America 2024. And we are live right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Perhaps some of you listening on the free Odyssey app or watching us live on YouTube. I am a man with bare walls. Dawn Stensland is probably the only reason you want to watch and enjoy the show on YouTube, because Dawn looks fabulous as always. And then there's Michael Pelka, who's got the gold Electoral College map in the background.
I dream.
That.
It's very Trumpy of you.
I dream.
Very
I dream.
Of you.
Actually,
by the way, I'm digging your hat too as well.
Thank you. Thank you. I am on a government watch list since 1983.
By the way, we do have that polling place in Westchester, Pennsylvania, evacuated tonight due to a bomb threat. Normally we don't even report bomb threats, but in this one we will, because we've heard about multiple bomb threats in Pennsylvania. So this one is an active scene. Threat made towards the Government Services Center on Westtown Road. So bomb threat there.
Okay.
No injuries, nobody injured, but they have to evacuate, take all the precautions.
All right. Thank you very much, Dawn. Mike Opelka, you were going to say something real quick?
Yeah, the map behind me, it's actually a painting from a New Jersey artist, a guy who does a lot of abstracts. And in 2000 and 16, he painted it before the election. and sent it to me. He said, I can't put this up in a gallery in New Jersey. They'll shoot me. And I've had it in my home. It's the first time I had the chance to use it. And so it's a pretty cool painting by a very, very successful artist named Joe Mack. And I'm proud to display it for the first time tonight.
All right. Very cool. Ashley Hayek is the executive director of America First Works. She's going to be joining us at 8:30, so just about 5 minutes out, and we'll have a good chat with her about some of the things that are unfolding here in Pennsylvania. And speaking of Pennsylvania, our buddy Athen Koutsarumbis, who does a great job looking at all the different data points for Real Clear Politics and Real Clear Politics PA, just put out a big spreadsheet of information, and I sent it to you guys in our group text if you want to take a look at this, but I just want to highlight two of them. I don't want to go crazy with these numbers. People's heads will explode. But he says the Pennsylvania polls are, quote, mostly closed at 8 p.m., and he's looking at a handful of different things to watch for. And there's a few that stand out here, and I actually want to read just two of these for you. And the first thing that the Trump campaign is trying to keep a tab on is whether or not Trump can keep the Philadelphia county under 475,000 votes. Last night it seemed likely. Right now the Democrats think that they will beat that. Athen also goes on to say whether or not can Trump keep Bucks County under 10,000. The local GOP in Bucks County believes that Trump might come close to winning the county outright, which is very fascinating and very encouraging because I believe as of yesterday, Scott Pressler had tweeted that Republicans now have a 5,000 registered voter advantage in Bucks, and that's a flip from where we were just a few years ago. So anything specifically, and I'll start with Dawn. Dawn, I feel like even though you are technically a city resident, you know Bucks County as well as anybody. Do you think it's possible that Trump can win Bucks County outright? Because I really 100%. Do believe that. I totally believe that, right?
100%. By the way, did we call Florida officially? Because they're calling it, and they're calling it for Rick Scott, so Senator Rick Scott in Florida.
Okay.
In Bucks County, and again, the polls just closed, as we said, 8 p.m. across Pennsylvania, so we're just getting these numbers in. So in looking at Bucks County, yes, I think Bucks County, even though they're calling it purple, I don't think it's purple anymore. So I think that, and part of that is what I talked about with that baggage. And it goes back to even after the primary last time around, I think a lot of people confuse that and say, oh, well, look at last time around. It's or not primary, I should say midterm. A lot of people confuse that. This is a national election, and it's a referendum on so many issues that we've all dealt with. And so I think that's what we're going to see in suburbs like Bucks County. But I think across Pennsylvania, we're going to see it. The question is, we have all of these college towns, and that's why I mentioned Lehigh University.
Yeah.
So when you think about these different colleges where you have college students and they're all lined up, how are they going to vote? Because you're thinking about those, let's say 19 to 23-year-old young women. Are they energized for the vice president to go for Harris? That's a question that I have.
I feel like, and Mike, maybe you can jump in on this as well. When you talk about these Gen Z males, specifically that night, like Dawn said, those 18 to 22, 19 to 23, even up to, 24 years old, if you're trying to get your master's degree, it feels like the gender gap is very, very wide amongst many age demographics, but maybe nothing bigger than that 18 to 22 demo. And Dawn, you've talked about this. High school boys, as they're getting ready to graduate high school and are eligible and legal to vote, they are skewing conservative and Republican like we've never seen before. I feel when we talk about 18 to 22-year-old men, I feel really good about those men in college voting for Trump. Do you guys agree with that?
Oh, yeah. I'm
100%.
saying that bigly. And but I go back to a number I heard about 8 weeks ago, that between the election of 2016 and today, 20 million baby boomers have died and gone off the voting rolls, unless they were Democrats, and then they'll vote for eternity. But then 40 million members of Gen Z and millennials have become eligible to vote. That's a 60 million vote swing. And therein lies that number of the NPAs, the no party affiliations. But I do believe that young men, are seeing that, hey, we're tired of being called wimpy. The wimps for Kamala didn't latch onto them. And I do think you're seeing a pretty strong split among young women, even though there are a bunch of them who are saying, well, we're voting on the abortion issue. And that could be the wild card here. But I'm not seeing as many young men turn away from the male, toxic male energy that we've been called. They're actually starting to feel it again. The swing is coming back towards common sense, I think.
You got it. One other thing that I wanted to point out, as Dan Borowski sent us some CNN exit polling data in Pennsylvania, and when they asked the question of what is the most important issue, this was the results for Pennsylvania. Democracy led the way at 33%. The economy was second at 30%. Abortion at 15%. Immigration 12%. Foreign policy 3%. Now, I find that interesting in Pennsylvania, that abortion would be a higher issue than immigration and obviously the border, considering we've seen an influx here of illegal immigrants in being one of the 7 swing states. And then democracy at number 1 at 33%. And I just want to throw out this little mind teaser, because I think when we see CNN exit poll democracy, we all automatically are programmed to think January 6th. But I would try to argue, and again, it's an exit poll, so it's pointless to argue, but think about this. When we talk about democracy, it was the Democrats that subverted democracy. And I've said this countless times on the morning show. Say what you want about Joe Biden, but he did receive 95% of the vote in his primary, and it was 14 million votes. And they replaced him with a lady that has never received a vote in her life leading up to this election season. So when you talk about the concept of protecting democracy, and I don't think that's reflective of this poll, but it should be, because I believe what they did to Joe Biden by installing Kamala Harris far supersedes whatever happened on January 6th. Do you guys agree with that? Do you think that's reflective in that poll or a CNN exit poll? Do you think that's just merely these people thinking, oh, here we go, January 6th again? Is that top of mind to them?
I think J6 was something that they've used over and over, but I don't think, I personally, but then again, I don't think it's an issue. I think J13, July 13th, was a game changer. That for me is something that you can't deny. I'll give you, by the way, Bucks County, I mean, it looks like 11, 12% of the vote in. So these are, I mean, I don't know if you want these numbers, but I was just looking through the numbers. Bucks County reporting with, like I say, only about 11, 12% in. Bob Casey, about 28,000 votes, and Dave McCormick, about 15,000. So, again, these are early numbers, so that's why I hesitate to even give them, but you were asking for Bucks. So it's only 11% of the vote that's in. But Bob Casey pretty much doubling those McCormick numbers.
Okay.
In Bucks.
Just found out Dan Borowski is telling us that the Chester County Commissioner, Eric Rowe, is going to be holding a press conference in about 15 minutes on that said bomb threat. He will be calling in afterwards. You can expect that probably in the 9 o'clock hour. And then also our buddy Matt Rooney will be joining us at about 9:45. So we're going to be joined here in just a few moments by one of our next guests, Ashley Hayek. Let me ask you guys, DeSantis back in the studio. Do you want to take the break now? Because I know we have to get 2 more in before we get out of here at the top of the hour. Do you want to get one of those in now, and then we'll get to the guests when we come back, so that way we don't have to break quickly again?
Yeah, that works. Let's do it.
All right, let's do that, and we'll try to get Ashley in here so we don't have to rush through, because I know she's going to be very good here on Pennsylvania, because as we know, it all comes down to Pennsylvania.
Yeah, and hopefully it'll give a few more minutes for the percentages to go. Chester County, 14% of the vote in, so maybe over the commercial break we'll get even more votes in that she can comment on.
Yes, we'll get Ashley in here on the other side, hopefully, as we continue. Nick Kale, Dawn Stensland, Mike Opelka live on election night as we continue here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Odyssey's I'm Listening is our commitment to more mental health conversations. Mike Shinoda from Lincoln Park talks about being willing to be open and talk about their mental health.
What is my mental health right now? And it feels like it's low, or you're looking at your spouse or friend or whoever and you're saying, I think that they're having a really bad day. It should be cause for action.
Talk saves lives. For more mental health conversations, visit imlistening.org.
Let's talk about your mental health, free from fear or judgment. Most people experience feelings of depression, anxiety, grief, and hopelessness when dealing with stressful life events. If you need to talk, call or text 988 to connect with a trained professional who is ready to listen and provide support 24/7. The Philadelphia Crisis Line has trained counselors who get it. They understand that sometimes you need an ally, someone who will listen and get you the support and services you need. Call or text 988 because you matter.
California Psychics is the real deal. They helped me out, totally changed my attitude, totally got me psyched to start my business and to take a new path in my life.
At California Psychics, customers like Jeremy trust us to connect them with only the best. In fact, we reject 98% of the psychics who apply to us. So we guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free.
I feel like she really kind of made a connection with me. She knew something about my personality, knew a little bit about me. Now I'm really confident about getting out there and just getting it done.
Right now, new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. That's a real deal you don't want to miss. So join Jeremy and experience the joy of certainty at CaliforniaPsychics.com. Get insights on the go. Download the California Psychics app today.
Businesses to watch. Kick off fall with a new Armin Chevrolet Equinox. Right now, Armin Chevrolet is leasing a new 2024 Equinox LS for only $199 per month for 24 months with 10,000 miles per year. That's right, only $199 per month. Together, let's drive. Visit Armin Chevrolet in Ardmore or shop 24/7 at ArminChevy.com. Armin, where dealership meets friendship. MSRP $28,035. Texas takes first payment $19, $39.99 down payment with Sunday. Buyer's current lease and also Nature Bank approval ends 11/10/24.
Woohoo! Another girls' night out. I'm so stressed from shopping, I couldn't find anything.
Have you tried shopping jewelry television, JTV?
I don't know. Everyone in my family is so different.
JTV has thousands of jewelry styles, artisan, diamonds, pearls, colored gemstones, watches, even gift sets. I shop on TV and online.
New JTV customers save up to $40 when you shop jtv.com/radio.
Now, can you relax?
Yes. Another round?
Yes.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-837-5050. That's 800-837-5050. 800-837-5050.
Your 401k goes up and down. That's fine when you're 40, but not when you're 60. Find out how to protect your hard-earned money. Tune in to the Retirement Spectrum with Alan Cohen, Saturdays at 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie. Tune in to Your Radio Doctor every Saturday afternoon at 5 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT for the latest healthcare news and information, because your health is your wealth. That's Your Radio Doctor, Saturdays at 5.
Don't let cold season make you miserable. Try the quick, drug-free solution for nasal congestion, Navage. Navage uses gentle suction to flush out your sinuses with refreshing saline, helping you breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier all winter long. And here's even better news. Navage is now available at select Costco locations in a great new value pack. It's everything you need to start breathing better fast. Check out Navage at your local Costco today. Navage, Navage, breathe easy.
Hi, I'm Angie Hicks, co-founder of Angie. When you use Angie for your home projects, you know all your jobs will be done well. Roof repair? Done well. Kitchen sink install? Done well. Deck upgrades? Done well. Electrical upgrade? Done well. Angie's been connecting homeowners with skilled pros for nearly 30 years, so we know the difference between done and done well. Hire high-quality, certified pros at Angie.com.
calling on Levittown. Hello there. To follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
All right, welcome back in. It is 8:40 here on election night in America 2024, right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. You can watch the show live if you enjoy watching people, in a studio or from their basement or from a makeshift studio. Nick Cale, Dawn Stensland, Mike Opelka. So we've got Pennsylvania covered, we've got Delaware covered, and now with Zeoli on break, we have another New Jersey fella, and his name is Matt Rooney, and he's kind enough to give us some time here on this Tuesday night. Rooney, how you doing, pal?
What a poor substitute I am for Rich Zeoli, but I'll do my darndest next. Hey, Dawn.
Now why are you going to sell yourself?
He is an attorney.
He is.
Hey, you. I know we have some New Jersey news, and coming up, we'll have Ashley Hayek to go through Pennsylvania, because in Cambria County in Pennsylvania, the polls have been extended to 10 p.m., but not so much for Northampton County. So some judges' rulings we want to talk about. But Matt Rooney, so as far as, our friend Curtis Bashaw and Andy Kim, can you talk about that race? New Jersey.
Sure. Well, yeah, Fox News has already called New Jersey. I'm going to tell you, Dawn, I think that was premature. A lot of other outlets have not yet. Yeah, and look, I'm not, I'm crazy, but I'm not stupid, right? We all know that because we're all friends here. I'm not predicting that Donald Trump is going to win New Jersey at this point, but it's much tighter right now than it usually is. There was a Signal poll, very popular Republican pollster, a lot of campaigns used them, that came out and said that he was going to lose by 12. That's the current margin in New Jersey. That's a few points to the right of how any Republican has performed for a long time in New Jersey presidential contests, and we're getting some really interesting results. In Burlington County, I know you mentioned some things that are cracking over on the Pennsylvania side of the river. Burlington County, they just had to extend voting until 9 p.m. because the Democrat rulers in Burlington did an excellent job and didn't put enough machines in polling stations. So there were 2-3 hour lines in places like Evesham and Medford and Sinners-Minson in our listening area. So there's still too much happening. I think there's this reflexive impulse from some of the national media to just say, okay, let's throw New Jersey in the Democrat column because that's where it's likely to land up. But there's still a fair amount of interesting data still coming in.
Yeah, and that's just it, that when you look at this and you look at the numbers, if you look up at all the screens that we all look up in studio and so on, you think, oh my gosh, it looks like Harris is way ahead. But I mean, here in Pennsylvania, we have 9 to 12% of the vote in. And so the night is early. And I hate to your point, Matt, overall, I just hate when they do that. Just show some respect for the counting process rather than call something and then possibly call it back. So I agree with you. I know that they're counting on the fact that it's a blue state, but you never know.
You do never know, and you nailed it. People are waiting in line 2-3 hours after working all day to pay for this crazy inflation we've all lived under with Biden and Harris. So let them have their say, and there's some very fascinating things happening in our backyard. Like right now, Gloucester County is showing some very promising results for Republicans right now. I think the Washington Township Republicans, one of the biggest towns in South Jersey, even if we haven't been there, we've all driven through it on the way to the shore. It looks like they're going to win. I think they're going to pick up that mayor's race. They did much better than the GOP typically performs on the early vote. They came out of the early voting period with only a 600 vote deficit, and that's a story that I think is kind of repeating itself everywhere tonight. The Republicans did much better generally in the early vote. So there's still plenty to keep me occupied, regardless of what any of the national outlets have to say.
Matt, what are you feeling right now, generally speaking, when you look at some of the pivotal battleground states? I don't know if you're getting too caught up in any of the numbers yet. I'm looking at popular votes. I'm looking at all sorts of stuff. I've got so many different data points in front of me. I've got Fox News' tracker. I've got the New York Times up. I've got NBC News. I've got Real Clear Politics. Anything that you see that stands out to you right now that gives you some optimism for Trump? And on the flip side, any concerns right now?
Well, let's look at Georgia for a second. So Georgia, you had very robust rural turnout, which I think we're going to see in Pennsylvania as well today as the numbers continue to come in, Nick. But you also see, at least as of now, and they're still counting and there's still a lot of vote out, Harris may be doing a tick better in urban areas in Georgia. So the question now becomes whether or not Trump's support from rural voters can overwhelm any type of urban advantage. I've also heard some very interesting demographic data. There's a few places where Donald Trump is appearing to track at 25% of the black vote. Mm-hmm. I mean, that's the best performance of any Republican with black voters since the 1960s. That would be in of itself a sea change. So it's too early to extrapolate too much, right? We still just need more data. It's at the point where all the talking heads can find data that supports their position and just run with it. I mean, that's what social media is, if nothing else. But yeah, I mean, I see there are plenty of paths left for Donald Trump right now, Nick and Dawn. Mm-hmm. There are still far fewer paths for Kamala Harris, especially in states like PA where they just didn't do what they needed to do. Well, in the early vote, we see all these photos of people lined up. Yeah, it's college campuses. They were always going to show up and vote for Kamala, whoever the Democrat nominee was. We have to go a little bit deeper, and we have to see what happens in places like Bucks, in places like Delaware County, counties where Republicans have had amazing registration gains in recent years. Do you think somebody that registered as a Republican after Trump left office is super likely to go out and vote for Kamala Harris today? I just don't see that.
Yeah.
I hope not. I hope not. Rooney, it's Opelka. I'm watching as many of these returns come in as possible, but the place where I'm putting my money is in money. And I'm watching all of the betting markets as well as the aftermarkets. And in just the last half hour, QQQ, Bitcoin, as well as Trump Media and Tesla in the last half hour, all up and considerably. Yeah. And I do believe that money is the best pollster, even though we're getting actual hard data in today. So I'm still invested in the thinking that the money will be the determining factor here, as it was in determining how many commercials we all had to watch over the last 8 weeks. But I'm feeling pretty good.
It was water torture.
Yeah, it was. It was awful.
No, I think that's true, too. Yeah, I mean, the money markets, they're very controversial, obviously, and whether or not they're predictive or not. But I tend to think you're right here. I mean, people with money and people that are willing to invest, they're looking at data, just like day traders do. So they're paying a little more attention to the nuances you have to if you're going to make the right sort of calls here. And again, Donald Trump still has a far greater number of paths to 270 than she does tonight. I mean, just look at PA, Wisconsin, and Michigan. She probably at this point needs to sweep them. He only needs to pull one out, especially if he gets Nevada.
The Michigan breakdown lately has been coming out that she is doing poorly versus what Biden did, especially in those counties where there are high concentrations of university students. And if that's the case, that means Trump will do much better, especially with black voters. And it makes Michigan more possible, which I was very iffy on earlier. But there's been some good news breaking in just the last hour there.
Yeah. For
if
what
he
it's
wins
worth,
25% of black voters, if that's something that holds up, I don't see how he does well in any of these states that have large urban centers. It just becomes a math problem at that point. And look, I was a poli-sci major. I'm a lawyer. Math is not my strong point. I can count pretty well in 6-minute intervals because that's how we bill. But even I could do this math.
Well, you talk about these poly market betting markets, Mike and Matt. Trump now, poly market just 3 minutes ago, gives him an 89% chance to win North Carolina. On the flip side, they're giving Kamala about a 60% chance to win Michigan. But Michigan is not relevant. If Trump wins Carolina, Georgia, then he just needs to win either Pennsylvania and its ball game or Wisconsin. The other thing that I wanted to get your thoughts on, Matt, because we spent a good amount of time last Saturday in Washington Township for a lot of these other races. By my math, the Republican Party needs to keep about 4 to 5 seats to maintain the House, but they also can get the Senate by being a net positive of just 2 seats. So what are you feeling, whether it's locally in New Jersey or big picture with the House and the Senate? Because I would love to see what Donald Trump is capable of for 4 years if we have the White House and both chambers.
Yeah, I mean, if you're someone that's, pretty far left and you're counting on the judiciary to continue to get bluer, I think you're going to be out of luck here, because most of these Senate seats that we're looking at tonight that are super competitive and likely to split in the Republicans' direction are in states where Donald Trump is going to romp, right? Montana, Tester's going down. Moreno looks like he is going to succeed and finally retire Sherrod Brown. In Ohio, it's no accident, because, again, these states are states that Donald Trump is going to win by either high single-digit margins, or in the case of Montana, it's going to be double digits. So in the case of the Senate, I know we shouldn't be counting, chickens before they hatch, but I think that that's pretty well gone for the Democrats. The House is a closer question, and the thing that gives me a little bit of consternation, Nick, and not because I'm worried, but just because we don't have the answer yet.
Yeah.
A lot of the House seats that we need to hold on to are in the kind of districts that should be very well suited to Kamala Harris. Some of these districts in New York, in New Jersey, we only have one competitive district. It's Tom Kean Jr.'s seat in New Jersey 7th District, which, if you believe in Central Jersey, that's where it is. It's north of Trenton, Somerset County, a little bit of Morris, full of educated white voters, many of them former Republicans who defected during the Trump years. So Tom Kean's internal polling had him up a couple points heading into Election Day. I think he holds on. But if you do see Trump win, Republicans take the Senate, but then they somehow drop the House, it's going to be because of districts like that one, because you had high concentrations of voters that just really are the weakest point right now for the GOP.
All right. We have about 3 or 4 minutes left before we wrap it up and hand it off to Dom Giordano. I believe Dawn's going to be sticking around. But Mike Opelka, I'll give you a chance for a closing remark, what you want to see here as we enter the late night hours into the early morning hours. And who knows, maybe we're up tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. and we still don't know who has won this thing. What are you looking for? What's the key to victory in your eyes?
Well, we all start at 6 a.m., Nick. That's the rule. You know that. That's in your DNA. But I'm looking at, I'm still hopeful for a Trump victory. I feel more comfortable about the Senate. The House, it disturbs me because if we lose the House, that means Hakeem Jeffries will be the Speaker of the House. And it means that Donald Trump will be impeached every single week because Jamie Raskin has Trump derangement syndrome like nobody's business. So I'm hopeful that there can be some action that will save the House, and that will be the biggest problem. We'll have 4 more years of nothing will happen other there will be a weekly impeachment of Donald Trump if he wins the presidency and the Democrats get the House. So say your prayers, eat all your vegetables, and let's hope we wake up with good news.
All right, Matt Rooney, 60 seconds. Final thoughts. What are you looking for down the stretch here?
Well, down the stretch, I think I'm looking at states that are reaches for Donald Trump that are already beginning to report. Like, for example, Virginia. Virginia is a state that, if you remember back to 2016, I know it feels like a few lifetimes ago, it was supposed to be in the bag for Hillary Clinton because Northern Virginia is full of government workers. But sure enough, 8 o'clock passed, 9 o'clock passed, 10 o'clock passed. They still couldn't call Virginia. It looks like we may be in a similar situation tonight. I saw one projection that it may be as close as 2 points in Virginia. If Donald Trump comes within a couple points of winning the Old Dominion, he's going to win Pennsylvania. He is going to win the presidency. I'm fairly confident in that.
All right. I'll wrap by saying this because we will be chatting in about 9 hours because, as Michael Pelka just said, we start at 6 a.m. Super proud of all of you that took advantage of the early voting, the mail-in ballots, the social media videos, recording things. I'm also very optimistic. I feel like we're in good hands. Laura Trump, Michael Whatley, the RNC, poll watchers everywhere, Linda Kearns, lawyers out the you-know-what. I feel like we're in a very, very good spot, not only from a early voter standpoint, but also eyes and ears everywhere. Fingers crossed. I would say I'm cautiously optimistic, and we'll see if that pays off. And perhaps we have an answer. Actually, let's ask this real quick. Do we get a result in the wee hours of the morning, Tuesday night into Wednesday, or when we start tomorrow morning at 6 a.m., are we still unsure of who won this thing? What does everybody think? Rapid fire. Mike Opelka, will we get a winner tonight?
Yes.
Okay. Matt Rooney, do we get a winner tonight?
They're not going to call it, but we'll know who's probably going to win.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I mean, Pennsylvania right now, we're looking at like 13. Well, now we're looking at maybe in some areas, we're looking at only 13% of the vote in. And we also have, remember, in some key counties, we have some extended voting, like in Cambria County. So all of that is in play. So I think we have to wait for it. But I still say the night is young. And when I look out at this map, I'm very hopeful and optimistic that I think this is a Trump win.
Okay. Everybody stay tuned. Our coverage will continue. We're just approaching halftime. Dom Giordano, I can see he's in the studio, and he will take over and anchor all of our coverage as we continue. Everybody have a great rest of your night. Stay calm, stay patient. It's going to be a long, long night, and I will see you tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Yeah, we'll continue here. Dom and I will be right here. Rich Zioli is live. Obviously, he's at McCormick headquarters. We have so much going on. Stay right there. We're on YouTube. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Make sure your child or grandchild has all the tools they need to succeed this school year. Call Kathy Ganna and New Hope Academy in Yardley and Doylestown, 800-300-0003. Let New Hope Academy transform your child's life forever by helping them right now. For over 3 decades, New Hope Academy founder Kathy Ganna, pioneering educator and entrepreneur who created the NHA model, has been utilizing state-of-the-art solutions to uncover ways where your child can avoid struggling and succeed. At New Hope Academy, student-teacher ratio of 2-to-1, allowing for students to deal with many disorders, including high anxiety, social and emotional, bipolar. Don't wait. Prepare your student now. Remember, only the best teachers can work at NHA. Call for that no-obligation touring consultation. 90% of NHA graduates pursue a college education. Call Kathy today, 800-300-0003. Online, newhopeacademy.net. Call New Hope Academy today, 800-300-0003.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
This is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Are you ready for retirement? Have you prepared everything you need? Well, at Investor Schooling, we will teach you ways to better prepare for your retirement using real estate and the stock market. But you need to learn how to do it right, and that's what we teach. At Investor Schooling, we sell nothing but education. Come to Investor Schooling and learn how to have a better retirement. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now for this Thursday's class at 7 o'clock. Go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you can even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
Hey, Dawn here. When it comes to your home, trust is everything. For 45 years, Kitchen Magic has built a reputation for transforming kitchens with precision and care. From custom cabinets to countertops, backsplashes, in just a few days, your dream kitchen becomes a reality without all the hassle. Trust the name your neighbors have relied on for decades. Kitchen Magic. Get your free in-home consultation at kitchenmagic.com. Kitchenmagic.com. Let's cook up something extraordinary. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano at Batteries Plus Bulbs in Mount Laurel and Northfield. My friend Roy is looking for help. A handy do-it-yourselfer would be ideal. It's a great low-pressure environment with both full-time and part-time jobs available. Plus, if you're the entrepreneurial type, Roy is always interested in bringing in new services. But above all, customer service key. If you're willing to do what it takes to help, you need to talk to Roy. Be part of the team. They power it, they light it, they fix it. Call 856-638-0778. Batteries Plus Bulbs, Mount Laurel and Northfield.
Hey, it's Rich Ziola. You know, the other day somebody posted a picture of my old house on the internet. It scared me and my family, but luckily it was my old house. See, I signed up for Privacy Pro from DuckDuckGo, and this is essential because as part of it, it's personal information removal. I'm so glad I signed up. Personal information removal helps find and remove your personal information like name, email, and yes, your home address from data broker sites or people search sites that store and sell it. And that helps to combat identity theft and spam. Plus, you want the privacy in this day and age, don't you? Of course you do. So just go to duckduckgo.com/1210 right now and sign up for a week on us, a 7-day free trial, and then it's only $9.99 a month. And it includes a VPN, which you need when you're online no matter where you are, and also identity theft restoration. It is the 3-in-1 Privacy Pro solution you absolutely need, and that's why I signed up for it. DuckDuckGo.com/1210, DuckDuckGo.com/1210.
Talk Radio 1210. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter, and always live on the free Odyssey app. Election Night 2024. Election Night 2024.
All right, welcome in, everyone. Dom Giordano with you. Dawn here with us. Mike Opelka. What a Three Musketeers. I'm not sure, anything can happen here. There could be any kind of an alignment at any point here, Dawn, tonight, and that's the beauty of election night. Anybody could pop in. But also joining us is somebody that I know Mike knows. Dawn, I don't know about you. I've been interviewed once when Will Cain was present. He wasn't doing the interview. That's about the best connection I can come up with, but from Fox and Friends, Fox News Channel, and out there covering breakfast across America to know what voters want. Let's bring into the election night coverage here, Mr. Will Cain. Hey, Will, welcome to Philadelphia. Thanks for joining us.
I'm honored to be in Philadelphia and to be, if not for the first time, I guess, in your presence for the second time, Dom, and Dawn, and of course my old buddy Mike.
Wait a minute. What's the Opelka connection? We got to get to the bottom of that, Will, before we go forward.
I've known Mike. Mike, what are we looking at? I'm going to say 15 years, roughly. Yeah. 15 years I've known Mike Opelka. We worked together at the Blaze.
That's right.
Okay.
Very earliest days of the Blaze, and I watched Will kick off a radio career and then a great move into television, and just I smile every time I see him or every time I hear him. So proud of what you've done.
I learned a lot of radio from Mike. I learned about the highs and the lows, the serious and the unserious. How you should talk about bathroom etiquette at the same time you can talk about who's winning the race for president.
Absolutely. Well, let's work that bathroom etiquette. I don't know. Well, Opelka, that might be the case. So, Will, what is top of mind for you? Do you have any questions about what the heck is happening here in Philadelphia? It's kind of business as usual, as you can imagine. What's top of mind for you tonight?
Well, I would love to back into Philadelphia because I'm going to lean on you guys for what's going into Philadelphia. But let's back into that. I am going to be incredibly conservative in my feelings and any type of prediction. But I can also just try to be as honest as possible what I see right now. And everything that I am seeing looks incredibly positive for Donald Trump. That includes the disapproval rating of Joe Biden, which, of course, is a part of Kamala Harris's administration. She was the vice president for Joe Biden. and he has a 41% approval rating. For her to win with that kind of headwind would be historic. Now I'm looking at different counties, and I was just seeing this. For example, a county outside of Houston, Texas, that went for Joe Biden by 11 points is only going for Kamala Harris by 1.5 points. Wow. Same thing in Georgia, where a county that's primarily black went for Biden by 24 points. Now it's going for Kamala Harris to 17 points. And I just saw Latino men breaking heavily for Donald Trump. So if you take all these little pieces of the pie and you start extrapolating, this could be a huge night for Donald Trump.
Without a doubt. Dawn?
Yeah, Will, I just wonder, when you look out at the map, I know that Pennsylvania right now is, we're very slow and everybody's criticizing us across the country, but we have like 13% of the vote in. So everybody's saying Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, it's too early to call. But also you have the polls just closing right now in New York, Arizona, Wisconsin, Colorado, Minnesota, and so on, all those that are just closing at 9 o'clock. When you look out at this, looking at the demographics, looking at the numbers, what surprises do you see as you're looking at this election night in real time, forgetting about what we've been talking about, forgetting about the polls, all of the past stuff, but are there any surprises to you right now?
Well, it's not a surprise to me, but I think anybody listening who maybe has only gotten their news, and look, it's easy to punch the punching bag of mainstream media, but it's fair because I think it creates a very distorted reality for people that think reality is reflected on CNN, CBS, NBC, and ABC. The narrative is, and I had somebody on the Will Cain show today, which, by the way, streams at foxnews.com and on YouTube and Facebook, jumped in, and he also learned that from Opelka. He said, Donald Trump's racist. Donald Trump's racist. And so if that's all you've ever been told, then you would be shocked, Don, to look up today and go, whoa, look at Latino men. I think Donald Trump's on pace to beat the highest Republican ever for Latino, and that's above George W. Bush. And early stuff is showing as well 25% of the black male vote. And so if Donald Trump is a racist, he's the worst racist ever because he's winning over historic margins of minority voters.
Yeah, Mike, what do you have for Will?
Will, I know that you have, like me, interest and leanings towards libertarianism. You and I both call ourselves conservatarians. We saw a big statement out of New Hampshire yesterday with an endorsement of Donald Trump from the Libertarian Party of New Hampshire. Do you think that the libertarians will be more important or less important than the Latino vote in deciding this thing nationally?
Less important, Mike. And and this is I've evolved, by the way, and I don't even know. I don't even like to. Yes, I'm conservative by nature, and yes, I have some libertarian instincts here and there. But Donald Trump has reimagined what it means to be a Republican. I mean, the shifts are dramatic. And again, let me go back to that prism through which you see the world. He would be described on those same channels as far right. Well, this is the furthest centrist Republican nominee for president we've had on abortion, gay marriage, trade protection, foreign wars since Richard Nixon. And by the way, that's only on a couple of those issues. I mean, he's more centrist on policy than any president we've ever had. And in the process, Mike, I think he's just reimagined what it means to be a Republican with a more populist, what I would like to think is finger on the pulse of the blue-collar, middle-class worker, regardless of race in America. And I'm appreciative of that. I still have all those instincts, Mike, but what I've come to appreciate is pragmatism to be balanced against principle, and I highly value principle. Sometimes I think libertarianism values principle divorced from reality.
Yeah, exactly, Will. He is somebody that is going to zig and zag around policy. When you're out there doing the breakfast stuff on Fox, a lot of that, then on the weekends you're in studio. What is it, the CNN exit poll tonight, ridiculous, the highest value Americans are looking at is saving our democracy. The economy was second to that, then abortion, then the border. I know you're a Texas guy. That's preposterous. We're here in Pennsylvania, 1,500 miles away. It affects us, Charleroi, Pennsylvania. We've all done stories on it. It's about the border and the economy.
Yeah, and those numbers you were rattling off, I think that's among Democratic voters primarily. That's how
Yes.
they rank their priorities. And if you ask Republican voters, it's economy. I believe immigration is second. I can't remember what's third. By the way, on both Democrats and Republicans, they both had foreign policy and like minuscule, like 4%, 5% ranked that as a priority. The truth is, that's really where most of the power of the presidency lies. And most presidencies are defined by things that they don't control and they can't anticipate. George W. Bush wanted to be the education president, and he was handed 9/11. So you need to elect someone that you feel confident can be your commander-in-chief, because odds are you're going to need him or her to be commander-in-chief. On the democracy front, this will be a big night on that, because I think that's a proxy for January 6th, right? So Democrats think that's the most compelling voting issue of our time, saving our democracy. And they're talking about Donald Trump being authoritarian dictator January 6th. I think, and I've seen this meme going on, I truly do think this, if you change the word democracy to bureaucracy, you will see what they are trying to save. They're trying to save our bureaucracy, and Donald Trump represents a real threat to the bureaucracy.
I hope people see that, Will. Putting AI in and dropping bureaucracy in there, it fits. That's exactly what they're saying. Where are we going to see you next, Will, on Fox?
Well, before you say goodbye to me, can I ask you guys a question?
Sure.
Tell me about Philadelphia, because I'm hearing there's a high turnout of black voters in Philadelphia. And to Don's point, I don't know why Florida can count 7 million votes in about an hour, and you guys going to take a couple days.
Will, how many hours do you have? Dawn and I are Philadelphia. Well, I'm Philadelphia all my life. I can explain what happens in here in Philadelphia. Bad things happen in Philadelphia, Will Kane. Yeah.
But I will say this: the difference is, and we've been on the air, talking to Linda Kearns. God bless her. We need to buy her like a spa day, because these attorneys. So this is different this time around, and that's what we're feeling, the ground game with regard to Republicans. So these RNC election integrity attorneys in court, and every little thing we had, Will, it was exciting this morning. And starting at 6 o'clock this morning, people were in line, not just in Philadelphia, but across the region, obviously. But as soon as there were problems, they were booting in Philadelphia and across Pennsylvania. They were actually booting duly appointed, legally appointed poll watchers, essentially, or different Republican officials who were supposed to be there. This always happens in Philadelphia. I mean, Dom, being born and raised here, knows this. But this time around, the Trump attorneys, they were ready, good to go. And they went to election court, turned that around very quickly. And so that's what we're seeing. The lawyers, I think Michael Watley said, like 6,500 attorneys. Boom,
Well, Will, Dawn broke a story, too. Then I kind of jumped in about hospitals here with very sick patients putting emergency ballots on their lunch trays, something that is still being investigated across vast number of hospitals in Philadelphia.
Yes.
That's Philadelphia.
Wow.
That's what
I
we
grew up in Chicago, where the dead vote more than the living, and that stunned me. Can I ask a question?
Sure, go ahead,
Real
Mike.
quick, Mike. In Texas, we got rid of that kind of corruption with LBJ.
Yeah.
And Florida got rid of it after 2000. I have faith in you, Pennsylvania. I have faith.
Not in Philadelphia. Now, go ahead, Mike.
I hope so. Will, you did so much work with Hawaii and Lahaina. Do you have an update for us on the recovery of that part of the beautiful state of Hawaii after those devastating fires? I know you call it home, and I know you were doing a whole lot to help out.
Well, I appreciate that, Mike. Home is always Texas. I need to be clear, but it is a second home. It's sad to say how you envision it, but here's the progress. Basically, the entire city has been razed, and that means you've cleared away all the burned debris, all the husks of buildings, all the toxic materials, and people are getting permits to begin to rebuild. It'll be a long, long road. And you know this, Mike, I'm so touched by Fox News viewers and American people that donated millions that we helped to get some of those people in Lahaina, and it's a real testament to America. And I will tell you, everybody says Hawaii's blue, and it is blue. But boy, did I hear a lot of people at that point coming to appreciate America and rethinking how they think about leadership in America.
Absolutely. Hey, Will, thank you very much.
You.
Are you on Fox tomorrow? Where do we see you tomorrow, Will?
Yeah, I will probably be on Fox and Friends tomorrow morning, and at noon Eastern time, head over to YouTube, Facebook, or on Apple or Spotify. We're going to have another 2-hour show. We had a huge one today with Clay Travis, Buck Sexton, Jimmy Fela, Dave Portnoy, and we're going to have another huge one tomorrow. This week we got Stephen A. Smith, Brett Baer, Bill Hemmer. We're going to be breaking it all down. I'd love it if you guys join me on the Will Kane Show.
We will do that. Will, please come back. Fox is certainly home turf here with us.
All right, I'd love to.
All right,
any weekend when the Cowboys aren't playing the Eagles.
Well, that's every weekend.
Oh, God. Not a Cowboys
They never
fan.
play.
We can't end on that. Oh, Texas, can we forgive it? No, we cannot.
We have to
forgive
end
that,
on
Will.
mail-in ballots, by the way, for Democrats are down in Philadelphia.
Yes.
A little factoid for you.
Thank you, Don. Nice
go.
bailout there from the Cowboys.
We cannot end on Dallas. It's
Thank
bad
you,
luck.
Will Kane. Thanks, Will, very much here on Talk Radio 1210. All right, Mike Opelka. Mike, thanks for hanging in there with Will tonight. Appreciate it very much.
My pleasure. Thank you all for having me.
All right, Dawn and Dom continue, and our buddy Liz Priade-Havey at the state level can tell us what's going on in Pennsylvania. And Dawn, of course, we'll get you updates on Bucks County and all these things that we're interested in. How are the lines in Chestnut Hill today, Dawn? Did you happen to take a look? No lines?
No. So we vote, it's St. Paul's right across from our parish, and it's always a lovely experience. I hate to make anybody mad. My friends are going to smack me one because in the Northeast and across the burbs, not so pretty. But, I don't know, in La La Land and Chestnut Hill, they have donuts and coffee and we're all chatting and, you know what I mean? Some nuns are in there, but yeah, no lines.
I want to know how the nuns voted. They're suspect. In Germantown, I didn't go vote today because I voted by mail, but Dawn, usually the machine creaks when I vote there. There's not a lot of use on the Republican side there in Germantown.
I love it.
Yeah, exactly. All right, we continue here on our election night coverage here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Businesses to watch. It's tailgate season at Armin Chevrolet. Armin offers an incredible lineup of SUVs. A 2025 Armin Chevrolet Trek starts at only $21,495. That's right, only $21,495. From the all-new Armin Equinox and Traverse to the stylish Blazer to the full-size Tahoe and Suburban, Armin Chevrolet has an SUV to fit your needs and budget. It's tailgate season, and Armin Chevrolet is the place to buy or lease your perfect Chevrolet SUV. Armin, where dealership meets friendship. Together, let's drive. Learn more at ArminChevy.com.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to end your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other IRS actions. Make sure you're getting the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima today for a free confidential consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
When you need
need to know depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Election day is finally here. You have until 8 o'clock tonight to get in line at the polls. A Philadelphia judge rules that Elon Musk's $1 million a day giveaway to voters is allowed to continue. And Jason Kelsey apologizes for the altercation in State College, saying he chose to greet hate with hate.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Free speech lives here. With Don Stensland, 10 till noon. On Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
All right, Fox News just projecting that Trump wins Ohio, and that's one of the first big ones that we've gotten, and not that much of the vote in. But in Pittsburgh, our own Rich Zioli at McCormick headquarters is with us. Hey, Rich, what's the sense of how it went in the western part of the state?
Well, Dom, everybody's waiting to find out about Cambria County, which is a county Trump won by big numbers in 2020, like 68-38, I believe. It might even be better than that. So, obviously, we're waiting on that. We're getting all of these mixed signals on Philadelphia. You know, it depends on where you go. People were saying there was a big turnout in Philly, and other people saying not so much. So, we're waiting on that as well. A lot of optimism in the room tonight. Everybody seems to be in good spirits. The open bar may be contributing to that, but certainly everybody's in good spirits. So,
well, your call with President Trump at the 11th hour, it was reminiscent. Yeah. I remember way back when the station got George W. Bush around 7 o'clock and said, partners, get out there and vote. Trump said, what, put down your phones and go vote?
Yeah, he literally said, I hope you get 0 ratings. I hope everybody stops listening to your show and goes to vote. And then the big thing was I asked him, and he actually, for the first time ever, took my advice. I said, Mr. President, can you please tell everybody in line to stay in line? And he actually did what I asked him to do, which is the first. I know. And he said that. He said, if you're in line, stay in line. You have a right to be there, and don't leave. Fight, fight, fight. So that's really where we are right now. I'm still getting texts from people who are still in line. I'm getting texts from people who are still in line in New Jersey right now. Who've been waiting for hours.
It's unbelievable.
New Jersey.
Yes.
Yeah. Dawn?
So, Rich, I would say this, that as far as Philadelphia, I know that the officials in the Inquirer and others were saying, oh, well, this morning we had, the voters, we had the lines and we looked like big numbers. But it's funny that we don't hear any numbers, do we? I mean, there's not a lot about. So what does that tell you? We know that the mail-in ballots, especially among Democrats, those numbers are down. But I would not be surprised if we learn that in Philadelphia the numbers are down, and based on the long lines in places like Bucks County, Delaware County, and we know the story in Northampton County where they asked for an extension and they did not get it. But in Cambria County, which you mentioned, which is big for Trump, they actually have extended that. So that means numbers will be coming in much later.
They're playing Bon Jovi here right now, Dawn, so I'm reminded of 2016.
Yes.
When you and I walked out of the studio and Fake Farmer Bruce and Fake Farmer Bon Jovi were doing their concert. And you looked at me and you said, it's all white people here. I think, and you predicted Trump would win that night. I think we're going to find that the black vote in Philly is way down.
Yep.
I think that they stayed with the couch tonight. I don't think they turned out. That's bad for the Democrats. It's bad for Harris. I think that in a big way. And the other issue, too, is that Latino voters in Philly are coming out strong for Trump. We know that from the Philadelphia Inquirer. You guys remember when they did that breakdown of Philly and they showed, and you can click on it by the precinct, how they were shifting red in our city, not even like in the burbs, but the city. And you got places like Port Richmond and others where they're trending red, and the only blue areas they were gaining in was Rittenhouse Square and that part of the city. So even if we have big numbers out of Philly, I'm not so sure that's bad for Trump. I think we're seeing just a shift within the city of working class voters and Latino voters who might have gone with the Democrats in 16 and 20, but now they're going with Trump. So I'm not worried if there is a big surge out of Philly. I don't think the numbers are there for them anymore like it used to be.
No, certainly not with Harris, Rich. Great observation. Please check back in at any point there when Bon Jovi's done, or something catches your fancy. We'd love to hear it.
Anytime, guys.
Thanks, Rich. All right, our buddy, long absent here, Dawn. Liz Priade-Havey with us on Talk Radio 1210. Looking at it from the state level. Liz, what can you tell us about all the rumors that are out there? What are you seeing?
Hi, Dom. Well, there's some positive indicators. I think what we're seeing is the rural counties are coming out much bigger. Republican areas are coming out much bigger than they did in 2020. I know the Democrats were all over social media saying they were going to hit a huge number in Philly. Doesn't look like that's happening. I think they're going to hit a good number, but it doesn't sound. I just took a small poll. I did a group of high Democrat areas, got their final numbers and compared them to 2020, and they weren't where they were in 2020 except for one. And so, they were talking about coming out of Philly with 100,000 more votes on the Democratic side, and it doesn't look like that's going to happen. And it looks like the rural counties are coming in. I don't know if you watched the New York Times needle, but they're looking at the mail-in ballots that are coming in. Mm-hmm. They're moving the needle towards Trump. There's someone else to watch for all of your listeners. Take a look at Patrick Ruffini on X. He's very smart Republican, not necessarily a Trumper, by the way, actually not, but somebody who really knows the numbers, worked the mayor's race in 1999 for Sam Katz. He knows what he's talking about, and he just did a whole analysis of the independents and how they broke down, and it looks like Harris is underperforming pretty dramatically in Philly with the independents and the mail-in ballots. I think that's why the New York Times needle is showing that it's now over tilting towards Trump in Pennsylvania and just moved from 0.4 to 0.6 because they're seeing those numbers come in. So from a statewide level, positive indicators. I think the row office candidates are actually in the southeast counties are all outperforming Trump. So that means Attorney General, Auditor General, and Treasurer. They're looking good. Not clear what's going to happen with McCormick. We'll see what happens with Casey in northeastern Pennsylvania. But it's close.
Liz, we had Tom DeBello from the county area out there in Montgomery County. He said they're doing 7,000 mail-in ballots counting an hour. Projection, they could have their totals at 7 a.m. in Montgomery County. Now, Philadelphia is going to lag behind that. Is it a feeling where you are that we might know the result in Pennsylvania at least tomorrow, sometime?
Yes, it is. There was a watcher there all day long who I spoke for on the Republican side, and they were going in a swift pace. They weren't seeing any anomalies. They weren't seeing anybody doing anything questionable in Montgomery County while they were counting the ballots. There were Republicans and Democrats there, and it was going very smoothly. So I think we'll see numbers out of there. Listen, I think Harris will do well in Montgomery County. I don't see her. She's going to win it. And so the question just is, what are the margins for her and what are the margins in the rural counties? My father votes in rural Pennsylvania, and they blew through the 2020 totals in the Republican poll, by 5 p.m. They were already ahead. Perry County's at 98% return. That's a small rural county, but it's all Republican. So these counties, it seems to me that what we're seeing is across Pennsylvania in the red areas, huge turnout shifts. Mm-hmm. And perhaps Philly, although maybe had a high turnout, but Indy's not breaking the way they expected. And so I think it's going to be close, but indicators are positive.
Dawn?
Yeah, looking at that, thinking about, I'm just looking at some of the, Lycoming County where Donald Trump, and they have, 72% of the votes counted. Donald Trump, taking that one handily with 67%, for example. But overall, when I look at Jill Stein or Chase Oliver, who are the Libertarian and obviously the Green Party candidates, they pretty much, whether it's in the red areas, Liz, or let me just look over here at Philadelphia, I'm seeing, it's usually, Jill Stein in Philadelphia County, 7/10 of that vote. So it's usually 5/10, 7/10. So is the Jill Stein vote or the Chase Oliver vote, are those votes being taken away from Harris?
Yeah, it sure seems that way. And if this is going to be super close like it was in 2016 or 2020, and it sort of looks that way, those people being on the ballot and that's why Harris tried so hard to get Jill Stein off the ballot, right? So that can be impactful.
Liz, parting area, DJ just sent me this, that Trump just flipped Miami-Dade County, heavily Latino.
Yes, I saw that.
You saw that. I mean, that ought to shock everybody on the Democrat side, don't you think?
It should. It should. And it looks like, I mean, you're seeing a little mixed stuff on air in Georgia, but everybody I'm talking to on the ground in Georgia feels good. So, I mean, there's some really good information coming out of these other states, too, where Republicans are outperforming. And you see, in some of the Democrats underperforming.
Yeah, without a doubt. Well, Liz, check in anytime, any bombshell today or tomorrow. Let Dawn or me know. We're always happy to hear from you, Liz. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
All right. Happy to do that. Okay, thanks.
Liz Breate-Havey here on Talk Radio 1210 as we continue our election night coverage. Dawn, anything else you've seen out there?
Well, I just think, at this point with regard to, Philadelphia, and we see this all the time, the blue areas, the heavily populated areas, only 18% of those votes are counted. So just to give you the snapshot, it's 18% of the votes counted, Philadelphia County. So combined, we're looking at Jill Stein with, closing in on 1,000 votes, Chase Oliver about, closing in on, let's say 400. So between the two of them, about 1,000 votes and about 1 percentage point. The rest, Donald Trump gets 16% of the vote with nearly 22,000 votes. Harris, nearly 114,000. So obviously, it's all about the margins, right? That's what we're looking at.
Right.
But when we think about the enthusiasm and we look at the mail-in ballots by Democrats down in Philadelphia County, and I don't have numbers on this, but that's what I'm seeing, that we're down for Democrats in the mail-ins. That is an indicator that I think is important, especially when you're thinking about all of these Democrats. So either people just didn't come out for Harris, what will that look like? And then I know that there were long lines, polls just closed at 8:00. I know there were long lines, especially in the Northeast. So I also wonder,
South Philly.
Right? And South Philadelphia. I also wonder about places like Roxborough, where I saw a lot of Trump signs.
Yeah.
So it just, I'm just trying to go through and parse and see where the vote is coming in, where it's already in, because some places we know they're very predictable. But I think I think there are some little surprises here. The night is young, Dom. I mean, overall, if you look at the AP.
Well, wait a minute, Dawn. The night is
What?
young. You have to be up at what time do you get? When I was doing morning drive, I was getting up at 2:30, 3 o'clock.
Yeah.
I think that was a little bit too aggressive. What time do you have to get up to be in here to do 6 hours?
I am up by 3:30, 4. It's sleep. If I'm up at 4, that's sleeping in. But Larry calls me a vampire.
Yeah, well,
especially on a night like this, we're all adrenaline. But I mean, just the 270 to win, the snapshot in this moment of time, we're looking at 178 to 99. That's where the electoral breakdown is across the nation. Across is that Pennsylvania? That's for president, and that's Pennsylvania.
All right, we'll have more with Dawn, and I think Matt Rooney checking in again. Why were the lines so long in Jersey? What were people thinking today that we're actually going to win in New Jersey? It was crazy and continued right up until the end. We'll get to that, and a little bit later on, I was on Phoenix radio today, and we have a reporter from the station I was on, because Arizona looks to be very Trumpian, but just as importantly, they look like they're going to have their vote counted sometime by midday Eastern time tomorrow. Are we going to know, say, tomorrow by Rich Cioli time or Dom Giordano time? Big stuff? I think so. We might know some of it tonight in a swing state or two, and that's what we're watching. All that straight ahead on Talk Radio 1210. Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Get your child or grandchild into the best position to have an outstanding school year. Now's the time to call Kathy Gannon, METC, to help your student. Call the Motivational Educational Tutoring Company. For over 30 years, METC's tutoring studio, founded by educator Kathy Gannon, has helped people of all ages to grow personally and academically. Call Kathy at 215-493-4200. METC offers motivational SAT prep, as well as academic skills and leadership training. 215-493-4200. Now Now's the time to get assistance for your child to help them succeed. Visit online at metc.com. Call METC's Tutoring Studio at 215-493-4200 or email Kathy directly at info@metc.com. Remember, 1210 listeners receive a free 1-hour consultation. Take advantage of this opportunity to help your child get one-on-one help. Call 215-493-4200, 215-493-4200.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-511-3535. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-511-3535. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-511-3535. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-511-3535, 800-511-3535, or biglou.com.
Hey girl, it's your new night guy, Jimmy Fallon in the house from 7 to 10 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and free on the Odyssey app.
All right, Dom Giordano, Dawn with you here for our election night coverage. Matt, you have something breaking that's interesting. Then we're going to go to the commissioner in Chester County.
Yeah, so obviously this metric, it's a little early, so take it with a grain of salt. But the New York Times did just move their presidential forecast meter from a toss-up to leaning Trump, and they have him at 69% chance of victory right now.
That's
New York Times.
The New York Times
Yeah.
is 69%.
Still early, though, so
Yeah,
let's
Rich and I were on at like 2 o'clock in the morning, and the voting stopped the count, but I don't think it's going to happen. Let's go to Chester County Commissioner Eric Rowe, who's been with us several times. Commissioner, thanks for carving out some time tonight. What can you tell us about the bomb scares out there in Chester County today?
Hi, Dom. So this is County Commissioner Eric Rowe reporting from Chester County. We unfortunately received a bomb threat at our Chester County Government Services Center, which is home to the Chester County Voter Services Department. Our Voter Services Department received a bomb threat at about 7 p.m., which disrupted voting in two polling precincts that vote in that government building. So those voters who should have been able to vote from 7 o'clock to 8 o'clock are now going to be able to vote until 10 o'clock at two neighboring polling precincts, also in West Goshen Township, just outside of Westchester. We received an order from a judge of the Court of Common Pleas of Chester County extending voting for just those voters who otherwise would be able to vote at those two precincts. And so they are being diverted to other precincts nearby. Our Government Services Center is also home to the 911 Center. And so when the building had to be evacuated, we moved our 911 operations in an instant from that building to a different building, the Public Safety Training Center, and thankfully that went seamlessly. But anyways, it added a wrinkle to our election day, but I just want the voters of Chester County to know that, their vote very much counts, and no matter who tries to disrupt our elections, we're here to make sure that their vote will count today.
That's election 2024. We heard that in Georgia and other places. Nice work, though, with the 911 system. So, Commissioner, give us your bird's eye view, your sense. Chester County, which I guess leans Democrat now, but we have a fighting chance there. What have you seen today? What was it? Were the vote totals up, first of all?
So I stood at a poll all day long in southern Chester County. I have not seen Republican energy like I saw today. Chester County, I wish I could say it leans blue. It's a blue county at this point. But what I saw today made me rethink that, because I saw a lot of Republicans coming into the polls. They were excited to vote, and I haven't seen that in many years. So that was really encouraging to me, Dom.
Very good. That's good news, Dawn.
Yeah, that's wonderful. I mean, as I look at, I know that only 42% of that vote is in, but it's close. I mean, are you seeing, I think of events in Chester County, whether it was, regarding schools and school shutdowns, pandemics. That's what I hear from moms, especially in Chester County, 'cause I have a lot of family in Chester County. And so they talk about Cavalcante, the shutdowns, and this was an illegal individual that should have been deported. And this was, the school year, and a lot of parents were, had to jump through hoops then. There were road closures. What kinds of things do you hear specifically that people, other than the economy and the obvious, but some of those events I think of in Chester County, and I think these moms this is baggage that goes back to the pandemic, and people have not forgotten.
Yeah, we have seen certain alarming events happening in Chester County. One of the busiest Wawa locations in the United States happens to be in Westchester, Pennsylvania, and there was a shootout that happened at that Wawa just a few weeks ago. We're seeing strange events like that pop up in our otherwise suburban, exurban county that we're just not used to seeing all that often. So, there are alarming events like that happening here. But honestly, it's not just one particular galvanizing event. It's the cost of everyday items from dish soap to diapers. Life has gotten way more expensive than anybody thought it would, although they should have seen it coming with the excessive federal spending that took place shortly after President Biden took office. But it made life expensive, even more expensive in an already pricey county to live in. And I'm hearing that from voters every single day.
Commissioner, thank you. Thanks very much. Thanks for the job you do every day, too. And I think this is a turning point, hopefully, for Chester County. Thanks, Eric, very much.
Thank you for having me on, Dom.
All right, let's go to Matt Rooney. You guys have him ready to go because Matt Rooney's got something. Come on, Matt Rooney. He's got something that he sent me and Dan from the decision desk. Dawn, I don't know if you've seen this, but Rooney says that the decision desk called North Carolina for Trump.
Nice.
Do we have anything on that? All right, we'll see if we can hook up with Matt on that. He's monitoring the Jersey races, too. That would be the first swing state, and that's very early in the night, given the voting difficulties over there in North Carolina. Very early to have that called. All right, so we're monitoring that. We'll have that hopefully with Matt coming up. Dawn, any other factoids that you see at this point?
Well, I simply think when we look at this and as the numbers come in, that's where we're seeing the projections come in. Even though I think a lot of individuals are being, I think everybody's trying to be, careful, especially when it comes to the battleground states. And remember, a lot of these states just closed at 9. And then also because we've had things happen, such as in Pennsylvania and other places, other states, where they had situations where the polls had to close, are extended. So we're still waiting for that.
Okay.
But
I think we have Matt here with us. So
hey,
let
Matt.
me go to him right away. Hey, Matt Rooney, welcome in. What can you tell us about North Carolina, Matt?
Hi, Dom. Hi, Dawn. It looks like Decision Desk is now projecting that Donald Trump is going to carry the state of North Carolina. To be clear, none of the major networks have called it yet.
Right.
But there's been some promising county-level results for, an hour now that a lot of analysts have been zeroing in on. So it looks like it's safe to say at the very least it's trending in that direction, even if you don't want to call it, which is massive news because we know that Donald Trump did exceptionally well with the early vote in Nevada. He's running ahead in Arizona as well as Georgia. If the Sun Belt is closed off to Kamala Harris, goodness gracious, she has to run perfectly from then on out. Case in point, she can't afford to lose any of the Rust Belt states.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I still think it comes back to Pennsylvania. It's chauvinism or whatever, Matt. In the end, that's where it's all going to end. But I am surprised anybody can come close to calling North Carolina, given the difficulties with voting there after the hurricane.
They've got 63% reporting. And again, just looking at the alt vote, let's say, so Jill Stein, Chase Oliver, Cornel West is on the ballot there. And so if you look at them, they're getting, what is it, 33,000 votes. And so it's said that these independents, these are the Green Party, the Libertarian, the Independent Party, that they're going to take in, especially in a close race. So they're taking, maybe 20,000+ votes away. And I think they're looking at that as well with this.
Yeah, exactly. Matt, why were people, here's the existential question, so rabid in those lines in Jersey today? What the heck was happening?
Well, look, I think you guys know, Dom and Dawn, that New Jersey has never been as blue as advertised. We have a few large urban centers along the I-95, the Turnpike corridor, which make us appear bluer than we really are. But especially in South Jersey, in our prime listening area, there are a lot of working class towns that have swung in Donald Trump's direction. Case in point, I haven't checked in about 15, 20 minutes. Like you guys, I'm dancing all over the place following results. But Donald Trump was ahead in Gloucester County by about 1.5 points as of about 20 minutes ago. That's a county that voted for him narrowly in 2016. It voted for Joe Biden narrowly in 2020. This is one of the big stories of the night, that beginning with Barack Obama and culminating with Kamala Harris, who's about as out of touch an individual as I think I've ever experienced in my life, the Democrats have just made a decision that we don't care about working people. We want to be the party of very far left activists, of very wealthy liberals, and we don't really care about anybody else. We expect to rule as a matter of right, and no one else really matters to us. And, perhaps predictably, that attitude eventually comes home to roost, and people decide that they don't want to be treated like that. So I think you're seeing a little bit of that tonight. I know Donald Trump caught a lot of flack, Tom, when he said earlier in the campaign cycle, "I will be your retribution." Naturally, the media tried to spin that as some kind of call to violence. I don't think that's what he was talking about. I think Donald Trump was once again, as he did successfully in 2016, telling Americans, listen, I was once a part of the beautiful people class. They rejected me. They never really accepted me as one of their own. And now I am the one that is going to stand between you and them. I'm going to be the one that's going to advocate for you. And they're responding positively.
Absolutely. Matt, thank you. Thanks for jumping in anytime tonight.
Hey, appreciate it, Dom. Talk to you soon.
Matt Rooney, we close out the hour with Dawn. Final thoughts for this hour coming up. And again, decision desk calling North Carolina for Trump. I think that's solid. I really don't even see North Carolina as a battleground state. I know the indicators are there. It's the other 6. And I still maintain, Rich and I differ on this, Dawn. He thinks Michigan could go for Trump. That's a hard state. Maybe I just want it to come down to Pennsylvania tomorrow on one of our shows to announce Pennsylvania elects Donald Trump. I live for that.
Well, I mean,
more than anything.
We talked about the early take, and so the needle is, the New York Times.
Yes.
And they're looking at,
Where's the Stensland needle calling it for Trump at this point? Matt, can you tell me in there? The Dawn Stensland needle, where is it?
My needle is definitely on Trump. Are you kidding me? No, I think
the needle's broken.
I know, right? It's like it's way. But Georgia and North Carolina, that's what they're predicting. Yeah. And so I think if past is prologue, when you look at Georgia, North Carolina, the way they go, so goes Pennsylvania. And so that just tells me the needle is going in that right direction. But I know I have friends, like they're in the Northeast right now, like right in the Bucks County. They're at this huge party. They're like, Dawn, he won. Just get out of there. Come on over.
Well,
we don't want to party too soon. Okay.
Jim Worthington is over at the NAC. He keeps texting me, are you coming over? You're coming over. Wait a minute. I'm here to midnight. And then after that, I'm up at 5 maybe. And Dawn's up at 4. I don't know. Come on. Can't we have it tomorrow night? Let's not count everything there in Bucks County yet. All right. More coming up here. Final thoughts this hour. A lot more in the 10 and 11 o'clock hours on Talk Radio 1210.
Donald Trump, how are you, sir?
I'm good.
And I got to tell you, too, I've been getting text messages all day from people. They're waiting in lines 4-6 hours to vote for you today.
That's
Trump.
great, boy.
Who's
if we
lying?
win Pennsylvania, we win the whole deal. Stay in line. They may say, oh, gee, you're going to be here for an hour or two. Once you're in line, they can't do anything about it. So that would be great on behalf of both of us. I think I could say that.
President Donald Trump, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Rich Cioli, weekday afternoons 3 to 7. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and on the free Odyssey app.
Businesses to watch.
Kick off fall with a new Armin Chevrolet Equinox. Right now, Armin Chevrolet is leasing a new 2024 Equinox LS for only $199 per month for 24 months with 10,000 miles per year. That's right, only $199 per month. Together, let's drive. Visit Armin Chevrolet in Ardmore or shop 24/7 at arminchevy.com. Armin, where dealership meets friendship. MSRP $28,035. Taxes, tax, first payment $19, $39.99 down payment with signing. Requires current lease and household nature bank approval. Ends 11/10/24.
Am I going to be okay? It's the most important question you should ask yourself when approaching retirement. A financial advisor will probably answer that question by looking at just one thing: how much you've saved. At Spectrum Wealth Partners, we believe that's only half the story. The stock market will continue to go up and down, but at Spectrum Wealth, we can help you build guaranteed lifetime income that's not affected by any of it. Let's sit down together and help you answer the question, am I going to be okay? Call 856-322-8686 or online at spectrumwp.com. And tune into the Retirement Spectrum with Alan Cohen Saturdays at 3 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Advisory services offered through Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, and Spectrum Wealth Partners are not affiliated companies.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Not yet. Do it today. Okay. At 1210 WPHT.
All right, let's go out to Phoenix here. Dom Giordano and Dawn with you. Heidi Hummel is a reporter at KTAR in Phoenix News. I was on there today. She's good enough to join us tonight to tell us what's happening there. Heidi, welcome on. I was intrigued with your host there in Phoenix today, telling me things seem to be a little bit more settled, not chaotic like last year. What's the mood in Arizona?
Hi, Dom. It's definitely a different election this year than compared to 2020. Even the way we tabulate our ballots now is different. Lots of security measures have been put in place since that election. So the voters here, they are feeling much more calm compared to 2020.
Do you have a sense of any exit polling or anything else about who's leading or, what the issue is today in Phoenix?
The presidential polling has been so tight in Arizona. They're neck and neck in almost every poll, with actually former President Donald Trump up by a couple points in a lot of those polls. I would be surprised if Vice President Harris won Arizona. Still unclear who would win the election, but I think Trump's going to take Arizona for sure.
And Heidi, the intriguing thing to me today, the good news for America, I think, again, the show that I was on said that maybe tomorrow, I guess your time, by 10, 11 o'clock in the morning, you might have your vote tabulated?
Yes, they're actually working through the night. So I was at the Maricopa County Tabulation and Election Center all day, where they actually start counting early ballots as they come in before Election Day, unlike in Pennsylvania. And
wait a minute, that's a nice shot. I was going to come on. It's a good shot there. That's true, Heidi. Yes.
Well, we had to change some of our laws after 2020 because we didn't want the nation waiting on us to call the presidential race. So they're even working in shifts round the clock, 24-hour shifts, opening up those mail-in ballots, verifying the signatures so that they can be tabulated and we can get people results through the night and into the morning hours.
How about the Kari Lake Senate race? Doesn't appear to be going her way, at least from afar, what I see. What can you tell us?
So Arizona's a very unique state. While Trump is polling better here than Vice President Harris, Congressman Ruben Gallego is actually polling a lot better than Kari Lake. He was up, I think, 14 points way earlier on in this election season. She's closed that gap by a good margin, but Gallego has stayed up by 4 or 5 points this whole time. So they're hoping for a win for Gallego tonight. I'm here at the Arizona Democratic Party, so they're hoping that he'll win tonight.
Heidi, what a pleasure. Thank you very much for joining us, and kudos to Arizona. It doesn't seem chaotic at all. I'm shocked. It was worse than us last in 2020, if that's possible.
Yeah, you guys might have to change some counting laws after this.
There you go again. All right. Thank you, Heidi. Thank you very much. So, Dawn, that jumped out at me. And Montgomery County, by tomorrow, we're going to go to Tom DeBello and Rich here, I think, on with us. Tom is in the counting room in Montgomery County, the commissioner there. Tomorrow, I think we're going to have, by the time you come on for your show at 10 o'clock,
Mm-hmm.
you're going to have a lot to talk about. There will be more meat on the bone. Final thoughts, Dawn, from this whirlwind tonight.
Well, I would say it is a whirlwind. We have headlines just coming out that Russia is being blamed for bomb threats at Georgia and Arizona polling sites. I wonder if we'll find out via the investigation in places like Chester County. Is that also the case with Russia being blamed, trying to disrupt our elections? I'm also looking at, the referendum, the ballot measure, Constitutional Amendment 4, fell short of that 60% threshold required to pass. I'm talking about Florida.
Right.
And this was one where a lot of people said, abortion, Roe v. Wade, it's all on the ballot. Florida voters rejected the ballot measure, and they do not want to legalize those late-term abortions. And the way it's being reported, obviously in the so-called mainstream media, is this is a rightward shift. No, I actually don't think that.
Well, Dawn, does that mean though they would keep the 6 week?
They would keep 6. This was specifically that it would have legalized these late-term abortions right up until the moment of birth, basically. And so they've rejected that. I actually think that's pushing a reset button. If you look at polling, I think that people want some definition on this issue and some common sense that with a late term, with somebody who's, somebody who's 9 months pregnant and that baby could be viable. I think if you look at the polling on that, I just see that as a reset. This entire election, I think, is pushing the reset button. It's a referendum on all the madness that we've experienced. It's not all just about Kamala Harris, obviously. It's about the deep state. It's about the political persecution. It's about the shutdowns that we all endured. And I think people have not forgotten that and fear that, in fact, that Harris would be an extension of such things that we've seen, the mandates. But this goes all the way back to the pandemics. And for Philadelphia, let me tell you something. How many Philadelphia moms have said to me, yeah, not for nothing, but, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris giving all that money to Ukraine and everybody else, we don't even have freaking air conditioning in our schools. We had to get our quarterback. We had to get, the Eagles to pay for some schools to have AC. So if you don't see enthusiasm, I think that's a piece of it. What have you done for me lately except tell me what to do and lecture me? I think that's what this is a referendum on.
All right, let's say it together. The Kale and Company chant. We start at 6, Dawn. Start those engines. Get ready.
Well, I hope you have a great night, Dom. We're all hoping and praying and lighting candles and parts of the Northeast and Bucks County. They've started the party without us, my friend.
Thank you, Dawn. Great stuff.
You're
tonight.
the best, Dom.
Thank you, Dawn. Dawn Stenslin tomorrow with Nick Kale, and then, of course, Dawn time at 10 to noon here, and Dom time back to back. All right, coming up, I think Rich Zioli, if he's not at the bar, is going to join us. But Tom DeBello, the Montgomery County Commissioner, is in the counting room out there. He actually gave us specifics today. They're counting 7,000 mail-in ballots an hour. So by his guesstimate, they should have their totals in Montgomery County. He said 6. I'm giving an extra hour. All right, 7 a.m. Is that possible? And what the heck is Philadelphia doing? Well, moving slowly, moving like molasses. We'll give you some updates on that, too, as we continue here election night coverage on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi, I'm Angie Hicks, co-founder of Angie. And one thing I've learned is that you buy a house, but you make it a home. Because with every fix, update, and renovation, it becomes a little more your own. So you need all your jobs done well. For nearly 30 years, Angie has helped millions of homeowners hire skilled pros for the projects that matter. From plumbing to electrical, roof repair to deck upgrades. So leave it to the pros who will get your jobs done well. Hire high-quality certified pros at Angie.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Do you have a property that you no longer want? Maybe you inherited the property. Maybe you're underwater in the property. Or maybe you're just a tired landlord, tired of dealing with tenants. Listen, I can buy those properties, and I'll buy those properties fast. I can close in 2 weeks. I buy properties cash. My name is Larry Steinhaus. Give me a call at 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I will personally answer the call. You can also visit easyOutRealEstate.com. Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus from Investor Schooling. Did you know I have a radio show every Saturday from 1 to 3? It's called The Larry Steinhaus Show, and it's sponsored by Investor Schooling. On this show, you will learn things about finances and things about money that you never knew before. But even more of a reason to listen to this show is how much fun we have. If you haven't heard the banter between me, Omri, and Dr. Deb, you haven't heard the greatest show on earth. Listen to this show this Saturday at 1 o'clock right here on WPHT, and I promise you will learn something.
Hey, it's Nick Cale. As part of our Veteran Spotlight program, we are asking you to nominate a local World War II veteran to be featured on our show the week of November 11th. Go to 1210WPHT.com to submit a photo and quick story of a local vet so that we can celebrate his or her remarkable commitment and exceptional service during World War II. Army, Navy, Marines, Coast Guard, nurses, service pilots, medical staff, we want to hear your story. Visit 1210WPHT.com to submit your nomination. Veteran Spotlight is a partnership program with the Travis Manion Foundation presented by Window Nation. For all of your window and door needs, visit windownation.com.
Talk Radio 1210. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter, and always live on the free Odyssey app. Election Night 2024. Election Night 2024.
All right, Tom Giordano with you here on Talk Radio 1210, our election night coverage. We're going to go to Tom DeBello in the counting room over there, like the casino, the sanctuary, the counting room, casino, De Niro, Pesci. How are they counting in Montgomery County? And that determines when we're going to get the final results. But first, Rich Zioli is in Pittsburgh. And Rich, this is right up your alley, mine too. New York Post just reporting unprecedented numbers of the Amish voting, some of it because of the raid in a place in Bird in the Hand when they raided that farm over the raw milk and the freedom to distribute that and do that. And then Scott Presler camped out there in Amish country. Unprecedented numbers.
Yeah, Dom, listen, don't mess with people's cheese and milk. Seriously, it's a real thing.
Yes,
I mean,
yeah.
Remember, it happened years ago, too. We talked about that. The FDA raided them with guns drawn, and then this most recently with the state police there. And it's just, it's Trump tapped into a very libertarian mindset. I know this sounds crazy, but the killing of the squirrel and the raccoon as the November surprise also kind of plays into that. It's just this idea of the Democrats constantly going too far when it comes on encroaching on people. But with the Amish, Presser did a great job of tapping into them and figuring out how to reach them without standard electronic devices. I'm telling you, man, that guy, the saying is, right, not all heroes wear capes, but Shapiro, leave these guys alone. If you want to eat raw milk and cheese, let them eat raw milk and cheese. Why is it anyone's concern but theirs?
Yeah, exactly. This is not something where you're going to transmit something to somebody else, any of that. It's their own concern there, and there are apparently health benefits to this, or at least some believe that. And if you're going to do that, you got to be cautious. You can't come in there like they did with Mark Houck, that type of thing. The religious freedom comes under different banners here. Maybe they don't enunciate it, but in their gut, they feel, the government is intruding here.
Yeah, that's a great point about the religious freedom, right? And if this was another group that was not conservative in terms of religious values, I don't think the government would go in there in the same way. But for the Amish, that's how they view things. And this is where Robert F. Kennedy Jr. joining the ticket was very helpful for Trump. Because this whole thing about Make America Healthy Again, to your point about the benefits of raw milk and raw cheese, Dom, I don't go near that stuff, but I got a weak gut, as you know, obviously with all my surgeries. But I'm just saying there's a lot of research into that where people are advocates for that. Either way, Kennedy joining the ticket taps into this whole Make America Healthy Again idea of getting away from big milk, big dairy, big pharma, big food, and that resonates with a lot of people, Dom.
Well, I hope so, because you and I always look at talk radio's stake in this. Robert Kennedy Jr. on health issues, Rich. We'll need a desk here at the station every day. This guy is going to be on to something that's important. So, McCormick, we're looking at 43% of the vote in, according to Fox. Trump is ahead by about 1/10 of a point, and McCormick's behind by about 1.5 points. What's the mood there in McCormick headquarters?
Great. I mean, it's very. Everyone's in great spirits right now. I'm wondering about North Carolina because there was a lot of enthusiasm in the room over North Carolina, but now I'm not sure if that's actually a thing or not. Dom, do you know if they officially called North Carolina yet?
No, that's decision desk, and Matt Rooney pointed it toward that. They called. I'm surprised, Rich, because given the hurricane, counting the votes, rural North Carolina. The blue vote's supposed to come in earlier, as you know, and then later the rural counties will be more reporting. If Trump can't win North Carolina, then I have doubts about winning. I don't even know if that's a battleground per se anymore. I'm not worried about that. I just think Harris
Nate
winning.
Cohn just reported. Nate Cohn from the New York Times, he just reported the following, Dom. He said, it's still very early in Pennsylvania, but in the first few counties where voting is complete, along with hundreds of completed precincts across the state, Trump is running ever so slightly better than he needs to win. That just came out a few moments ago from the New York Times pollster.
Just that's coming to my side here. Razor thin is where this is going to go, Rich. And it will be interesting if what you said is true, that how goes Pennsylvania, Michigan would follow. We'll see. She's shakier in Michigan, I think, due to Gaza.
So too.
The Arab vote.
Vote and the Green. But nobody knows Philadelphia better than you. So let me ask you this question. When it comes to the point that I made to President Trump tonight about working class neighborhoods, Port Richmond, the Northeast, and these neighborhoods going Republican now, the change that we're watching in Philadelphia, can we equate it to Staten Island in the sense that within this blue city you've got these red these red places now that if there is high turnout in Philly, it may not be a bad thing?
Absolutely. And here's the nugget I had today. Kevin Kelly, who was in charge of the On the Street, a guy with a lawyer's background but no neck, said they were observing the union guys. They were not going all out. They took her money, the transactional street money, but they were not going all out. That was the report. And we found that when the unions actually revealed their polling, what you and I knew all along. So, Rich, I think there are more than pockets. They're starting to mass, and in the poorer neighborhoods in Philadelphia, I'm not of the camp, though, any other Republican so far can win these people in the way that Trump did. It's the policies which are there, but it's the persona of Trump. Can Ron DeSantis do that someday or somebody like that? I don't know about that. But for now, Trump's got it.
Dom, the whole thing about Trump going to these guys and saying, we're going to put 100% tariffs on things, which normally conservatives like us would cringe at, but these workers love it. The working class voters love it. And what we've said is, listen, get them in there and we can negotiate policies. We can deal with all that down the road. His message resonates with blue-collar workers. It's funny, for a billionaire, he's a true populist. And that populism with these guys who put their heart and soul into Obama. You were there in 2012 and when Romney was at the field in Bucks County, and I know you broadcasted live from there, right?
We were standing on bleachers broadcasting, and I have to admit, I thought, wow, there's over 30,000 people here with Romney. But Romney is a guy in a top hat. He's not going to reach these guys.
No, and that was always the thing with Trump. Even back as far as 2015, when Jared Kushner brought me in for debate prep, he said he doesn't want to be Romney. He views Romney as the exact problem, the kind of blow-dried politician who just talks to elites and doesn't get in the weeds with the blue-collar guys. And I've never seen a Republican politician resonate with workers the way he does. I've never seen a movement like this, Dom. And we won't see this ever again. I don't think there's anyone who can pick up the mantle for Donald Trump, and that includes his son. I mean, I love Don Jr. I know you do as well, but I don't think he has it. I don't think J.D. Vance has it. I think Donald Trump is a once-in-a-lifetime phenomenon in terms of politics and his ability to create a movement like he's created.
Yeah, I would agree with that, Rich. So the policies have always been there, but you're right. You need the magic sprinkled on that. I was just thinking of you there trying to walk Trump through something. Oh, my God. Check out Chris Christie's book if you haven't seen it, for folks. About that's going to be the most expensive coaster in Miami. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, and the thing about it is that he was a lot more receptive to ideas than Chris Christie led on in that book. He just didn't want to practice them because he didn't want to sound polished and rehearsed. You know, I mean, and what either people love him or hate about him is he just goes out there and he says it. Right. He really is like a talk radio host. I mean, if this whole president thing doesn't work out for him, he could do a show because we have to just riff for 3 hours or 4 hours. I mean, that's what we have to do, right? And sometimes we say things that maybe we shouldn't have said, or we want to walk back or whatever, but it's our authenticity and our ability to connect with the audience, Tom. That's why we have lasted, you particularly have lasted so long in this market, and we know the phonies, that have bald heads and have shows on CNNs on the weekends, and people can see them a mile away. And I think that there's an authenticity here. Now, people are cheering in the room, Dom. I'm trying to figure out for what, but I think it's something right now. Trump is taking the lead in Pennsylvania from Fox News with 47% reporting. They're giving him, he's got a lead right now, 50.3 versus 48.8%. So the room just went crazy here at McCormick headquarters.
Yeah, that's great. So I'm going to give a shout out to Rich, I was very close to Rick Santorum. Blue Collar Conservative was the book. He met with Trump. Trump's gut was there, but a lot of the things Santorum said in the book, Trump put into play.
Yeah, I think he listens a lot more than people give him credit for. And your buddy Rand Paul, right? I mean, I remember you did that event with Rand Paul, and I think one of the smartest things he ever did was form an alliance with Rand Paul over the whole no new wars thing, and he attracted a lot of libertarian voters to his coalition, to his cause. I wonder, Dom, how much the war machine and Ukraine and in Pennsylvania, where you had, and this was unbelievable, right? Josh Shapiro and Zelensky signing missiles, right? Signing bombs.
Exactly.
And how much of that plays into Pennsylvania when you think about the money that's attached to this war in Ukraine that Trump would end one way or the other? It's going to come to an end. Whether it comes to an end in January or it comes to an end in a year, it's coming to an end. How much is that playing into things?
Big time. Rich, thank you. Please, let's talk again. We're going to be on in the 11 o'clock hour. We'll have some more detail then.
You bet, buddy.
Thanks, Rich. Let's go to Tom DeBello, Montgomery County Commissioner. Hey, Tom, sorry for the delay. You're in the most sanctified room of this election, the count room. What can you tell us is happening as you count the votes in Montgomery County, Tom?
So I was in the count room. I left there. We did a press conference, and now I came down to the warehouse because I want to go in there and check on things. But in the count room, we're processing about 7,000 ballots an hour. Things are going pretty smooth so far. But like I said, I want to get down to the warehouse to kind of see what's going on here. The in-person votes are coming in here now. And then I'll be heading back to the count room. I'm one of two things is going to happen. Pennsylvania is going to be called at some point, and I could go home and go to bed, or Trump's going to win without Pennsylvania, and I could go home and go to bed, or I'm going to be up all night.
I think we're going to be up.
I'm going to be up all night.
Now, Tom, though, you gave me the nugget, and Tom, I've done since I talked with you this morning 6 different interviews, and I cited you and talked about you. You're the first person with a nugget that was specific, that 7,000 ballots an hour. So you told us that you believe that Montgomery County might have the vote in hand by around 7 a.m.?
So we process about 90,000 votes, and we have roughly 70 to 75,000 more to go with mail-in ballots. So like I said, we're averaging 7,000 an hour. So we're looking at, 9 hours, 10 hours to finish up. Which would bring us, at this point, it would bring us close to like 8 a.m. I want to come in the warehouse now where all the stuff is coming back. I'm figuring that the in-person voting we should start to see getting everything processed by, I'm thinking 3:30 in the morning. I could be off on those numbers, but I think that if Montgomery County's needed for Trump in Pennsylvania, we'll have our numbers. We'll be in a really good spot of knowing where we are number-wise by 7, 8, 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Tom, I just got this. Maybe you'll be able to go to sleep earlier than you think, because for the first time, Matt Rooney just sent this to me, our guy in Jersey. New York Times, Matt DeSantis, now projecting Trump will win the popular vote. That shocks me. I'm not holding my breath on that. But if we win the Trump popular vote, well, that shut them up, the attacks on the Electoral College. No, it won't. That would be, it seems impossible to me, Tom, for that to happen.
If he wins the popular vote, that means he's winning across the board, and that would be amazing. We're all hoping for that. We're all working hard for that. And I know that if that comes in, and I could get home and go to bed by 3, 4 o'clock, I'll be one happy camper. But I'll be back up tomorrow morning, no matter what, back down here. If I don't spend the entire night, but I will be back down here. But looking at the way things are coming in, I think President Trump is going to be the 47th president the way it's going. I don't want to jinx it, but I think the way things are looking, I think it's going to be a very positive night for President Trump and all the Republican Party.
So,
and
Tom,
everyone that
do you have a vote count on the ballots as you go? I know it has to be up. How many ballots are left to be counted at midnight? Is there any count at this point?
The first counts that we got were mail-in ballots, and we processed about 95,000, like I was mentioning, and we're seeing about 60% going to the Democrats and like 30% going to the Republicans. But that's why I came down to the warehouse, because the judge of election materials and the in-day person tallies, the results are the jump drives basically are starting to come back, and they'll start processing these. So I'll have by 12 o'clock I'll have a good feel of where we are with in person and then where we are update on the mail-in ballots.
Okay, I'll be on till midnight tonight, Tom. If you get anything you're comfortable with around 11:45, 11:50, would you just give us a call before we go off and just give us a sense of where we are?
Sure, I'll try to touch back like 11:45 and try to give you some good numbers as you're ending your show at 12 o'clock.
Thank you, Tom DeBella, commissioner out there in Montgomery County, and thanks to Rich Zioli. We'll catch up with Rich in a little bit, too. So the New York Times projecting Matt Rooney spotting this. Matt DeSantis, I don't know if you've seen that he'll win the popular vote. Doesn't mean it's going to happen, but to be in the ballpark of this is shocking. To hear that. Yeah, he said, Dom will know what it means. He texted Dan here. Yeah, absolutely. I don't care about that. I care about one thing, getting over the finish line. That's all. That's a cherry on top. It's just getting over the finish line, winning. That's all that matters here. And it always has. Winning is the only word. All right, 855-839-1210. Now, Fox projecting Trump with 70% of the vote in North Carolina, a 5 or 4.5 point lead. They haven't called it yet, though. Decision Desk has at 70% in. Not quite there yet, but I think they're going to call it at any point, maybe sometime this hour. I think that's got to be Trump country. All right, coming up, we're going to talk with Robert Cahaly from Trafalgar Polling. He told us what to look for tonight. He's the guy that called Trump the winner in 2016. He's next on Talk Radio 1210.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Businesses to watch. It's tailgate season at Armin Chevrolet. Armin offers an incredible lineup of SUVs. A 2025 Armin Chevrolet Trek starts at only $21,495. That's right, only $21,495. From the all-new Armin Equinox and Traverse to the stylish Blazer to the full-size Tahoe and Suburban, Armin Chevrolet has an SUV to fit your needs and budget. It's tailgate season, and Armin Chevrolet is the place to buy or lease your perfect Chevrolet SUV. Armin, where dealership meets friendship. Together, let's drive. Learn more at ArminChevy.com.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Election day is finally here. You have until 8 o'clock tonight to get in line at the polls. A Philadelphia judge rules that Elon Musk's $1 million a day giveaway to voters is allowed to continue. And Jason Kelsey apologizes for the altercation in State College, saying he chose to greet hate with hate.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Hey, this is Jimmy Fallon in the house, and dig this, folks. This is not a drill. It's the real thing. You can now join me weeknights from 7 to 10 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT or anywhere on the free Odyssey app.
All right, Robert Cahaley, way back to 2016 in Trafalgar polling, they were the people that called it a Trump win when no one else did. He told us what to watch for tonight. What's he seeing out there that gives us a sense of how this presidential race is shaping up? Robert joins us again in Philadelphia. Robert, I've been watching New Hampshire and things of that nature like a hawk, but we have the New York Times saying that Trump has a shot at winning the popular vote. That really shocks me.
Yeah, it really does, but that's kind of the way they've been campaigning. I mean, they've really done a good job of, New York wasn't a place they were going to win, but they wanted to run up the score there. And some of the rallies they've done were about building numbers and not simply winning the state. And what we're seeing now is Georgia and North Carolina look very good. I'm just waiting on Mecklenburg County to come in completely. Last time I looked, it wasn't in. It was only like 20% in. And that's the Charlotte area. Once that one's in, I think there'll be a lot of people calling North Carolina. And right now, the vote in the suburbs of Atlanta or around the city of Atlanta, she doesn't seem to be getting the numbers. I've watched a lot of the coverage tonight, and they keep talking about the percentages, but they're not talking about the number of votes.
Mm-hmm.
And what we're seeing is the black vote is significantly down. They need to do about 29 to 30%. And last I saw, they're at 28% of the highest estimate, and more like 27 of what's been achieved so far. So that's really significant. The only thing that I think everybody should be watching is watch Pennsylvania. They supposedly went through all the early votes first. And the fact that Trump is competitive after the early vote, I think is significant. Some of the networks are running with these exit polls that talk about democracy being the number one issue. When people say that, some of the people we've seen a lot of Republicans who think that the lawfare that Biden has been engaging in is a threat to democracy, and trying to keep people off the ballot is the threat to democracy, and all this kind of stuff. So it's not as clear. First of all, I don't believe that to begin with, because I know that, again, if you won't tell a pollster the truth on the phone, what are the odds you're going to tell them that your biggest issue is immigration?
That's so well
Even
put.
if it is,
Immigration
you don't
was in fourth position, and this idea that the economy or inflation, Robert, wouldn't be number one in the hearts of everybody, lower middle class. CNN's doing something here that's not good polling. There's no way that I believe they're saying, oh, it's democracy when people are having such economic trouble.
Yeah, I mean, I've never been a believer in exit polls because, again, if you won't tell the pollster the truth, you're not going to tell a kid with a clipboard the truth.
What do you
and you have more anonymity over the phone than you do standing in front of someone. And how do you measure absentee ballots?
Right.
It's almost impossible.
What are you looking for now as the night winds on? We look to be on the crest of North Carolina, and I thought that's the first that might be called. What are you looking for next? What state might we see called at some point, say in the next hour and a half, do you think?
You know, I don't really see anything being called in the next hour and a half.
No.
Depending upon what happens in the suburb, I mean the city of Atlanta and the immediate suburbs, they could call Georgia. I think that they really don't want to call Georgia, so they might not. But I think we're going to be in for a little bit of a long haul with the others, with Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania.
Yeah, I would agree.
I think we're going to be waiting for a while.
The Senate, overall, we just see McCormick now has taken a slight lead over Casey. We think that's going to be nip and tuck. How are Republicans doing with the Senate?
I mean, the Senate looks very positive for the Republicans. I think there's an excellent chance that that they're going to pick up one or two, or even possibly sweep the Senate seats in the blue wall states. And our last poll showed Arizona has tightened. There's been a couple polls that showed Carrie Lake up. I think we had her down by 0.8 of a point, but that was strong. And I think Sherrod Brown's going to lose. So, I mean, the Senate's looking better and better for Republicans.
Robert, where do we find you with Trafalgar polling? Where do people go?
You can go to X at Robert Cahaly, or Trafalgar_group, or the TrafalgarGroup.org or TrafalgarGroup.com.
Robert, thank you very much. Thanks for joining us as always here in Philadelphia.
Absolutely. It's always a pleasure.
Robert Cahaly, one of the best pollsters you'll find anywhere, called in 2016 when no one else did. How he sees it playing out. We'll be here until midnight. And again, North Carolina appears to be on the cusp, the first of the battleground states to be called. I think he's right, though. Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania, we're not going to know maybe by midnight. But I think Georgia is a potential that we're going to see that. I still think it comes down to Pennsylvania. Linda Kearns will be with us shortly. Linda, of course, voter integrity across Pennsylvania, has been very busy today. Sadly, I saw Mayor Parker taking photos, New York Post, with poll workers right in front of the voting machines. Not allowed, Mayor. Not allowed. I mean, the photos are out there, New York Post coverage, etc. What's Larry Krasner going to do? He seems to only be interested in going after that James O'Keefe, who put up a film today of people saying that non-citizens could vote. That's where Krasner's going. But the mayor in this position, that's just not legal. We need to hear more on that, and we'll continue to watch that. But Trump, according to the New York Times, is right there as far as winning the popular vote. That would be as shocking as you can imagine for that to happen. Not that that's stuff down the road. Right now, it's getting over the finish line, and that means Pennsylvania is big on this. They've called the Senate race in Virginia, Tim Kaine winning, even though Kaine, the guy that ran against him, ran a great race and only a couple points behind. I don't know if Saturday Night Live helped him by having Tim Kaine sitting there on Saturday night. Kind of doubtful. All right, Linda Kern's next, and we got other developments coming in. Dom Giordano with you until midnight here on Talk Radio 1210.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, over 3 million people called Morgan & Morgan in their time of need, and with over 1 million of those calls coming from previous clients, friends, and family.
My name is Jason Williams. It was a rainy day, and I'd gotten hit from behind by a lady that was doing somewhere over 100 miles an hour is what they were saying. I've never dealt with anything like this before. Everybody that I talked to kept saying the same name, which was Morgan & Morgan. I was on hold for maybe 15 seconds. When they come back and said, Jason, we will absolutely take your case. As a non-tech savvy guy, any question that I had, if I called, text, or emailed, they got right back to me. They made it as easy for me as it could have been.
Thank you for trusting us. We've become the largest injury firm in the world because we've won a lot. The word is out. Size matters. Reputation matters. We're America's largest injury law firm for a reason. With over 900 dedicated attorneys and climbing, we're ready wherever you are, whatever you need. The choice is easy. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you. Morgan & Morgan, official partner of the Philadelphia 76ers.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-525-8448. 800-525-8448. 800-525-8448.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
All right, Linda Kearns. Is she the hardest working person in show business, or is it Scott Presler? We'll see. Both of them are still out there working. Linda Kearns, public integrity. Rich Cioli is patrolling the bars there at the McCormick headquarters just to make sure everything is safe there. Let's go to Linda. Not Bon Jovi again. Let's go to Linda. Hey, Linda, welcome in. What's going on at this point tonight?
Wait a minute. Rich Zioli's out at bars, and I'm here at the call center monitoring all my people who are watching the mail ballots.
He's been listening to the rentings of. Yeah, but both of you gave each other medals. Don was left out of that. I got no medal. Oh, you deserve a medal. No, you deserve a medal. Like, I didn't see that stuff coming. Come on now.
I bet Zioli's running around telling everyone he goes on Fox News. That's my prediction of what he's doing right now.
I'm running around at the bar and going, Donald Trump called into my show today. President Trump called into my show. So can I jump in line and get a Cabernet?
For you, Rich.
Thank you, Linda. Thanks for advocating for that. But listen, here's the thing. It was actually just Sean Farish. It was not really Donald Trump, though. It was just we got punked.
Oh.
No, I'm kidding. It was really him. But he said stay in line. Everybody's staying in line, and the numbers are starting to turn our way, and that's huge. But, I could hear it in his voice. He sounded nervous, and he was asking me about Philly, and I said to him, I said, listen, Mr. President, the reality is Philly has changed. The composition has changed. Working class people, Latinos are with you. And his whole tone shifted, and he got away from the whole, Philly's cheating, and he was feeling good. And so I think we're in a good spot right now. The mood, by the way, the mood at this place, you guys, in Pittsburgh, and I don't know if it's the fact that there are, I counted 4, I'm not even joking, 4 bars, and they're all open bars, but everyone is having a blast at McCormick headquarters.
Well, we need the over and under. That sounds like a $100,000 night there that the station ought to replicate at some point.
It's like the Feast of the Seven Fishes down back in the day.
Well, wait a minute, guys. I'm still protecting the vote. I'm at our call center. I have people
Wait a
all
minute.
over
Wait
the
a minute.
Commonwealth
You got this
watching the
wrong.
mail
Wait a
ballot.
minute. The hard-working people in talk radio are protecting the vote. Rich Cioli and Dom Giordano. Come on.
Hang on a second. Adina McCormick's calling me. 1 second, guys.
Oh, okay. We have Mrs. McCormick
yeah,
there.
I guess we got bumped.
Yeah,
there we go.
Linda,
now we know how important we are.
So, Linda, what's happening where you are today? What's going on right now?
So I just left Philadelphia Election Court. We finished at 10 o'clock, and I came to our call center where we still have people out in the field counting mail ballots. There was a poll that stayed open until 10, but that one closed. I still have people at Philadelphia. I just sent in my shift that's going to be there from 11 to 7 a.m. So, I mean, we're still protecting the vote, Dom, just like I've been doing for the last year.
How is the count? So they're following the regs, right? The count is going. They're going to keep on counting no matter what.
Absolutely. I mean, I don't know if you've heard, there's been some incidents across the Commonwealth. There's been, a few scares called into some of these places, but Philly, they're still counting. And the last report I got, they seem to be really, really moving right along. They had pretty much caught up to anything they had gotten, prior to Election Day and then today. Now I think they're just waiting for, they went around and emptied the drop boxes and so forth. So they're still doing that, but they're moving right along in Philly.
Linda, we hear about the lines today and all that. And in some places, what I saw, they did seem to be enormous. But our people on the street, like Kevin Kelly and others, said in places like West Philadelphia, they were not this historic number or anything close to it. What do you think happened here? What kind of sense do you get?
Dom, we noticed that too. In some of these neighborhoods that would normally be Dem strongholds, the turnout was a lot lighter. So, we definitely noticed that when we were going around the city, and also in other parts of the Commonwealth, we had really strong lines in all the red counties, and that just shows how many people wanted to come out and support President Trump.
Linda, Tom DeBello in Montgomery County really gave us a factoid today that I wonder, when you're watching the county, maybe tomorrow you'll have a sense, that Montgomery County was counting 7,000 mail-in ballots per hour. That was the figure. So he was able to tell us the vote was coming in the last time we talked with him, that by 7 o'clock in the morning, he thinks Montgomery County will have pretty close to, or their tally, and then all the back and forth. We actually have a number. Do you have a sense of how many ballots per hour Philadelphia will be able to do?
No, I don't know, but I don't know that. I haven't talked to the guy who was in charge down there for watching for me, but I do know that they're pretty caught up. I mean, right now they're just doing the ballots that are coming in from the drop boxes. So they really are moving right along. I think that we're going to see this finished by tomorrow, but I know that, a lot of counties, had these, I mean, Dom, there was bomb threats called in. So some of these counties, obviously that slowed them down. Here in Philly, there was a bomb threat called in to a polling place that had, I think, 5 divisions in it. So we kept that polling place open, but only for an additional 23 minutes past 8 o'clock, because that's how long the people were out of the polling place to evacuate it.
So, Linda, you think Philadelphia, though, might come in tomorrow at some point?
I do, Dom. They were moving right along. I was talking to my guy who was in charge of the watching, and he said they were organized. They just kept going. And Dom, like I promised this entire year, I had people there. They were watching the entire thing. There was eyes on those ballots, and they're very far along in the process. Absolutely. This is not going to be like a days and days and days thing. Absolutely not.
Wow.
Do you think, I'm sorry to interrupt, I'm just wondering, do you think we'll know tonight, you guys?
I don't think they're going to finish Philadelphia tonight, but I think they can finish it by tomorrow morning.
But yeah, Rich,
they're counting all night.
I put the over and under at, by the time I'm on and you're on tomorrow, we're going to have some maybe muddle, but some result based upon Tom DeBello's right there, and we got a sense of how many mail-in ballots they can count per hour. And Linda, I know you had Mrs. McCormick there for a moment, just told us that they're onto the drop boxes now as far as counting.
Yep. Yeah, in Philly, Rich, they're pretty much done everything that had come in, and now we're just kind of waiting for the mail that came in today. They're still processing anything that came in from when people drop them off at the election offices, and then there's drop boxes in Philly. But no, they sped right along today.
Wow.
But do we
and I
think
had
that,
eyes on it.
even if we don't have Philly's numbers in, if we're performing well in Pennsylvania, can we kind of get a sense of who's going to win, you think, or no?
Well, Philly's going to report. And I was just talking to the solicitor in court, the solicitor for Philly. They're going to report. It's not like they're going to go silent. They're going to let us know what they've counted so far. I think that we should see that probably a little past midnight.
Well, wait a minute, Linda. Let's lock that up because I tried with Al Schmidt. And, Rich, I don't know if you're on this. Schmidt, offhandedly, in one of those sessions I had with him, said that at midnight, Linda, they have to tell us what?
So the statute says at 12:01 they have to tell us how many mail ballots there are. But on your show, he said they have to tell you how many they've counted so far and what the results are. I don't read the statute that way, but hey, if he's going to do it, he's going to do it. But then tonight I was talking to the solicitor for Philly, and she said, yeah, we're gonna release the results. So I think we should expect to see something overnight.
Yeah, at midnight.
So don't go to bed.
Yep, exactly.
No,
all right.
we're not going to
Well,
bed.
it sounds like Rich is partying, so he probably won't be going to bed.
Hey, listen, I'm working here. I'm on the air right now. I'm avoiding the 4 open bars. And I mentioned there's
Rich,
4 open bars.
Your idea of working and my idea of working are two totally separate things. I was in court all day. All those Democratic attorneys against little old me. I mean, really.
These
I think
high-priced
the band
lawyers.
is playing a violin song right now, Dom.
Yeah, $1 gazillion an hour. Trump wins the bill. They'll say, I didn't want to win. They would be arguing over it in court. Hey, Linda, great work, though. In all seriousness, we'll talk tomorrow once all this shakes out. But this has been, I think even listeners now, as as upset as they were from the last time, this has been a model, what's happened here in Pennsylvania.
And look, I did not leave anything on the table. My team left nothing on the table. We gave it our all. We recruited these awesome poll watchers all across the Commonwealth, people to observe the mail ballot, all of these attorneys. I had attorneys here all day at our call center. We answered the most calls at a call center we ever have in the history of Pennsylvania call centers. We just really, we knocked it out of the park as far as election integrity, as far as I'm concerned.
Absolutely. Thank you, Linda. Thanks very much. Rich, anything you can tell us that Dina McCormick said there? It's in. They beat Bob Casey or what?
Dina is in great spirits, Tom. I just chatted with her for a few minutes offline. She's in great spirits. Dave's in great spirits. Everybody here's in great spirits. I'm being told right now that Fox just called Iowa for Trump, so I guess we can conclude that Ann Seltzer's poll was an outlier, Dom, officially. No surprise there, right?
Absolutely. All right, Rich, well, we'll check back in with you. Hit one of those 4 bars. I'm sure you'll be fine
I'm
later
not
on.
doing that. No way, man.
Okay.
We gotta, Greg Stocker's listening. I don't want to upset the
I
corporate
think he's
show.
asleep by now. That's the over and under was 10:30. That's what he told me. So anything's possible. All right, Rich, we'll check back in with you. Hour left here. Richie Owie there in Pittsburgh at McCormick headquarters. 855-839-1210. AT&T and Verizon Wireless. Just push pound 1210 here on Talk Radio 1210. So Rich will be with us in the 11 o'clock hour while we continue until midnight and get a final result here. The New York Times is shocking tonight, some of the stuff we're seeing with their election needle. And again, moving it to Trump possibly winning the popular vote. All right, so it's all good news on all fronts. And can you imagine Linda Kearns telling us that Philadelphia might actually have this by dawn time tomorrow, Dawn Stensland show or my show? We might know Pennsylvania, but it's shocking. Al Schmidt and I had a bet. He was telling me 2 or 3 days. Remember all that? We went after it. Why? We're not going to know tonight, I don't think, unless you want to stay up until Nick Cale time. Maybe we'll know then. Tom DeBella's out there in the wilds of Montgomery County in a warehouse. We got it covered. We have this covered around the country here. And Arizona, you heard the woman out there, actually has a situation where we're looking at a vote that is not chaotic. All right, we'll have more coming up here to round out the hour here. Dom Giordano with you on our special election night coverage.
Don't let cold season make you miserable. Try the quick, drug-free solution for nasal congestion, Navage. Navage uses gentle suction to flush out your sinuses with refreshing saline, helping you breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier all winter long. And here's even better news. Navage is now available at select Costco locations in a great new value pack. It's everything you need to start breathing better fast. Check out Navage at your local Costco today. Navage, Navage, breathe easy.
Businesses to watch. Kickoff fall with a new Armin Chevrolet Equinox. Right now, Armin Chevrolet is leasing a new 2024 Equinox LS for only $199 per month for 24 months with 10,000 miles per year. That's right, only $199 per month. Together, let's drive. Visit Armin Chevrolet in Ardmore or shop 24/7 at arminchevy.com. Armin, where dealership meets friendship. MSRP $28,035. Texas takes first payment bank fee and $39.99 down payment with Sunday. Buyer's current lease and household nature bank approval ends 11/10/24.
This is a commercial for California Psychics, America's most trusted psychic network. So, if you're waiting for a sign, this is it. No, really, this is it. You won't see your soulmate's face in the clouds or your career path mapped out in your cappuccino foam. This really is it. We could add some dramatic sound effects if you'd like. So what you waiting for? Experience the joy of certainty at CaliforniaPsychics.com.
I am a mother.
I am an entrepreneur.
I am a singer.
I am an artist.
I'm a journalist.
A businesswoman.
An educator.
A sister. A grandmother.
An advocate.
A leader.
I am a friend.
I am
one of more than a million people living with HIV in the U.S.
We are not alone.
Let's stop HIV together.
Get the facts, get tested, get involved. Go to www.actagainstaids.org for more information.
As a doctor, I see patients every day who are losing their vision to age-related macular degeneration, also known as AMD. If you have blurry vision or blind spots, they can be symptoms of AMD, and if untreated, could lead to blindness. The good news, AMD can be managed with effective clinically approved treatments that may reverse some vision loss. For free AMD information, contact the Foundation Fighting Blindness at 1-800-BLINDNESS. That's 1-800-BLINDNESS. There is a cure in sight.
The Library of Congress invites you to visit the revamped Veterans History Project website, where first-hand accounts shared by U.S. military veterans are accessible to the public. Performing a search of the collection is easy. First, go to loc.gov/vets. Click Explore the Collections. Scroll down to Search the VHP Collections and click. Make sure you're searching this collection, and with simple keywords, you can find what you're looking for. Visit loc.gov/vets today.
Businesses to watch. It's tailgate season at Armin Chevrolet. Armin offers an incredible lineup of SUVs. A 2025 Armin Chevrolet Trek starts at only $21,495. That's right, only $21,495. From the all-new Armin Equinox and Traverse to the stylish Blazer to the full-size Tahoe and Suburban, Armin Chevrolet has an SUV to fit your needs and budget. It's tailgate season, and Armin Chevrolet is the place to buy or lease your perfect Chevrolet SUV. Armin, where dealership meets friendship. Together, let's drive. Learn more at arminchevy.com.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Let me tell you about my buddy, Dr. Mike Veneria, the dental implant master. Implant dentistry is an art form, and as one of South Jersey's top implant dentists, Dr. Mike gives you the self-confidence boost you deserve. Schedule your free implant consultation today. Dr. Veneria's office exceeds CDC guidelines and has always maintained the strictest infection control with centralized UV sterilization of airflow to ensure your safety. Locations right over the bridge in Cinnaminson and Woodbury, 856-786-2020 or veneriadental.com.
When I grow up, I want to be a new pair of blue jeans.
When I grow up, I want to be a kid's first computer.
I want to be a warm fleece on a cold day.
Football
I want to be a bike that races around the country. I want to be a bench on a forest trail. When I grow up, I don't want to be a piece of garbage. And if you recycle me, I won't be.
Give your garbage another life. Recycle. Learn how at iwanttoberecycled.org. Brought to you by Keep America Beautiful and the Ad Council.
Why are we getting killed like this?
Kyle's not here. Got caught drinking beer in the park a couple of nights ago.
Really?
Yeah. 0 tolerance. He's out for the season.
Harsh.
Hey, he knew not to drink. We've made that clear to all of our kids, right?
No, not really.
Bill, if we don't tell them what we expect and why they shouldn't drink, how are they gonna know?
Talk. They hear you. For more information, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
Free speech lives here. With Dom Giordano, weekdays noon till 3 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
All right, Dom Giordano with you up until midnight on our special election coverage. Tells us, Matt Rooney just reporting, and we'll see if Matt DeSantis has anything here, but that 57% of the vote in Michigan now lean Trump. I'm hoping, of course, Wisconsin, 57% of the vote in, which is very quick. You heard Linda. We'll probably know tomorrow. Tomorrow is much must-listen day, without a doubt, that we're going to be getting this from inside with Linda Kern, Scott Presler, et cetera, as the election is called here in Pennsylvania. And it looks to me that it's going to go Trump. Scott Presler, regrettably, though, was scheduled to be with us, Matt DeSantis. He won't come on now, though. He doesn't want to jinx it. This guy is unbelievable, you know? We want to lionize him. We want to do all those things. I admire that, though. He doesn't want to jinx it. He tells Dan, who's had a long conversation, he's pacing back and forth, et cetera. This is the guy that went into the Amish country, second to none, engineered that, no electronic devices, et cetera. And the Amish, according to the New York Post, came out in unbelievable numbers today. You see those buggies, the bishops give the word. We last saw that in 2004 when Bush won Ohio with like 30,000 Amish votes, beating John Kerry. That was decisive. This was a critical voting block. When Trump is elected here, they got to make Scott Presler in charge of at least hair, if nothing else. We got to bring him to town. We got to celebrate. We got to do some event at a bar with Scott Presler. I'm telling you, after this, Jim Worthington, who was the extraordinary cheerleader and fundraiser for President Trump, Linda Kern's voting integrity, and Captain Sean Parnell, who led the mail-in ballot thing. And for a lot of listeners, that was unpopular. Laura Trump was the first one to come on and say, this is the way to go. And look at how fierce people were last week in Bucks County, standing in line for 8 hours, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. They were going to vote by mail-in ballot. They wanted to bank it right there, and they did. It's all coming together. Every sign that I see there indicates that President Trump is going to do very well. Vice President Harris has to hold the blue wall entirely here. If not, then Trump will be president. If even one goes Trump's way, and I told you in Wisconsin, leaning Trump. I don't like to count on Wisconsin and Michigan. Too fickle, too difficult, too Democrats. Let's bring it home here in Pennsylvania. And one of the things I'll say tomorrow, Pennsylvania is called. The indictment of Harris and the Democrat Party is this. You could have had Josh Shapiro. Think of Lou Gehrig. Instead, you had Wally Pipp. And he's not even Wally Pipp. That would be Governor Walz. That guy. Just picture they went with that rather than take the guy that would have made it very tough. In his heart of hearts, though, I think Josh Shapiro tonight's going, that's right. You didn't tag me in. Now in 4 years. Well, tomorrow night, you'll see him out there running. I don't have to wait 8 years. You didn't want me. You didn't want to put me there to get in here. We would have won Pennsylvania. I don't know about that, but it would have been very difficult. And why? She didn't want to be upstaged. 2, the anti-Semitic part of the party, large numbers of them, the mob, they couldn't stand to have Josh Shapiro. That's one of the big decisions she had to make. And we see exactly what she did. Meanwhile, on the other side, maybe J.D. Vance in the beginning, there was a lot of attacks in the media, a lot of baggage. But what did we see? J.D. Vance finding his voice, the debates, and going forward, somebody that we looked for to the future in a big, big way. All right, but we're not there yet. We got a big hour coming up. We're going to go back with Rich. We're going to update you on a lot of things. Guy Shiraki, I think, stopping by, and some others as we get to the hour where I think we're going to see some call probably on North Carolina and maybe Georgia. All right? But be expecting tomorrow during the Nick Cale show, or certainly by dawn's, we're going to be pretty close to something happening with Pennsylvania. And we're going to see the report on Montgomery, Bucks County, and all that, and what it adds up to. Now, there's going to be a lot of wrangling after that. That's true. But tomorrow, I thought it would take at least until Thursday. Hearing Kearns, hearing DeBello, I think we're going to be home tomorrow seeing what the result is. And I think it's going to be positive after all the things that happened here. And we'll have a chance to reminisce a bit about one of the biggest elections we're ever going to see and the results and what they mean for America moving forward. All right, so big 11 o'clock hour. And we'll talk with Walter Sterling toward the end of the hour. The Walter Sterling show will be coming up, too, to take you through the wee small hours at midnight. Matt, anything else to report from the New York Times desk that you're manning there?
Yeah, so I've got some numbers for
Yes.
us. These are the most up-to-date. There is 28% of the vote counted in Michigan, so we're still pretty early there. Trump's in the lead, and the exciting news is, again, still early, though, so take it with a grain of salt. They did move that race towards lean Republican, lean Trump. Wisconsin has slightly more of their vote tallied. They're at 58%. The New York Times also just moved that to lean Republican, lean Trump. And then Pennsylvania is still in the toss-up category. 67% of the vote is in. Trump is ahead 51% to 48%.
67% of the vote in Pennsylvania already.
Yes.
Wow.
And actually, we have breaking news. They just moved Pennsylvania into the lean Trump category. Their projection now, again, it's still early in the count, so it doesn't mean a ton, but their projection at the moment is Trump plus 2.2 points in Pennsylvania.
Boy, that's higher than I thought. I thought this would be incredibly tight, but we'll see. I still project that.
I think you're right. I think that number is going to
It's going to be closer to Biden the last time, 80,000 votes or under here. It is a remarkable story that we share together, thanks to Talk Radio. So, big 11 o'clock hour coming up. Rich will be back with us at the one of the four bars there. We'll have to get the details on that at McCormick headquarters in Pittsburgh. That race may take a little longer in the morning to call. McCormick and Casey. Very, very close. All that straight ahead on Talk Radio 1210.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-837-5050. That's 800-837-5050. 800-837-5050.
Woohoo! Another girls' night out. I'm so stressed from shopping, I couldn't find anything. Have you tried shopping jewelry television? JTV? I don't know. Everyone in my family is so different. JTV has thousands of jewelry styles. Artisan, diamonds, pearls, colored gemstones, watches, even gift sets. I shop on TV and online.
New JTV customers save up to $40 when you shop jtv.com/radio.
Now, can you relax? Yes. Another round? Yes.
How's this for a dream Politics and Pints event? It's me, Rich Zioli, with Jimmy Fela on stage together Wednesday, November 13th, 7:30 p.m., Media Theater in Media, PA. And we're going to have a cash bar available for soft drinks, beer, wine, and cocktails, which, yes, you can buy us. Media Theater, Wednesday, November 13th at 7:30 p.m. It's going to be a hot show, and it's going to sell out really fast. So get your tickets right now at 1210WPHT.com, and I'll see you for our next Politics and Pints, Zioli and Fela, November 13th.
Hi, I'm Judith Light. So there you are. It's flu season, and you're over 65 like me. You're having another busy year. So much to do, so many roles in life to play. But you feel like you might be forgetting something serious. Your annual flu shot. And before you know it, it's too late. It's not just the aches, fever, and chills that last for days and days. The flu can be life-threatening, especially if you have chronic conditions like diabetes and heart disease, which can worsen with the flu. Being active and healthy alone won't protect you. The immune system weakens with age, making you more susceptible to the flu. If you're over 65, ask about your vaccine options, including one made specifically for us. An annual flu shot is the best way to help keep the flu away. Visit the National Council on Aging at ncoa.org/flu to learn more and talk to your doctor or pharmacist about vaccine options for people 65 and older. Again, that's ncoa.org/flu.
As a doctor, I see patients every day who are losing their vision and independence to age-related macular degeneration, also known as AMD. It's the leading cause of blindness in adults 55 and older. Some of us are at greater risk for AMD. If you have blurry vision or blind spots, they can be symptoms of AMD. If left untreated, it can lead to blindness. The good news? With early detection, AMD can be managed with effective clinically approved treatments that can reduce or even reverse some vision loss. Learning that you have AMD can be scary, but there's hope and help. The Foundation Fighting Blindness is researching and developing treatments and cures for AMD. To get your free AMD information packet, contact the Foundation Fighting Blindness today at 1-800-BLINDNESS. That's 1-800-BLINDNESS. Join the fight against AMD, because together there is a cure in sight.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to end your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other IRS actions. Make sure you're getting the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima today for a free confidential consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Talk Radio 1210. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter, and always live on the free Odyssey app. Election Night 2024. Election Night 2024.
That's exactly right. Dom Giordano with you here at home base for election coverage. And, of course, out there in the field, our vast roving correspondent, Rich Cioli, in Pittsburgh with 4 bars, and Jeff Bardos, who's been a candidate for high office here in Pennsylvania. So, Rich, what's happening there at McCormick headquarters?
Dom, there is such an enthusiasm in this room tonight. Everybody is fired up. These numbers are looking really, really good. New York Times is now projecting Donald Trump has over an 85% chance of winning the election. Popular vote as well. Everything is trending in our direction at this point. Don't want to get overly optimistic, but it kind of goes back to what we were saying. This race was never going to be close. Whoever was going to win commandingly, and it's looking more and more like that, Dom.
85% shot is the popular vote, though, Rich. If that happens, who's the last Republican to win the popular vote? Reagan? I don't know if Bush Sr. did.
Yeah, that's a great question. Matt DeSantis would know that. He's a historian. But here's what I do know, Dom, is that tomorrow the left is going to be saying that the Electoral College is the guardrail of our democracy.
Yes. Well, they were saying if Trump won the popular vote but lost the Electoral College, then we would all want to get rid of the Electoral College. But no, that is the cherry on top. How much of the vote left in the Senate there? You got any projections when people think this might be over, McCormick, Casey?
Well, I mean, we're all waiting for Philadelphia, obviously, right? But what I keep hearing is that the numbers in Philadelphia are not going to overcome the numbers in rural PA. So I don't think there's a feeling of anxiety. There's no sense of we're all waiting on bated breath and pins and needles here for Philly, which is a great feeling. There's also, I think, which is really interesting, is that a feeling that even if the Philadelphia numbers come out, that it's not going to be as bad as we think.
Right.
So it kind of goes back to what we were saying, Dom, right? I mean, the city has changed a lot. It's not that we're going to be a Republican city anytime soon, but there are neighborhoods now that are solidly Republican. I guess the question for us going forward is, how do we tap into that? How do we seize control of that?
Exactly.
Those neighborhoods, right?
Well, I'll tell a name. I don't know, Rich, if you've done anything with Mark Picozzi, but that's the name to be watching for. But I hear you have Jeff Bartos standing by. We're going to shift election headquarters to Pittsburgh. We got both corners of the state covered here for a bit with Rich Cioli.
All right, Tom, we'll talk to you in a little bit, buddy. Thank you. Yes, live from Dave McCormick's election night victory headquarters, and it is definitely feeling like a victory. Thank you for being with us tonight on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. It was an honor tonight to have President Donald Trump call into my show. Totally unexpected. It was kind of funny, too. I'll set the stage for you. We were getting into our 6 o'clock hour. We had everything lined up. And this really goes to Matt DeSantis, if you're there, what we were saying. We plan a show, and then all of a sudden it goes off the rails. And talking about going off the rails, when the former and future president of the United States says we're going to call in to the show, and we made everything work for him. We moved spots around, and then he called in, and it was great. And so when he wins tonight, we're going to take credit for it. Jeff Bartos is with us. Jeff, can I take credit for President Trump getting reelected tonight if that happens?
Yes, you can. And Rich, I was texting with you before because the guys in the war room came out and said, "Look, you're not going on Zioli." I said, "Really?" And they said, "Yeah, you got bumped for Trump." And I said, "Okay, well, I can live with that." So, I think it's an honor to be bumped by the once and future president, and we're going to bring home a big win for him tonight in Pennsylvania, and I really couldn't be happier. And by the way, please do me a favor. I'm actually standing in NBC 10's TV studios here in Philadelphia, but please give Dave McCormick and Dina and Matt and the whole team a big hug from me. I really wish I could be with you guys.
I certainly will, my friend. I certainly will. Dina called me before, but I couldn't hear her on the cell phone because it's so loud in here. Everybody's having such a great night. They're so excited. But, Jeff, I got to give you a lot of credit, man. I mean, you've worked so hard for Trump. You've been out there all over the place. The Jewish vote, huge, big deal in our state. It's funny, right? Listening the other night to our mutual friend David Urban on CNN, and Van Jones going on about he's worried about the Jewish vote. And then when the Republican guy in there, Scott Jennings, goes, well, gee, if only you had the Democrats had picked a governor who was Jewish in the state you had to win. I wonder if things had changed for them. Their campaign made so many mistakes, but I don't want to focus on that. I want to focus on everything Trump did right. His message was right, and he didn't flip his message. He didn't have one message for Pennsylvania Jews and another for Michigan pro-Palestinian people. It was a solid, consistent message the entire time.
Yeah, I wrote this morning, and I've been writing recently on social media, my description of how I feel about President Trump and the real honor I've had to work for him over the last 9 months as a volunteer, really the last year. And it's just gratitude. That's the word I keep coming back to. Gratitude for his incredible record as the most consequential and effective president in history for the U.S.-Israel relationship. Gratitude for his unparalleled record of combating anti-Semitism, his record on the economy, the border, crime, inflation, veterans issues, and, of course, energy here in Pennsylvania. So it's been really the honor of my career to play a role in helping him in Pennsylvania and helping our friend Dave McCormick and Dave Sunday and Stacey Garrity and Tim DeFore and even some of the congressional races. I got involved in those recently with Ryan McKenzie and with Rob Bresnahan. So I think where we're heading, great team. But all credit really to President Trump, to Senator Vance, and the incredible team that they put together.
And they worked so hard. I mean, 4 rallies in Pennsylvania yesterday, Jeff, and I know you were with them for almost all of those, if not all of them. You were with them for so many of the rallies. But, of course, let's go back to Butler, right? I said this to him tonight when he called in my show. I said, thank you for taking a bullet for us. Really, sincerely, thank you for taking a bullet for us. It's a big deal. It's not a minor point. That moment of him putting his fist in the air and saying, fight, fight, fight. And tonight I said, if you're in line, just stay in line, because I know it's a long day for a lot of people, but it's our turn to give back. And I asked him, Jeff, I said, Mr. President, I said, will you please ask everybody who's in line to stay in line? And he did. He took my advice for once. He said, yes, please stay in line, which was, an amazing moment. But really, thank you to everyone listening, all the voters who did that. Because, Jeff, I've heard stories, 6 hours people were waiting in line to vote today.
Yeah, it's really, and this goes back almost a week, Rich. I happened to be on the Trump campaign bus with Hogan Gidley and Byron Donalds, and it was a cast of amazing folks, Peter Navarro, and we all went to Bucks County on Friday night with the campaign bus, pulled into Levittown, and we went and we handed out pizza, and we stood with our fellow Republicans in the line while they waited to cast their mail-in ballots in person. All credit to our voters, right? That's at the end of the day, the voters have the decision. Rich, I'm smiling also because I was on TV earlier today, and my message on TV, the reporter was asking me about the irregularities in Cambria and should our voters have confidence. This was about 4 o'clock this afternoon, and I said to the camera, the system's working. Our lawyers have done a fantastic job. The Trump team, the PA GOP, the national GOP, everyone's working together. The lawyers sorted it, and I said to everybody, please, President Trump took a bullet for us. The least we can do is stand in line for him as long as it takes. And it's great that you were delivering that same message. It's great, of course, that the president was delivering that message. And our party's never been more united. In the 25 years I've been doing this, this is the most united I've ever seen the Republican Party. And I think it's where we're going to bring home a big win here across the board. It takes all of that. And with that said, it's still going to be, we're still sitting here on pins and needles, but I think it's going to end up very well.
You know, Jeff, you ran statewide twice, and you were the lieutenant governor nominee. When you think about Pennsylvania, and they used to say it was obviously Pittsburgh and Philly and Alabama in between, but one of the lessons here, I think, is that the demographics of the city of Philadelphia are changing. Working class voters, I equate it to Staten Island. I mean, they're voting Republican now. Latino voters are voting Republican. I'm not saying Philadelphia is going to go red anytime soon, but there's a lot of changes that are happening, and a lot of that is because Trump has been able to tap into the working class voters, the Latino voters, the black voters who just felt neglected by the machine all these years. Where do we go from here? I mean, this is an opportunity for us in Pennsylvania. It really is.
It really is. It's such a great point. Our friend Stacey Garrity, by the way, likes to say that Pennsylvania is Pittsburgh on the west, Philadelphia in the east, and Pennsylvania in between. I love that line.
It's a great line.
But as a Berks County, and I love that line. But I think you've hit the nail on the head. President Trump, through his leadership and his time he took to reach every voter, he has remade the Republican coalition into a broad, multi-ethnic, multiracial, what unites the people voting for President Trump and Dave McCormick and all through our ballot are the economic issues, securing the border.
Hey, Jeff, I hate to interrupt, but there's some breaking news I just want to share with you, and that the Republican Bernie Moreno in Ohio just defeated Sherrod Brown, the longtime senator in Ohio. That is breaking news right now. That is huge, Jeff Bartos. This is enormous.
Well, I'm almost gonna start crying here. That's my political team. So my whole political team from my last Senate race moved over to run Bernie's race. Bernie and his wife Bridget and their family are very, very dear friends of ours. And to Reagan and to Connor and to Chris and to the whole team, Ben, I mean, my whole political team moved over there, and we had a great team, and they delivered for Bernie, and Bernie delivered for Ohio. And it's thank you for sharing that. I've been watching it all night, and I couldn't be more proud of Team Moreno, which is we're political cousins, I guess we'll say.
We have to celebrate at there's a Jewish deli on the main line called Jaime's. I think we've heard about it. It's been in the news. We got to celebrate there because this is a vindication too for our buddy Lou Barson. It really is. I mean, the vitriol and the hate from the left. I am so tired of people saying that both sides have to turn down their rhetoric. The rhetoric on our side is friendly and kind and nice, and we've seen that. We've seen that time and again, and we're going to see that tomorrow when the reaction from the left is to blame misogyny when Trump wins, and he's going to win. He's going to win the electoral. He may win the popular vote too, Jeff. We may have a mandate here that we haven't seen since Reagan in '84. This could be an epic night for us. They're going to scream misogyny. They're going to scream all their usual nonsense, and the reality is that it's just that Trump connected with working class people, right? I mean, he gets it. He gets it.
It's a broad coalition, and I was just on the TV set, and they were trying to break people down by black voters and Hispanic voters, and I said, can we talk about voters who've been impacted by the economy and voters who haven't? Voters who are making decisions about whether to buy groceries or fuel or whether they can send their kids to school because of inflation and their take-home pay is less, and voters who aren't. And I think that's the break. I mean, Rich, I'd love to come on anytime and talk more about this as we start to see the data over the coming days and weeks, but I think that's where I would like us to stop talking about the color of their skin or where they come from or who they pray to or how they pray, and talk about these kind of core economic issues, our safety, our security, our border, fentanyl, energy. I'd like us to be no longer putting up with anti-Semitism and hatred taught on our campuses and our schools. I think there's a huge opportunity here for the Republican Party to continue to build on this incredible coalition that President Trump has built and nurtured. And, you made the point about the hatred from the left. All I saw from President Trump when I've been privileged to be around him in small group settings, one-on-one conversations, and, of course, at big events, he loves Pennsylvania, he loves the American people, and he just wants our country to thrive. That's all this is about. It's what our friend Lou Barson wants, by the way, at Jaime. So, I was at the poll this morning in 13-1 in Lower Merion, where there are no really Republicans anymore. And I was talking to all my neighbors with a big smile on my face and a big Trump button on my lapel. And you know what? I wasn't going to be hating on anybody, and I hope our neighbors start to heal from this and start to move on and really embrace making America great again.
Jeff Bartos, I appreciate your friendship, buddy. I've gotten to know you over the years, and I really, truly consider you a friend. I think you're an incredibly bright guy and a genuinely down-to-earth, nice guy. And it's amazing, right? Like, I saw you the last time we were together in person, I guess it was at the airport on our way to the RNC. And then, of course, seeing you at the RNC. But right after the assassination attempt on Trump and Butler, that is, it's no small thing, right, that happened to him. And when he called me tonight on my show, there was a humility I heard in his voice that, I don't know, maybe I haven't heard from him before, but it was this is kind of a strange thing to say, but I felt a unique connection to him tonight, and I've known him since 2015 that I haven't felt before, which is there was a vulnerability. Like, he was almost in his saying, like, how are people rejecting me when I'm trying to make America great again? Like, he really is doing this for us. And that's why when people say he wants to be a dictator or a tyrant or something, he doesn't need to be those things. He could be in Florida living as a billionaire. I mean, if you're a billionaire in Florida and you get to golf every day, you're basically a dictator and a tyrant, right? You can do whatever you want. So he doesn't need to be doing this crap. He's doing it for us. And I heard this kind of vulnerability in his voice tonight. He's thinking, like, I'm trying to do this for you. Why would people reject that? And I think it really sums up who he is, Jeff.
Yes, as I said, it's been a privilege and an honor to volunteer and to work for him these many, many months. And I love the guy. I'm grateful for all of his great policies. I'm grateful for the priorities that he has. I'm grateful for his focus on Pennsylvania and making our Commonwealth and our nation great again, secure, safe, fighting the issues that I care most about, as I said before. And I just think, again, I've had the real privilege to be in small group settings and to have conversations like you had with him today. And if the rest of the country got to see him and hopefully more and more people listen to your interview, I think we're heading in a really good direction. By the way, the other story that's going to be written here is this is the greatest comeback story of all time.
Oh, my God, right?
It is the greatest comeback story of all time. Everything that's been thrown at him, and he just persevered. And, Rich, I mean, I've said to all my friends, whether they don't like him, they hate him, whatever, I said, and they call him names, and I say, the man got shot, and he stood up, and his first thought was to make sure that the thousands and thousands of people there didn't panic, that they knew he was okay, and then his message to them was to fight. I mean, that's what you want in a leader. I mean, to me, the election should have been over then, but the Democrats panicked, and they changed candidates, and we went through this crazy last 100 days. I mean, at the end of the day, Kamala Harris was a campaign born in desperation that never found a message, and the American people spoke.
There are three people very happy tonight. It's Jeff Bartos, Zioli, and Joe Biden. I think he's happy as hell tonight. I really do. I mean, the guy, he kept sabotaging her every step of the way. It was hysterical to watch from afar. And the last thing I'll leave you with, Jeff Bartos, is tomorrow when the left screams after Trump, if he wins the popular vote, that the Electoral College is the guardrail of democracy. How much fun are we going to have making fun of that?
Yeah, it's I really wish I had the whole day, Rich, hearing from people around the country that the turnout in Philadelphia was going to be like Lyndon Johnson in 1964, and I was getting all these calls from all over, and I kept saying, we're not seeing this. And it was yet another example of the press just basically lying to us, the legacy media lying to us. And so hopefully more and more of our friends who are left of center and center start to realize that it's time to break away from that legacy media and start thinking for themselves and start analyzing things and using common sense. I mean, I asked reporters today, Rich, where are you getting this information that the turnout's historic in Philadelphia? And they said to me, well, I heard it from so-and-so, who happened to be another reporter. I mean, that's insane, right? Like, insane. And so we need to, hopefully the legacy media looks inward and starts to realize that they're not doing their job very well. How about the Iowa poll? President Trump's going to win Iowa, it looks like maybe 14 points. And we got a poll a couple days ago. He was down 3. I mean, where are we? That stuff needs to change. It needs to get better. But I think, look, they're going to have to sort that out. I'm hoping more and more people come over and they recognize there's a home in the Republican Party for them.
Polling's dead, brother. I got to run, but listen, let's break some matzah, as they say in your
God bless
people,
you.
right?
Thanks for everything you're doing. And thanks for having me on the same day you had the president. It's an honor.
It's my honor, Jeff Bartos. Thanks for everything you did, pal. We'll be right back on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Thank you.
You can live out your MasterChef dreams when you find a professional on Angie to tackle your dream kitchen remodel. Connect with skilled professionals to get all your home projects done well. Inside to outside, repairs to renovations. Get started on the Angie app or visit Angie.com today. You can do this when you Angie that.
The 2024 presidential election is here. With the race neck and neck and with so much at stake, MSNBC has the in-depth coverage and analysis you need. Our reporters are on the ground, and we're breaking down the numbers until every last vote is counted, providing you with insight on what it all means for the future of our country. Watch coverage of the 2024 presidential election Tuesday, November 5th, and listen to MSNBC Live on the free Odyssey app or wherever you watch MSNBC.
Hey, Dawn here. When it comes to your home, trust is everything. For 45 years, Kitchen Magic has built a reputation for transforming kitchens with precision and care. From custom cabinets to countertops, backsplashes, in just a few days, your dream kitchen becomes a reality without all the hassle. Trust the name your neighbors have relied on for decades. Kitchen Magic. Get your free in-home consultation at kitchenmagic.com. Kitchenmagic.com. Let's cook up something extraordinary. Tell them Dawn sent you.
It all comes down to this. Election night. The election of our lifetime. What will happen? Where will the problems and surprises be? Will Pennsylvania decide who the next president is?
I come from the middle class, and I'll never forget where I come from.
Be here for our election night coverage starting at 7 p.m. with Rich Cioli, Jimmy Fela, Don Stensland, Nick Cale, and Dom Giordano, plus Walter Sterling into the wee small hours. All live, all local. Election night starting at 7 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and on the free Odyssey app. Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Yeah, that's right. Walter Sterling will be here at midnight tonight, the Walter Sterling Show, and will join us to give us a preview of that. Dom Giordano with you. A guy who, behind the scenes, is sending us just such data around the clock, it seems like, and then writing about it. Guy Shiraki's with us tonight on our special election night coverage. Guy, welcome back, and thank you for all the information, all the insight. Are we seeing today, or is it too early to see it? Rich was just talking about this too, that Philadelphia is the pathway to the new Republican Party. Not that we're going to win Philadelphia, but it's going to become a model through the Trump policies, et cetera, about how to do this.
Yeah, I mean, look, Bobby Brady owes you 2 lobster dinners because they're going to fall. They're going to fall way short of talking about 500,000. They may not hit 400,000.
Wow.
Look, when the dust settles, they'll probably break 400,000. But as I told you from the beginning, Joe Biden's plurality was 472,000. His margin of victory was 472,000. They were never going to kick out, Joe Biden from Delaware, replace him with Kamala Harris, and grow their number. I told you the goal for Trump was the fantasy to hit 20. He's at 21. Growth in South Philly, growth in Northeast Philly, growth in the River Wards, growth in the Black community, growth in the Hispanic community. And I know it's not as sexy as all the other stuff, but Joe Picozzi is winning his state Senate seat. That's about 90% of the vote in. I hope he hangs on. And the Boyle House seat, which is now a Doherty versus Gill, is down to 100 votes separating them with 2 divisions to go. I mean, the pathway for the Republican Party is not Malvern, it's Mayfair. The pathway for the Republican Party is ethnically diverse, working class, firemen, contractors, first generation, second generation Americans. Donald Trump is probably going to go to the White House on that path, and it's the path for us in Pennsylvania, and I hope we build on it.
Without a doubt. Now, see, I'm pretty tired at this point. I don't know if you are. A little bit tired. I don't want to go home and whip up 600 words. Malvern to Mayfair. You'll beat me to it. You probably already have 2 columns up on that. But, Guy, this Picozzi race, I mean, where, of course, the North Carolina had just been called by the New York Times for Trump.
Yeah.
This indicates what I've been railing about for so long, this rotten Republican Party. Vince, I don't know if you're at the bar tonight. Call in the show tomorrow up there in Northeast Philadelphia. It's one thing. We know how overwhelming it is. But then when you have the party infrastructure against you two, and this kid, instead of being a golden boy to them, they didn't even put him on the card they were handing out today. I think you sent that to me, Guy. It's ridiculous. This can be reformed, and this is where we live in this area. It's not just winning the presidency. We saw that. Trump was president. Look at what the school boards and other things did. Our lives are controlled by this. What are you hearing in Chester County? We had them on today because of the bomb scare there, Guy.
Yeah.
How's Chester County going?
I think what you're going to see is when the dust settles, Chester County is going to land pretty much where it was 4 years ago, which to a certain extent for Trump was a victory because, again, as you and I had discussed and I'd written about, Kamala Harris's pathway was to try and grow the suburbs. And I think Bucks County is going to essentially be a tie. She's about, Donald Trump, President Trump has held ground in Chester. She may grow a point in Montgomery County. It's just not enough. She was never going to appeal to rural Pennsylvania. Tim Walz was an enormous swing and a miss. He didn't help her in rural Pennsylvania. She abandoned and took Philadelphia for granted. Her only path was suburbia, and playing to a tie in Bucks and staying no gain of ground in Chester County. It's not a pathway forward. So, she made a tactical mistake, and in Chester County, look, I got to tell you, holding serve after all that they did to attack President Trump. I'm not as excited about Chester County as I am Philadelphia. I think you can hear it in my voice. But the reality is holding serve in Chester County is enough. If we have hit, if they have hit their ceiling for growth, then we can begin our path back. And I'm going to sound like a broken record. Our path back is Coatesville. Our path back is the Indian and Asian Americans. I told you, my wife and volunteers around here were going out on street corners. By the end, when they ended their last honk for Trump, it was 30, 40 people. The overwhelming majority were Chinese Americans, many of whom stopped their cars, parked, and joined the rally. The path forward for this party is for people who want to participate in the American dream, not the ones who want to tear it down, people who want their kids to go to college and succeed, people who want to get up in the morning and build things. It's the party of doers, the party of builders and dreamers. Chinese Americans, Hispanic Americans, African Americans who want their kids to go to school and succeed. That's our path forward, and I think it's a model for Philly, and it's the basis to rebuild in the suburbs.
Yeah, Guy, we hear that I guess the Allegheny County returns would come in, and that's McCormick country, I think, pretty much. What are you hearing on McCormick, Casey?
I'm cautiously optimistic, especially bearing in mind that Cambria County, which for those of us in the Philadelphia area, just think Johnstown, they were voting until the polls were open till 10, which meant anybody in line by 10. Cambria County is a place that's probably going to produce a 20 to 25,000 margin for President Trump and a similar number for Dave McCormick. They're not all in yet. I am cautiously optimistic for Dave McCormick, and what a shot in the arm it will be for the Pennsylvania Republican Party to have a U.S. senator. I'm cautiously optimistic. I want to see a little bit more in the Senate race, but I know that Cambria County and the folks in Greater Johnstown are yet to be heard from. That's why I'm hopeful. I want to see a little bit more.
Okay.
I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful.
Parting area. The only concern I have tonight, and I can't quite tell. I mean, I would have to have you and Linda Kerr, all these other people here, Guy. But I'm concerned about the House because that could be a sticky thing here. If somehow or another they get a one-seat advantage, is it too early to tell? I mean, I see that it looks like we lost in central Pennsylvania. I haven't seen it called yet, for example. But Scott Perry, I'm talking about. What do you see in the House of Representatives?
Well, maybe in Pennsylvania in the end, a net. I'm hoping for my friend Scott, who I've known from the Young Republican days. But I think Ryan McKenzie's going to take the seat in the Lehigh Valley. They're up to 87% of the vote in. He's been maintaining what's now almost a 9,000 vote lead. I'm getting to be so old, Dom, that, Ryan was an intern for me on the Bush-Cheney campaign back in 2004. So, look, if Pennsylvania holds serve, I'll be sad for Scott Perry, but we're probably not going to know the U.S. House till Thursday because we're going to have so many of these races that are going to be decided by less than a point. It's going to take us a while to figure that out. The Senate looks in good hands. The White House, we're all optimistic. I think the House is probably going to be Thursday till we really know when you look at some of these races that are going to be really tight in places like Pennsylvania, Ohio. And remember, we're counting on seats in places like Long Island, New York, which are going to have to come through for us this time.
Yeah, exactly. Guy, thank you. I can't thank you enough for the data, the work behind it, the insight, and to be continued tomorrow.
Well, I said to my wife, it's like when you stay up late on Monday Night Football for the Eagles. When you're up till 1 a.m. and they win, it's a good tired. When you're up till 1 a.m. and they lose, it's a bad tired.
Exactly.
Right now, it's a good tired, Dom. I'm excited to be tired.
Absolutely, Guy. Thank you, Guy. Guy Shiraki here on Talk Radio 1210. Rich might be back with us. I think the Allegheny around now. That's Pittsburgh area. We might see McCormick, Casey. We might get closer to a result. I don't think it'll be called anytime soon. And over in Hainesport, New Jersey, we might hear from someone. They actually, because of the long delay of the vote, brought in a Mr. Softy truck, not like the guy in Montgomery County, and some kind of other pizza trucker to be feeding people to keep them in line to vote. Now, that's the modern Republican Party. All that straight ahead here. Dom Giordano with you. Rich in Pittsburgh coming up, too, on Talk Radio 1210.
Rich Zeoli.
Donald Trump, how are you, sir?
I'm good. And
I got to tell you, too, I've been getting text messages all day from people. They're waiting in lines 4-6 hours to vote for you today.
That's
Trump.
great, boy.
Who's
If we
in
win
line?
Pennsylvania, we win the whole deal. Stay in line. They may say, oh, gee, you're going to be here for an hour or two. Once you're in line, they can't do anything about it. So that would be great on behalf of both of us. I think I could say that.
President Donald Trump, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Rich Zeoli, weekday afternoons 3 to 7. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. And on the free Odyssey app.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Do you know when the best time to buy investment properties is? It's now. It's always now. You just need to learn how to buy them correctly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night and learn how to buy investment properties and make money every time. That's right. That's what we teach. We teach how to buy investment properties and make money every time. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now. Take a class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Don't go through life ignorant about how to become a millionaire. Learn how to invest in real estate, the stock market, precious metals, and learn from an expert. At Investor Schooling, we teach these things and more. We only provide education, and we will teach you how to leverage real estate, how to leverage the stock market, and how to leverage precious metals to make more money than you've ever made before. Go to investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday. We will see you there. Investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com.
Hey, it's Rich Ziola. You know how important privacy is to me. I've been telling you for years, right? I don't want the government tracking me. I don't want companies tracking me. That's why I subscribe to Privacy Pro from DuckDuckGo. Privacy Pro is a 3-in-1 subscription service. It includes DuckDuckGo VPN. Gotta have it, especially when you're on the road. Personal information removal. I don't want any of my personal information on the internet. And identity theft restoration. 3 features for the price of 1. And it's from DuckDuckGo. Subscribers get a service that will help you restore your identity if it is stolen. This is unbelievable and so essential in this day and age. Now, here's what you do. You go to duckduckgo.com/1210. You get a week on us. DuckDuckGo.com/1210. Exclusive 7-day free trial. Then pay only $9.99 a month. This is privacy that you need. Privacy Pro. And listen, personal information removal. This way nobody knows anything about you. This is what you need in this day and age. Trust me. Privacy Pro. DuckDuckGo.com/1210. Sign up now.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Don't let cold season make you miserable. Try the quick, drug-free solution for nasal congestion, Navage. Navage uses gentle suction to flush out your sinuses with refreshing saline, helping you breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier all winter long. And here's even better news. Navage is now available at select Costco locations in a great new value pack. It's everything you need to start breathing better fast. Check out Navage at your local Costco today. Navage, Navage. Breathe easy.
California Psychics was great. Gosh, I got everything I can imagine from my reading.
At California Psychics, we only connect our customers with the best. In fact, we reject 98% of the psychics who apply to work with us. So we guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free.
She told me something about my love life that I needed to hear. I do feel better about my relationship from what she told me. I feel like I'm on the right path.
Right now, new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20, which means you could soon be taking a romantic stroll down the right path, too. Experience the joy of certainty at CaliforniaPsychics.com. Get $5 off with code RADIO5 when you download the app.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
All right down to the wire. Jersey, big action today. We got a couple people to bring in here with Dom Giordano as our election night coverage continues. Our own Matt Rooney. And then I think we have voters still in line over in Hainesport, New Jersey. First, let's go to Matt, then we'll go to the voters, and then we'll get the full analysis. Hey, Matt, welcome back. Thanks for the great coverage tonight. We'll get your full wrap-up of this. But I wanted to, we've been talking about New Jersey, the fierceness of this. I think we have voters still in line there, Matt DeSantis. Sue Woodruff is one of those voters in line over in Hainesport, New Jersey. Sue, welcome to our election night coverage here on Talk Radio 1210. What's going on in the lines here, Sue?
It's absolute craziness. We've been here for a solid 4.5 hours, but we are not leaving. We will have our voice heard.
And what was the delay, Sue? What happened there?
Well, we're a small town in Hainesport, and we only had 4 machines. About what time was it that the new machines? We had some additional machines.
There was only 2.
There was no, well, it was 2 machines. They were doubles.
Right.
There was 4 machines. They had an extra machine delivered just a few hours ago. So now we technically have 6 machines going. So I don't know if they didn't expect a large showing,
Yeah.
but we showed out Hainesport. I think every single person in Hainesport is here. If you're here in Hainesport, give a shout out.
All right, we're going to play that tomorrow.
Here. We are not leaving.
We got to get this woman on, Matt. Take that tomorrow. And now, Sue, who is it that brought was it a Mr. Softy truck, or what kind of people came to feed you?
No, my friend Anne Marie told us to call in.
I know that, but I mean, we heard that there was a Mr. Softy truck or somebody brought stuff in line.
Mr.
Yeah.
Softy and Chick-fil-A was here, and the Domino's Pizza came and delivered. Old Village in Hainesport, our very own town, had many, many pizzas delivered to us just to keep people. And Dunleavy's is staying open extra hours for us to come and visit afterwards. So shout out to Dunleavy's, Ryan and Brian. Woo!
Might I ask, is this a Trump vote or is it a mixed vote over there in Hainesport? What do you think?
Are we Trump guys?
All right, might be a little bit. Hey, thanks to our buddy Anne Marie. Nobody better. And Sue, thanks to you for coming on, and thanks to all the people that provided pizza and Mr. Softy. Sue, I'll let you go.
It's absolutely amazing. Can I give one shout out? Go RV football! Woo!
All right, thank you, Sue.
Semifinals! Woo!
Thank you, Sue, very much.
Thank you.
All right, they're waiting to vote in Jersey. So, Matt Rooney, back with us. Matt, we talked about this, the intensity of that. That's Hainesport, but you have been right on top of it tonight. I'm looking at some of the projections in Michigan, Wisconsin. I don't know whether to believe them or not or jinx them. What are you seeing out there, Matt?
Look, you heard our friend in Hainesport, right? And this is why I love being in South Jersey, and I love my people. They have tremendous energy to everything they're doing, whether it's local football or participating in an election. But yeah, I mean, Donald Trump is overperforming everywhere, Dom, and you see what's happening in New Jersey right now, and it tells you something about the national story. Right now, as we sit here, Donald Trump is only trailing in New Jersey by 4.9 points. 4.9. That is not a lot. That would be the closest finish for a Republican nominee in New Jersey since 1992. It's historic. And why is that? Because you go around the state, Dom, he's performing unbelievably well in places where Republicans have no business doing well. North Bergen, up in North Jersey. This is the deep blue northeast of the state. These are the cities you see when you're watching the intro to The Sopranos. That's a 70% Hispanic town. Donald Trump tied. He tied there today.
Let me ask, Matt.
Between that and our
Matt,
friends in places like Hainesport,
Sure.
it's unbelievable.
This portends then, and I'm not sure if I don't want to put you on the spot on this because the primary playing out. This portends to winning the governor's race. That's exactly where this goes. Very doable if they can tap into what Trump has done. So talk about the primary and the people that might be able to do that.
Right. So, I mean, you nailed it. But, past his prologue, Jack Ciattarelli, who's one of the candidates who is participating this year, he was the nominee in 2021. That was another race where we were supposed to get smoked. Ended up coming with just a few points of Phil Murphy. No polls really predicted that back then, in the same year that Glenn Youngkin triumphed in Virginia. So, step number one is everyone needs to stop treating us as a hopelessly blue state. We're not. But one of the reasons we haven't been successful, to your point, is we have to find the right candidate who can corral the Trump coalition. So Jack Ciattarelli is going to try. We have Bill Spadia, who's a radio host on another station in our region. He's declared his candidacy. He got an almost endorsement from Donald Trump back before the Wild Road rally in May. He's a pretty charismatic guy. Ed the Trucker has thrown his hat in the ring. You know Ed. He's been on your program, all the programs on 1210. Yeah, so you've got some candidates who've got a Trumpian style, a Trumpian approach, and might be able to speak that populist conservative language. That's why we have primaries. I can't wait to try them out. I'm hoping we get to do a forum at some point and ask them the questions that we're going to need to ask to figure out whether or not they can replicate this, but it's clearly possible.
All right. Well, Matt, thank you again. To be continued, and we'll hear you Sunday and probably before that. Matt, great stuff tonight. You were spot on with this, calling it all throughout the night. Thank you, Matt.
Thank you, my friend. Take care.
All right, there's Matt Rooney with us. Coming up, I'm told, a celebratory Rich Scioli. Well, 4 bars there. There might be other news, though. I'm looking. North Carolina called. I'm looking to see where else. I haven't seen Georgia called yet. And Trump is still under 4 points behind in Virginia. That should shock Democrats a lot. That is another tell of what's happening here with the so-called blue wall. And it's going to be interesting tomorrow to see the headlines in Pennsylvania if this holds. All right, we'll go to Rich next here on Talk Radio 1210. Hi, this is Dom Giordano at Batteries Plus Bulbs in Mount Laurel and Northfield. My friend Roy is looking for help. A handy do-it-yourselfer would be ideal. It's a great low-pressure environment with both full-time and part-time jobs available. Plus, if you're the entrepreneurial type, Roy is always interested in bringing in new services. But above all, customer service key. If you're willing to do what it takes to help, you need to talk to Roy. Be part of the team. They power it, they light it, they fix it. Call 856-638-0778. Batteries Plus Bulbs, Mount Laurel and Northfield.
Businesses to watch. Kick off fall with a new Armin Chevrolet Equinox. Right now, Armin Chevrolet is leasing a new 2024 Equinox LS for only $199 per month for 24 months with 10,000 miles per year. That's right, only $199 per month. Together, let's drive. Visit Armin Chevrolet in Ardmore or shop 24/7 at ArminChevy.com. Armin, where dealership meets friendship. MSRP $28,035. Texas takes first payment $19 and $39.99 down payment with Sunday. Requires current lease and household nature bank approval. Ends 11/10/24.
When you're hiring for your business, ZipRecruiter's powerful matching technology makes finding qualified candidates for your job easy. This made us wonder, what if the rest of the world was as easy as ZipRecruiter? Math problems wouldn't be so problematic.
K equals 42.
Escape rooms? Elementary. And summiting Everest would be a walk in the park. In the meantime, if you want to make your hiring easier, use ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Simple. So, see what the world is like when ZipRecruiter does the hard work of hiring for you. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hey, Ambler. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Follow us anywhere on the free Odyssey app.
All right, Dom Giordano, our election night coverage continues. New York Times has called Texas for Cruz. GOP currently holds 50 seats in the Senate, and it looks really good in places like Wisconsin and maybe Pennsylvania. That's where Rich Scioli comes in. Maybe the bars are ready to break out. Rich, what can you tell us in Pittsburgh?
Dom, I'm double fisting as we speak. We are live at McCormick headquarters in Pittsburgh. There's such an amazing feeling in the room tonight. I think we got this. I'm ready to project Donald Trump as the next president of the United States of America. I'm going to project Dave McCormick as the senator for Pennsylvania. And the reason why is we're about to get the Philadelphia results, Dom. And what I'm being told is that Donald Trump is overperforming in Philadelphia. Like we said earlier, my friend, because of the working class voters, the Latino voters, the makeup of Philly is changing. Working class neighborhoods, the rich people moved out to the suburbs during COVID, and the only place where Democrats are making gains is basically Rittenhouse Square. So this is going to be a good night for us, buddy.
Oh, without a doubt, without a doubt. And Rich, great work there at McCormick headquarters. It added so much to tonight. I just did, thanks to you, a national show, and talking to the host there.
Who was that? Who was it?
Rich Valdez.
Oh, my buddy. We love Rich Valdez.
Of course.
Richie V.
Richie
Come on.
V, yes.
Mr. Call Screener, who's done the great things. He's a national big time now.
He's guaranteed Long Island holds in the House. That seems to be the only fly in the ointment tonight, where we're going with the House.
I think ultimately we're going to keep control of the House, but look, worst case we have 2 out of the 3 branches of government. Best case we have all 3. But if Trump wins the Electoral College and the popular vote, which I think he's going to do both, this is a mandate, Dom, we haven't had since 1984 for a president. This is amazing. And the left is going to freak out. Here's what we're going to enjoy, my friend. We're going to enjoy the next 4 years of them melting down about Trump doing whatever he wants to do, unchecked, the Supreme Court letting him be a dictator, doing it with a mandate from the American people to be a dictator. We're going to have a lot of fun with media meltdowns.
Without a doubt, Rich.
Wait, there's cheering right now here.
Okay, and the reason is?
The reason is they're talking about Pennsylvania right now, and they're showing Donald Trump at 51.4% and Kamala Harris at 47.6%, and there's a lot of cheering in the room tonight. I can tell you off the record, just between you and me and not the hundreds of thousands of people listening to us, McCormick's people feel very confident tonight. I've been texting with Dina, Dave's wife, excuse me. She's optimistic, but I told her, I was like, listen, your husband is going to win. He's going to be the senator. She's like, what are you basing this on? I said, trust me, he's going to win. And I just think, Dom, tonight's our night. The numbers look good for us. The momentum is there. We got the momentum. In Philadelphia, the numbers will come in. Donald Trump will overperform in that city, and that's going to be history for us, pal.
All right, we will see you tomorrow, hopefully at home base or wherever you're going to be, and celebrate together. We've got to do a crossover between your show and mine tomorrow.
We should start doing that more often because I'm tired of this CBS News or whatever the hell.
Oh, okay, that's good. We're up for it.
The problem is, though, I got to start my show earlier, I guess. So.
Yes. Well, we'll have to get the managers involved in that, and Greg Stocker. It's some negotiation needed. Hey, Rich.
Well, great job, Tom. And
Thank you.
For everything you've done with your analysis of Philadelphia. I mean, nobody's better than you, buddy, when it comes to breaking this down for us, so appreciate it.
Thank you, Rich. Enjoy. All right, Rich Zioli, 3 to 7 tomorrow. It's going to be quite a day. Tom DeBello, though, is out there in the warehouse in Montgomery County, the Montgomery County Commissioner, with his final report. Then we'll hear from Walter Sterling, guys. Let's go to Tom. Hey, Tom, what's happening? Where are you?
Hey, Dom, I'm back at Central Processing. We're about 125,000 mail-in ballots processed, about 55,000 to go. We're still holding at about 7,000 an hour. People are working hard. The numbers are being posted. I think Montgomery County, we're performing where we need it to be for Donald Trump. I mean, we knew that it was going to be a tough lift to win the county, but he's definitely performing where he needs to be. Which is going to help him carry the state of Pennsylvania for sure. So I don't know. I'm inside watching everything that's going on, but I haven't been able to watch a lot of results coming in. But I'm assuming that things are going in our favor. Is what I'm assuming.
Exactly. Well, Tom, you've done yeoman work on this. We got to get you on the show tomorrow to continue with this from the Mr. Softy truck to this moment now. You're right. Montgomery County is coming through for what Trump needs. Tom, get some rest, and we'll talk with you tomorrow.
All right, thank you. We'll talk tomorrow.
Tom DeBella here. Do we have Walter Sterling? The Walter Sterling Show will be coming up at midnight here. Get a preview from Walter as we start to see some of these races called. As I said, North Carolina has been called for Trump. Fox has not called Georgia yet, but the New York Times has called the Senate now 50 seats. 4 Republicans with 4 more out there that look very, very good. And Trump's still in the running to win, as Rich just said, the popular vote. That would be enormous electorally right now. Trump at 232, Harris at 211, needed to win, of course, 270. So we're on our way to that. And just wanted to get Walter in here to talk about his show tonight. as he takes you through the wee small hours. Of course, tomorrow, the Nick Cale Show, full results. I would say we'll have more clarity maybe around dawn's time from 10 till noon, something like that. You'll want to be with us all day tomorrow as these results weigh in. And it looks like the Senate is going to have a nice cushion for Republicans. Walter Sterling with us here on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Walter, big night. What do you have on tap tonight with the Walter Sterling Show?
Well, I'm going to talk about the fact that none of us gave a darn about the immigrants coming from Mexico. We have a much bigger problem on Sundays with drunks coming up from Rehoboth Beach on 95. That's my southern border problem. But it's good that you grown-ups had these very highfalutin conversations about pure theoreticals. None of us have been to the Mexican border, but we've been to Rehoboth Beach, which is not the Jersey Shore. I'll take the Jersey Shore. Those are my key issues. But I believe, Dom, first of all, congratulations. Best coverage in American media tonight on 1210 WPHT. You did your usual spectacular, exemplary job. Should be played in universities as to how to be a journalist and how to be a breaking news reporter. So it's an honor to be on with you, and humbling because I always feel inadequate coming on after you. Dom.
Oh, that's not true at all. We love the Walter Sterling Show. Again, what the things that you talk about, we've talked about this before, are the things that really impact people every single day. And the characters that you've developed in a short time here, I love that stuff. Love it in talk radio.
I believe that the key issue that has been driving everything is two things. One statistic never mentioned. The highest county in Pennsylvania that has SNAP benefit citizens is Philadelphia. We have the most SNAP benefits. 22% of the people who live in Philadelphia are getting SNAP benefits. Their relationship with the price of food is profound. It's not only it's a dual relationship. One, they keep an eye on the price of food to a greater degree than other people, but also, and here's the difference, they know they're going to have the money for food. Now, that's a very different relationship than whether or not you will have the money for food. And therefore, the need to maintain that relationship with the government is different than people who are not on SNAP benefits.
Without a doubt. Walter, thank you as always. An honor to hand off to you. Have a great show tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Giordano. I appreciate it.
All right, there is Walter Sterling. Thanks to Matt and all the whole crew of producers here throughout the night. And Dan, quarterbacking from his couch. How does he get to do that? He's calling signals. He's telling me, all right, I'm calling an audible here. Audible? Come on. I'm listening to DeSantis here in studio. He's looking right at me. Dan is some couch over in Jersey. Come on, let him know tomorrow when he comes on here with Dawn, calling all these audibles. Well, fake that. Throw to Saquon Barkley. It was a great night, great coverage. Thanks to Greg Stocker putting all this together. I will see you at noon. Well, that's right. I will actually see you tomorrow, and we should have the result by then that we've been waiting for, maybe even. By the way, I'm looking at the final poll in Iowa, 56% Trump, the 87% of the vote in, 42 for Harris. Where's that woman with the golden poll in Iowa tonight with Trump down 3 points? That's a 14-point gap here.
Yeah, Ann Seltzer's poll, I guess,
Ann
was
Seltzer,
an outlier.
yes, an outlier. Yeah, Ann Seltzer's an outlier. I don't think we're going to see her around here too soon. All right, Walter Sterling next. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I